Feng Yu was very unhappy with today's trip to the firing range, especially when he shot the wrong target at the end. Kirilenko and Brother Ku had laughed at him. When they were playing skeet shooting, Feng Yu had missed every single disc. Instructor Leo did not miss even one disc. Kirilenko was much better at skeet shooting than Brother Ku, and this gave him a chance to boast about him hunting a bear in China. Kirilenko proudly asked Brother Ku and Instructor Leo if they had hunted a bear before. The bear's hide was still in his house. Although the Soviet Union does not forbid hunting of bears, no one had ever killed a bear by himself. Only Feng Yu and Kirilenko know the truth behind the hunting of the bear. It was that incident which leads to their friendship now. Brother Ku was also suspicious of Kirilenko's claims. How did Kirilenko get his hands on a hunting rifle in China? He was a foreigner, and who would lend him a rifle? Kirilenko said that he had borrowed the hunting rifle from Feng Yu, but Brother Ku does not believe him. He was sure that Feng Yu was not from a hunter's family from his shooting skills, and where did he get the hunting rifle? Furthermore, did the both of them knew each other then? And they were close enough to lend Kirilenko a hunting rifle? Every time Brother Ku asked Kirilenko about this, Kirilenko would insist that he had hunted the bear alone. Also, his account of the hunt differs slightly every time. No one except for Feng Yu knew the truth. Feng Yu wanted to play with other guns, but Instructor Leo does not allow him to. He said Feng Yu would injure himself if he shoots too many rounds on his first time. During lunch, Feng Yu also noticed that his hands were shaking, and luckily, he was not using chopsticks. In the end, Instructor Leo got some medicine for Feng Yu to soak his hands. The medicine would remove the smell of gunpowder and also heal his aching arms. On the way back to the hotel, Kirilenko proudly asked Feng Yu, "Feng, do you still doubt my shooting skills?" "Humph. You are a soldier, and this is my first time. It's normal for me to miss the target. You will be meeting Ukraine Bank's manager the day after tomorrow. What do you want to do tomorrow? How about some sports? What sports do you normally play?" Talking about sports, China cannot be compared to the Soviet Union. Look at soccer and basketball. Kirilenko said, "Damn basketball." The Soviet Union's basketball team had a glorious history. During the 1972 Olympics, the Soviet Union was against the US. When the time was up, the Soviet side had lost. The Soviet coach went to talk to the referee, and the referee awarded the Soviet team free throw. The Soviets player missed the free throw, and the referee gave the Soviet team another rethrow. The Soviet Union won the game. The Americans protested against the referee's decision, but to no avail. The Soviet Union won the gold medal, and the US took the second place. In the 1988 Olympics basketball semifinals, the Soviet Union met the US again. The Soviets scored after the final whistle, and it was still counted. That year, the Soviet team won the gold medal again. From these events, the US basketball team were no match for the Soviets. Feng Yu looked at Kirilenko and smiled. Kirilenko's proud, the conceited smile disappeared. Feng Yu had told him and his father about the Soviet Union disintegration. Last month, Yeltsin had announced that Russia would leave the Soviet Union, and this was the fourth country that had left the Soviet Union this year. What the Soviet Union was disintegrated, then there will be the Russian basketball team left. Can this team win the US? The Soviet Union's glorious time will be over soon. Kirilenko lost his interest when he thought of what was going to happen. Feng Yu suddenly said, "You think your sports are excellent? Why not we play ping pong tomorrow? I will let you 5 points. Actually, Feng Yu was only SOSO at ping pong, but Feng Yu knew that Kirilenko would not take up the challenge. It was because most of the people in the world thought that the Chinese were the world's #1 at ping pong, and every Chinese knew how to play ping pong. Just like every Chinese knew Kung Fu. Kirilenko immediately thought of how great the Chinese were at ping pong, and he does not know how to play ping pong at all. Then let's forget about sports tomorrow. If you are interested, we can go and drive a tank for fun." Drive a tank? Feng Yu must admit that he was very interested in driving a tank. He might be able to shoot some firearms in China, but he can never get the chance to drive a tank. "Okay, then tomorrow we shall go and drive some tanks. Can I fire also?" Kirilenko almost jumped up. "Don't even think of it. Even I can't do that. The most I can do is to let you enter the tank and drive it around. You cannot do anything else. Fire from a tank. With your shooting skills, you will kill everyone there." Feng Yu felt it was a pity that he could not fire from the tank, but it was still interesting to operate a tank. He wants to take a picture too. The next day, Feng Yu woke up early in the morning and knocked on Kirilenko's door. "Brother Key, what time are we going to drive the tank?" Kirilenko looked at Feng Yu helplessly. "It's only 7 a.m. in the morning." 10 minutes later, Kirilenko contacted his driver. He regrets suggesting tanks to Feng Yu. Feng Yu was disappointed when he saw the tanks. The tanks were not very advanced, and when he entered the tank, it was stuffy and cramped. It was not like what he had seen on TV. The Soviet Union's tanks were not advanced at all, but the Soviet Union had the most number of tanks. It was quantity over quality. The Germans' tanks were the most sophisticated and their technologies were the best in the world. But it was also this reason that their tanks stopped moving with the slightest damage. On the other hand, the Soviet Union's tanks were sturdy and could adapt to all kinds of harsh terrains. It seldom malfunctions, but it still loses to the US on the protection of the soldiers in the tanks. Feng Yu lost interest after driving the tank for a while. This tank was too old, and it felt like he was driving a tractor. There were only 2 levels to control the tanks. Where's the steering wheel? Feng Yu was also not allowed to take pictures inside the tank, but he was allowed to take pictures outside. This tank was used for training purposes, and most of the technologies were outdated. Still, Kirilenko dared not to let a foreigner take pictures in the tank. In the afternoon, they returned back to the hotel. Feng Yu requested to fly a plane or a helicopter, but was rejected by Kirilenko. "Humph, I will buy my own plane and helicopter in future, and I will fly them myself." After dinner, Kirilenko told Feng Yu that he and Brother Ku would bring Feng Yu to meet with the Soviet Bank's Ukraine branch manager. He told Feng Yu to speak less and let him do the talking. Kirilenko wanted to help Feng Yu get a loan in Ukraine, but he could not do so without the help of Brother Ku. But Feng Yu could see Kirilenko's sincerity. Brother Ku was not happy with Feng Yu's rejection, but he did not fall out with Feng Yu. Maybe Kirilenko had spoken to him. Feng Yu thought the meeting with Ukraine Bank's manager would be at the bank, but Brother Ku arranged for the manager to go to his residence. "Feng, let me introduce to you. This is the manager of the Soviet Bank's Ukrainian branch, Mr. Kovsky. Mr. Kovsky, this is Mr. Feng from China. He is my good friend. Mr. Feng, nice to meet you." Mr. Kovsky was not surprised by Feng Yu's age. He had met many second generations in the Soviet Union. He thought that Feng Yu was also one of them from China. "Mr. Kovsky, how do you do? I had heard them talking about you often, and I finally get to meet you." Feng Yu's flattering had no effect on Mr. Kovsky, and Mr. Kovsky asked, "I heard that Mr. Feng wants to get a loan from our Ukraine branch. How much do you need, and what will you be using as collateral? Or, do you have a guarantor?" There were 2 types of loans. One type was using collaterals, and another type was getting a guarantor. Of course, the banks also had unsecured loans. For example, Hong Kong Citibank had given Superman Lee's son an unsecured loan of 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. His collaterals were only assets worth less than 100 million, and he did not have any guarantors. But Citibank still approved the loan. The bank was not worried that the other party would default payments. It was because of his father, Superman Lee. His father would never let his son be sued, and also because of his reputation. Since Citibank could approve, there should be no problems in the corrupted Soviet Union. "Mr. Kovsky, I want to take a loan of 100 million rubles." Mr. Kovsky was shocked. He looked at Feng Yu and then Brother Ku. He had come here because of Brother Ku. He thought that Brother Ku's friend would get at most a few million rubles loan. He never expected that this Chinese man wanted to loan so much money. 100 million rubles? What does he want to do? If it weren't for Brother Ku, he would have walked out of the room. Does he even know how much was 100 million rubles? "What will you be using as collateral?" Mr. Kovsky frowned. Feng Yu took out some documents he prepared. Those were photocopies. The original copies had been used to get the loans from ICBC in Bing City. Some of the documents were in Russian, and Mr. Kovsky could understand it, but not for those in Chinese. He could only look at the numbers. A total of 180 million. This person had so many assets. Then it shouldn't be a problem to get a loan of 100 million. Wait, could this figure on the Chinese document in RMB? If it were only 180 million renminbi, then it would just be about 30 million rubles. It's far from 100 million rubles. Typically, banks only approve loans for an amount lesser than the collaterals. They need to take the depreciation of the assets into account. For 30 million rubles worth of assets, the highest loan he could give was only 30 million rubles. This was the most he could approve, and this Feng Yu wanted 100 million rubles? How much are your assets worth in rubles? Based on the current exchange rates, about 30 million rubles. Feng Yu replied. Mr. Kovsky stood up and said, I think all of you have approached the wrong person. 30 million rubles worth of assets, and without guarantors, cannot get a 100 million rubles loan. Although Brother Ku had some influences in Ukraine, his influences were not worth 70 million rubles. Furthermore, Brother Ku did not mention that he would be a guarantor. Without guarantors and so few assets, Mr. Kovsky would never approve this loan to a Chinese. Mr. Kovsky, don't be so quick to reject us. Look at this document. It states 180 million on it. If the person reviewing this document closed one eye, then this loan would be approved. What do you mean? Mr. Kovsky was furious. Kirilenko opened up his palms and said, Mr. Kovsky, if you help us, I can decide for Feng. He will deposit 500,000 rubles in your overseas account. It's 500,000 rubles. How much do you earn a year? Mr. Kovsky was the Ukrainian branch manager, and his annual salary was only about 10,000 rubles. 500,000 rubles was equivalent to his 5 years' wages. Looking at Mr. Kovsky's hesitation, Kirilenko continued, I can arrange for someone to be his guarantor, and I promise you that he would repay the loan on time. Mr. Kovsky, don't you even trust Brother Ku and me? 500,000 rubles is too little. All of you are getting 70 million over the limit, and you are only giving me so little? I want 7 million rubles. Before Mr. Kovsky came here, he knew that there must be a problem with this loan. If not, why would they invite him over? They could have gone straight to the bank. But he never expects the loan amount was so big. He felt that the risk was too big, and he wanted more money. Feng Yu did not say anything. Kirilenko continued, Mr. Kovsky, don't you think that 7 million rubles is too much? We are not only taking care of you alone. 1 million rubles. It will be enough for you to enjoy for the rest of your life. Feng Yu was thinking in his heart that if Mr. Kovsky changed the 1 million rubles to USD, he would be able to retire comfortably. But if he kept the money as rubles, then 1 million would not last more than 2 years. At least 5 million. Only 1 million. You have risks, and we also have risks. I think 1 million rubles is a fair amount. You shouldn't be so greedy. But if you can agree to my condition, I can raise the amount higher. Kirilenko showed him his index finger. What condition? My friend Feng wants the loan period to be 8 years, and the interest for the 8 years will be repaid together with the loan amount at the end if 8 years. What do you mean? You want to hold the interest repayments until the 8th year? Impossible. This was a considerable amount, and the interest got to hold off until the 8th year. His risks would be high. You can charge higher interest, and I will give you 2 million rubles. Listen carefully, it's 2 million rubles. Once we got the money, we will deposit into your account. I can't do this. It is against the regulations. 3 million rubles. This is my highest offer. You should know that the Ukrainian branch is not the only bank in the Soviet Union. Kirilenko continued to persuade him. Mr. Kovsky's hand, which was holding a cigar, was shaking. He was hesitating. 3 million rubles would give his wife and kids a better life. If he was still the branch manager of Ukraine and no one would find out about this loan. He could also get a scapegoat if anyone found out. He could control his risk. Feng Yu waited patiently for his answer. He trusted Kirilenko. Kirilenko was more familiar of the Soviet Union's bribery market rates than him. Mr. Kovsky stubbed his cigar and sat upright. 8 years is not possible. The most I can promise you is 6 years. Kirilenko turned to Feng Yu. Feng Yu nodded. Fine, 6 years. But the loan must be approved within 1 month. Kirilenko said, if you can get a suitable guarantor, I promise you the loan will be approved within 1 week. Kovsky was fast, and on the 3rd day, Feng Yu signed the loan agreement for 100 million rubles. He would repay the loan amount together with the incurred interest on the 6th year. The interest rate was 13% a year, and it was calculated in simple interest. Feng Yu gave Kovsky the 3 million rubles as promised, and he also gave Brother Ku 1 million rubles for his help. Although the loan period was shorter than he wanted, Feng Yu could still accept it. The interest was also lower than he expected. The money was transferred to Feng Yu's Hong Kong bank account, and he immediately transferred the money to the various parties. Brother Ki, I can accept higher interest. You don't need to bargain on the interest rates. Feng Yu wanted to give lesser rebates and use higher interest rates to entice the bank managers to approve the loans. Kirilenko agreed. It would be easier for him to negotiate with the bank managers with higher interest rates. Today, they will be meeting the Belarus branch manager. Feng Yu wanted efficiency. He wants to settle the loans in the shortest time. In a few months' time, there will be changes to ruble's exchange rates. The exchange rate for rubles against the dollar will depreciate from 0.6:1 to 1.8:1. There will be even more depreciation later. With the help of Kirilenko, Feng Yu loaned a total of 300 million rubles from 3 Soviet banks. The total rebates amounted to 11 million rubles. The rebates might be high, but compared to Feng Yu's profits, it was peanuts. Feng, you want to continue to get loans? Maybe we can get more loans from the banks of the allied countries. But the loan amount would not be so high. We still can get more loans? Brother Qi, even if the loan amount is only 10 million rubles, I will also loan. This was the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Feng Yu wants to make full use of it. Kirilenko was puzzled. Why did Feng Yu want so many loans? The interest rates were getting higher and higher, and Feng Yu did not care. What was he going to invest in? Would the profits be about to cover the interest from the loans? Kirilenko asked Feng Yu after the third bank's loan was approved. Feng Yu was also waiting for Kirilenko to ask him. He wanted to bring Kirilenko along. If everything goes smoothly, he wants to invest in natural resources with Kirilenko. It was impossible to own mines or oil fields in the Soviet Union without strong backings. In February next year, the Gulf War will start, and the prices of crude oil would fall. That would be the time for Feng Yu to buy some oil fields. Also, rubles will depreciate drastically. Even if he signed an agreement to purchase the oil fields now, he could make the payments sometime later. In a few months' time, rubles will depreciate more than 3 times, and the oil fields will be dirt cheap. Brother Qi, do you remember I told you that this is an opportunity to earn money? If the Soviet Union is disintegrated, what do you think will happen to rubles? Rubles? What can happen to rubles? After the disintegration, some countries might issue their own currencies, but rubles will still be the main currency. Kirilenko had not thought about this at all. Brother Qi, look. Your country's people buy commodities using food tickets. China used to be like this too. But after we open up the economy, we do not use food tickets. We use RMB to buy the things we wanted. This will cost the prices of commodities to rise, right? Price hikes are normal. What's wrong? Kirilenko asked. Feng Yu shook his head. Kirilenko does not understand economics at all. When demand outweighs supply, the prices will rise, and there will be inflation, which will cause the currency to depreciate. Now, the Soviet Union was lax in regulating foreign banks. Many large banks from Europe had expanded into the Soviet Union. These banks used underhand methods to get loans from the Soviet Union financial institutions. This way, the Soviet Union will have to print more money and increase the inflations. Brother Qi, have you ever thought about why those foreign banks took loans from the Soviet Union banks? Do you still remember when we are talking to the Belarusian bank branch manager? Mr. Shev had told us that some foreign banks had borrowed a large sum from his bank for some projects? Do you think that those projects are real? Of course not. They want to develop real estates in the Soviet Union. We, Soviets, all have our own properties, and why do we need so many houses? Kirilenko said proudly. When he heard this from the Belarusian bank's branch manager, he thought that these foreign banks were idiots. If you want to build houses, you must be able to get buyers first before you can earn money. There was no lack of homes in the Soviet Union. Those people were idiots? The Soviet bank's managers were the real idiots. Those projects were fake, and their main intentions were to get loans. Maybe those bank managers knew about these, but they just approved the loans to get the rebates. Why did Feng Yu say that Kirilenko could acquire those mines and oil fields? It was because the Soviet Union was also restructuring their state-owned enterprises to shareholdings. The government was issuing shares to the employees of the state-owned enterprises. On average, each employee could get about 10,000 to 20,000 rubles worth of assets. Based on the current exchange rates, it was not a small amount. The Soviets had become more affluent, but their living conditions had not improved. There was a lack of commodities. They could only save their money in the banks. But which banks will they use? Foreign banks' interests were higher and had better services. There were also free coffee and tea at their branches. So, most of the Soviets saved their money in foreign banks, and their local banks would not have enough money to loan the foreign banks. The Soviet Union's solution was to print more money, which resulted in inflation. Brother Qi, are you thinking that those foreign banks are idiots? Most Soviets had saved their money in foreign banks, and when it reaches a certain amount, it will affect the prices of the Soviet Union's commodities. Now, the Soviet Union is a market economy, and it would be even easier for those banks to inflate the prices of commodities and depreciate rubles. What? Rubles will depreciate? Kirilenko was not happy when he heard this. Why would rubles depreciate? That's right. A shirt which cost 10 rubles will be sold for 20 rubles, due to a market economy where the highest bidder wins. But it is still the same shirt. If you think about it, the rubles had depreciated by 50%. This will cause inflation. You know what inflation is. Kirilenko shook his head in a daze. What's inflation? Fengyu sighed. It was hard to explain to someone who doesn't even know the basics of economics. Anyway, all you need to know is that the rubles will depreciate soon, and it will depreciate by a lot. I will exchange the rubles from the loans to USD, RMB, or yen. After rubles had depreciated, I will change the currencies back to rubles. This way, I will earn. You understand now. That's why you are taking loans now? I was still wondering why you want to repay the interest with the principal summed together at the end of the loan period. Tell me, how serious will rubles depreciate? Kirilenko finally understands what Fengyu is doing. If you trust me, then use your connections to get loans too. I guarantee that within 3 months, rubles will depreciate like crazy. You will earn profits of at least 2 folds. Translator notes. Is this considered cheating or taking advantage of his future knowledge? I will do the same if I get to travel to the past. Will you do the same thing as Fengyu? Fengyu needed someone to help him with his plans in the Soviet Union or future Russia. This person must be a local, and he is someone with strong backings. Kirilenko was the right candidate. He had the background, loves money, and easily fooled. This type of person was not easy to find. Fengyu could earn a lot from the current Soviet Union situation, and he does not even need to be the bad guy. He can even be considered a good guy. Feng, why do I need to get loans? Are you still suggesting me to buy mines and other natural resources? Kirilenko really does not know how to spend so much money. He knew what to do with 1 million, but if he were given 100 million, he would be lost. That's right, buy mines. Remember, no matter how much the mines or oil field cost, sign the contract first and make the payments at the end of the year or early next year. You understand? Kirilenko's eyes sparkled. That's right. If I sign the purchasing contract and pay at the end of the year, the rubles would have depreciated. I could use USD to convert to rubles, and the amount I pay will only be about a third or even lesser than what was stated in the contract. Even if the mines were expensive, it's okay. Anyway, the money was from the bank's loans too. Feng, you are really my best friend, my brother. Don't worry. I will help you to get more loans, and you don't need to give me any Chinese goods. Kirilenko said. No. We have to keep our promises even if we are friends. I will give you what I promised you. Fengyu wanted to let Kirilenko owe him a favor. This way, it will be easier for him to invest in natural resources with Kirilenko. How can he use 5 million worth of Chinese goods to offset this favor? Kirilenko was touched. This Feng was really a good friend. What natural resources do you suggest for me to acquire? Crude oil, iron, coal, nickel, palladium, and other rare metals. These will worth a lot in the future. I remembered that the mines in the Soviet Union were restructured into shareholdings. You can acquire the shares from the workers. Money is not a problem. We can collaborate. You can have the bigger share. Feng, I am glad that I get to know you. Kirilenko was moved to tears. Fengyu was so considerate of him. Fengyu knew that it was impossible for him to get the bigger share at this stage. However, he knew that Kirilenko would not cheat him. Fengyu was not sure about other markets. But in China's future market, the prices of these minerals will rise exponentially. Maybe Fengyu could even get to know some powerful officials through these mineral mines. But for the time being, he cannot let other people know about the extent of his wealth. He got to wait until he was powerful enough to protect his assets. Fengyu smiled and said, I am also lucky to have you as my friend. Brother Qi, the lesser people that know about this, the more your profit is. Don't worry. I will not tell anybody. Not even my father. Okay. Also remember, don't foreign banks and institutions have lots of tricks up their sleeves. They will spread rumors about the Soviet Union's economy and persuade the Soviets to sell their factories and other enterprises' shares. You don't get involved in other sectors, but you must buy in all the minerals shares. Don't be afraid of losing money. You must not let those Americans and Europeans control your country's natural resources, Kirilenko seriously said. Anyone can own those shares, but not the Americans. Okay, we will stop using rubles for our trades from now onwards. We will use RMB. Feng, you just wait for my good news. The summer camp was over. Feng Yu did not return to China with the rest of the students due to the loans. Feng Yu and Kirilenko made some phone calls, and the school and the university pursued this matter. Early August, Feng Yu's last loan was approved, and he was prepared to go back to Bing City. This trip, the loan amount was much more than he estimated. Kirilenko also got some loans for himself, and he also arranged for Feng Yu to get loans from the banks of the surrounding small countries. The highest loan amount was 30 million rubles, and the lowest was 10 million rubles. In total, Feng Yu had loaned 120 million rubles from these small banks. Kirilenko had gotten loans from some banks. He even got a loan from the Russian bank. It was different when he was getting the loans for himself. His collaterals were even lesser than Feng Yu's, but the loan amount was more. Just Russia alone, Kirilenko had borrowed 300 million rubles, and he could still get loans from the banks in Ukraine and other allied countries. Feng Yu sighed. There was a saying that capitalism would drive men crazy. Looking at Kirilenko now, Feng Yu believed this saying. Kirilenko was getting loans like crazy, and many other second generations knew about it. They were also curious what was Kirilenko doing. Why did he need so much money? Also, the rebates Kirilenko gave to the bank managers were very high. Could it be that Kirilenko has a very profitable business idea? The first person to ask Kirilenko was Brother Ku. Kirilenko's reply to Brother Ku was these loans were for Feng Yu. Brother Ku thought that Kirilenko was crazy. Kirilenko had already helped Feng Yu a lot, and he was still getting loans on his behalf. What if Feng Yu could not repay the loans or run away with the money? No wonder Feng Yu refused to ditch Kirilenko and work with him. Brother Ku knew that he would not go to the same extent as Kirilenko. The other second generations who were Kirilenko's partners felt that Kirilenko was taking significant risk, and they wanted to withdraw their partnerships. Brother Ku also played a part with their withdrawal from their joint venture. In future, if Kirilenko wanted them to sell Chinese goods for him, they would have to sign contracts. Kirilenko was furious with their betrayal. He bought over all their shares of the company, including Brother Ku's shares. Those people were happy. They had earned a few million from the Sino-Soviet trades for the past few years. Kirilenko was overjoyed. He had finally ditched these people. In future, he will own this trading company fully. Before Kirilenko gotten those loans, he consulted some economists, and their analysis was like what Feng Yu claims. They also felt that there will be inflation in the Soviet Union soon, but it was not as bad as what Feng Yu claimed. The Soviet Union was strong enough to adjust it and will recover in no time. However, Kirilenko trusted Feng Yu fully. It was because his father had heard the news that Russia will be announcing her departure from the Soviet Union, and this meant that the Soviet Union will disintegrate. Maybe it would really be as what Feng Yu forecasted. By the end of next year, the Soviet Union will be history. Without the Soviet Union, who would adjust the inflations? Thus, Kirilenko starts to get loans aggressively. He also took this opportunity to ditch the other second generations entirely. He also earned a nickname for himself among the second generation circle, the fool who borrowed money for others. Kirilenko did not explain when he heard about this. He was thinking of ways to convert his rubles from the loan to USD. In a few months' time, they will know who's the real fool. Back at Bing City, Feng Yu did not return to his home at the district. He returned to Bing City to make arrangements for Taihua Trading to send Kirilenko 5 million rubles worth of goods, and he immediately flew to Hong Kong. This time, he had borrowed a total of 420 million rubles, and after all the rebates, he got 405 million rubles. The rebates were lower than anticipated, and the number of loans was more than expected. Kirilenko had helped him a lot. From these loans, Feng Yu could tell how corrupted the banks were in the Soviet Union. The money from the Soviet Union loans was not wired into his China's account. It was deposited into Feng Yu's Hong Kong bank account. Feng Yu had rushed to Hong Kong immediately was to exchange his rubles to other currencies like USD, English pounds, yen, etc. If he could not change all the rubles, then he would bring the rubles back to China and convert it to RMB. Of course, if Feng Yu would prefer to cheat others than his fellow countrymen, especially ICBC. He was afraid that ICBC would get back to him after the rubles depreciate. Fu Guangjing came to receive Feng Yu. Actually, he was embarrassed to meet Feng Yu. After all, his family had snatched the Iowa shares from Feng Yu. Although Feng Yu did not say anything, Fu Guangjing did not receive any calls from Feng Yu after so long. He knew Feng Yu was not happy with them. If this happened to the Fu family, they would also react the same way. But because of profits and the persuasion from Fu Guangjing's brother, his father still made that decision. There was nothing Fu Guangjing could do. Actually, Fu Guangjing wanted to sell the Iowa shares to Feng Yu. He believed that Feng Yu would give them some profits, and he could also do Feng Yu a favor. But his father did not listen to him. His father said, Feng Yu should not have any strong backing among China's top officials. He only has some sources to get news. If not, Feng Yu would not ask Fu Guangjing to be the front of Tai Hua Home Appliances factory in Guangdong. He would also not let Fu Guangjing get a 20% stake in the factory. He could just ask his connections to settle everything. Fu Rongjing had thought that Feng Yu had connections with China's top officials and wanted to please the person behind Feng Yu. Since he found out that Feng Yu did not have any backing, his attitude towards Feng Yu changed. The Fu family started with retail business and had distribution channels all over the world. They knew what products could sell well. The Walkman market was on the rise, and Iowa's new products were well designed. Furthermore, they were confident of Feng Yu's foresight and suspected Feng Yu had gotten some insider information from the top. The Walkman market in China will be booming, and if Iowa's Walkman could capture the Chinese market, then it would be a turning point for Iowa. That was the reason why Fu Rongjing rushed to acquire Iowa's shares. Although Fu Guangjing's status in the Fu family was different from before, he still could not influence his father's decision. He wanted to explain to Feng Yu, but he never got the chance to do so. This time, Feng Yu had come to Hong Kong, and he wanted to make use of this opportunity to explain to him. Brother Feng, you must be tired from your flight. I had booked a room at the Peninsula Hotel for you. I had arranged for a welcome lunch for you later. Feng Yu glanced at Fu Guangjing. The Fu family really looked down on him. Only Fu Guangjing came to receive him from the airport. From the way Fu Guangjing talked about the welcome lunch, Feng Yu knew that only Fu Guangjing will be at the dinner. This time, I must let the Fu family suffer some losses. Ha ha ha. Fine. I will listen to your arrangements in Hong Kong. The more Feng Yu did not mention about Iowa shares, the more uncomfortable Fu Guangjing was. From what he knows, Feng Yu was not the type where he would allow himself to be bullied by others. Could it be that Feng Yu wants to take back the distributorship of the humidifiers and bladeless fans? But the Fu family had analyzed Feng Yu before. Feng Yu does not have any distribution channels outside of China, and if he decided to not work with the Fu family, he would give up the established distribution channels and suffer losses. He also needs to compensate for a substantial amount for breaking the contract. His reputation would also be affected, and other Hong Kong businessmen might not want to cooperate with him. The Fu family is one of Hong Kong's influential family, and other powerful families will also give them face. The smaller families would not dare to compete with the Fu family. Feng Yu had no other choices. This was also another reason why Fu Rongjing dares to acquire Iowa shares. He felt that Feng Yu could only swallow all his grievances. The Peninsula Hotel was not as grand as the future years. It was because the hotel will undergo a significant renovation in 1994, and after that, it became one of the world's most iconic and luxurious hotels. Fu Guangjing was the one from the Fu family at the welcome lunch. Even his brother was not at the dinner. Brother Feng, what's your purpose for coming to Hong Kong? Fu Guangjing asked. Oh, I had transferred a large amount of rubles to my Hong Kong account. I decided to play some forex in Hong Kong. You should know about China. In China, there was no way I can play with forex now. The banks will keep away all the foreign currencies. Fu Guangjing's eyes brightened up. The last time, Feng Yu forecasted yen would rise, and his eldest uncle made lots of profits. This time, Feng Yu came to Hong Kong personally to trade. That means he has some insider information, and the returns should be huge. Brother Feng, did you get some insider information? Can you share with me? Feng Yu glanced at Fu Guangjing and smiled. Fu Guangjing was embarrassed to continue. If I tell you the news, what would I get in return? Feng Yu suddenly asked. Feng Yu did not reject the sharing of his information. Fu Guangjing knew how much information was worth in the financial market, especially the forex market. Even in Hong Kong, some people sell information for a living. Of course, no one would reveal their information sources. I will give you 30% of what we earn. Fu Guangjing had offered a high price to Feng Yu. In Hong Kong, most information had a fixed rate, and even if it were a commission, it would not be more than 10%. 30% was already a very high offer. But this high offer did not move Feng Yu. Brother Fu, if it is you alone, I might agree. But once you know this information, you will tell your brother and father. Your father will tell your uncles. Soon your whole family will know. Maybe your family might even inform your business associates to improve their relationships. I will agree if you promise me that your 30% is more than 100 million. Fu Guangjing was still feeling embarrassed, but he was shocked by Feng Yu mentioning 100 million. That means this time the Fu family might get profits of more than 300 million? This was a huge deal. Not only his father, but the whole Fu family would also be tempted. Fu Guangjing could not decide on the spot, and he must let his father know about this. I cannot decide about this. I need to discuss with my father. Feng Yu waved his hand. I know you can't decide. Ask your father to come. Or if your father wants, he can ask your eldest uncle along. I will speak to them. Okay. Brother Feng, if you do not have anything this evening, come to my place for dinner. My father should be home. Feng Yu smiled. Fine. In the evenings, Fu Guangjing drove Feng Yu to Fu Rongjing's mansion. It was not a big mansion, and it was only 2 stories building, about 300 square meters. There's a small garden, a garage, but no swimming pool. It was about half the size of Song Laoxi's mansion. But in Hong Kong, only billionaires could afford this type of mansion. Feng Yu bought a bottle of red wine as a gift. This was the customs of Hong Kongers. When Fu Rongjing knew that Feng Yu wants to sell information to him, he felt that Feng Yu was not that capable. He despised Feng Yu, even more, when he saw Feng Yu's bottle of red wine. This Feng Yu was just like other Hong Kong businessmen's second generations. Without my Fu family, the profits from the humidifiers will drop by at least 50%. Feng Yu dare not to create any trouble with the Fu family. Xiao Feng, I heard from Guangjing that you want to trade in Forex, and you have some insider information you want to sell to me. Fu Rongjing's tone was very arrogant. That's right, Uncle Jing. This information will let the Fu family earn a lot within 2 months. The profits will be at least 50%. 2 months for a 50% profit. Don't you think this information is worth a lot of money? Feng Yu confidently said. Fu Rongjing narrowed his eyes. 2 months, and the profits can reach 50%? Could it be that Feng Yu had gotten news that some currency will appreciate or depreciate a lot? You were talking about yen rising? Fu Rongjing felt that the most volatile currency at the moment was yen. He knew that yen would carry on rising, and this piece of information was not worth anything. Feng Yu shook his head. I had told your son about yen. Although you can get some profits from yen, the profits will not reach 50%. The currency I am talking about will rise sharply within 2 months. Fu Guangjing suddenly remembered Feng Yu mentioning that he had transferred a large sum of rubles to his Hong Kong account. Could this currency be rubles? Feng Yu continued, rubles. The rubles will rise. From last year, the Soviet Union had announced that they will switch from fixed exchange rate to a dual exchange rate system. Since then, rubles had been volatile on the forex market. Recently, rubles had even dropped slightly. But I had just returned from the Soviet Union and got information that the Soviet Union government will strengthen rubles to prevent inflations. Now on the forex market, the exchange rate of ruble against USD had fallen to 0.8:1. This was the lowest in 2 years. The Soviet government intends to pull the ruble to last year's lowest point, 0.6:1. It might even reach 0.5:1. How many profits do you think you can get from this? Fu Rongjing smoked his pipe and was deep in thoughts. He knew that rubles had depreciated as the Fu family had business in Europe. But now, Feng Yu is saying that the Soviet government will strengthen the ruble. With the strength of a country, it shouldn't be hard for them to pull up the value of ruble. The government only needs to switch back to fixed exchange rates, and the value of ruble will appreciate. He suddenly remembered that recently, his eldest brother, Fu Rongqi, kept making trips to Europe. He said that he was there to make some investments. Could it be that he was also investing in rubles? His eldest brother liked to trade in Forex and had earned a lot from there. But he seldom brings his brothers along. Fu Rongjing was unhappy with his eldest brother over this. But his eldest brother was the head of the family, and his assets were several times more than the other siblings. He could only get angry but could not do anything. His eldest brother must have gone to Europe to check on the ruble market, and was preparing to trade in rubles. This must be it. His eldest brother did not plan to let the rest to join in again. Humph, I was Dad's favorite son, but you got most of the family's assets because you were the eldest. If Dad had let me inherit most of the assets, the Fu family would have been Hong Kong's most powerful family. You, Fu Rongqi, also scolds us, and you said that I am not suitable to trade in Forex. This time, I will show you. I will not lose to you when it comes to trading. Xiaofeng, our family had already know about this information. You should know that my eldest brother likes to trade in Forex, and he has a team of experts that analyze the market. But since you let me know about this information, I should give you something. How about I give you $1 million? Consider it as payment for your information. Fu Rongjing was laughing in his heart. Feng Yu was still young and inexperienced. Information lost its value once it was revealed. Fu Guangjing was shocked, and he looked at his father. When did his father know about rubles appreciating? Feng Yu had wanted 100 million, and his father only give $1 million? The difference was so great. Would Feng Yu even accept it? Uncle Jing, rather than $1 million, why not sell me all your Iowa shares? I can pay $5 million for your shares. Feng Yu said what he had in mind. Fu Guangjing was thinking, Feng Yu really wanted Iowa shares. The price he offered was considered very high. But what will father reply him? Fu Rongjing frowned and said, Oh, I had given the shares to Guangjing's brother. As a father, I cannot ask my son to return me the shares I had given to him. Guangjing, accompany Feng Yu and bring him around Hong Kong these few days. Feng Yu had taken care of you when you were doing business in China, and you should take care of him now. Fu Rongjing was implying that the Fu family was taking care of Feng Yu's overseas businesses. Feng Yu was sneering in his heart. I had given you a chance, but you were the one who wanted to forego this chance. Don't blame me for tricking you this time. Never mind then. Uncle Jing, since the Fu family knew about this information, then I should not receive any payments for it. I smelled something nice. Is the dinner ready? Ha ha ha, that's right. Let's have dinner first. We will talk later. Fu Rongjing was pleased with Feng Yu's attitude. After dinner, Fu Rongjing asked his driver to send Feng Yu back to his hotel. This time, Fu Guangjing was not allowed to send Feng Yu back. This Fu Guangjing does not know how to do business at all. Is friendship more important than business? Once you had earned enough money, all your lost friends will return to your side. Fu Rongjing entered his study room and called his broker. He asked about the current value of rubles and also asked if rubles would appreciate if the Soviet Union decides to strengthen the rubles. His broker thought for a while and replied yes. A dead camel will still be bigger than a horse. Even though the Soviet Union's economy was not doing well, the government was still able to control its currency. Furthermore, the Soviet Union had increased its gold exports. With the rising prices of gold, the Soviet Union should have made a lot of money. That broker had just said that if the Soviet Union government decides to strengthen rubles, then rubles might appreciate. He did not say that rubles will surely appreciate. Fu Rongjing was overcome by his greed, and he did not notice the risks involved. He was satisfied with his broker's answer. What Feng Yu said was true. Rubles will appreciate soon. This time he will place a big bet. He will use all his liquid funds and leverage to invest in rubles. He wants big profits. This Chinaman Feng Yu don't even know about leverage. 50% profits? I will get at least 500% profits. The next morning, Feng Yu received a call from Fu Guangjing. He politely rejected Fu Guangjing's offer to bring him around Hong Kong. Feng Yu told him that he wanted to walk around by himself. After leaving the hotel, Feng Yu boarded a taxi. He looked back and saw a car following him. Feng Yu smiled. He was still worried that Fu Rongjing would not fall for his tricks. By sending someone to follow him, meant that Fu Rongjing had fallen into his trap. This was a simple trap, and only the greedy people would fall for it. Fu Rongjing's men saw Feng Yu entering HSBC Bank and immediately call him through a payphone. This information further increases his confidence to invest in rubles. Good morning, sir. How can I help you today? A young man, who wore an attire that resembles property agents in the future years, approached Feng Yu when he entered the bank. Can you speak English? Feng Yu asked in English. He could understand Cantonese, but he could not speak. He prefers to communicate in English. Hong Kong's education includes the English language as one of the primary subjects. No problem, sir. The young man replied in English. Good. I have some savings in your bank which are in rubles. Can you convert the rubles to USD? Feng Yu wanted to convert all his rubles as soon as possible before it starts to depreciate. No problem. Sir, how much rubles do you want to exchange? I will bring you to the currency exchange counter over there. The young man was slightly disappointed, but he still wanted to try promoting some investment products to Feng Yu for some commissions. Feng Yu did not walk over, but turned to the young man. Let me meet your manager. There's a transaction limit at that counter. I cannot exchange my rubles there. I have over 400 million rubles to change to USD. The young man was surprised. This was a big client. How can he make Feng Yu his client? Even if he could persuade Feng Yu to purchase 10 million worth of financial products, his commission would be a lot. What are you standing here for? Go. Feng Yu said. Sir, please follow me. I will bring you to my manager's office. Su Jiarong, why are you not at the lobby? Someone who looks like a leader shouted at the young man. Team leader, I am bringing this gentleman upstairs to the manager's office. Nonsense. You think anyone can just look for the manager? How long have you been working here? You don't even know the rules here. The team leader looked at Feng Yu's age and attire. He guessed that Feng Yu was not a big client. How can anybody just walk in HSBC Bank and demand to meet the manager? The team leader was unhappy with Su Jiarong. Team leader, this gentleman is a big client. Oh, big client? You must be daydreaming. Look at this person. How can he be a big client? What can he buy? Investment funds, insurance, or what? Does he even have 1 million? The team leader shouted. Su Jiarong's face turns red, but he dares not to tell the team leader that Feng Yu wants to exchange 400 million rubles for USD. If not, the team leader would take over this client, and he would not get his commissions. Feng Yu wanted to scold this team leader, but he notices someone familiar walking past. Manager Zhou. Manager Zhou heard someone calling him, and he looked around and saw Feng Yu waving at him. This person was familiar. This young man. That's Feng Yu from China. He had taken a loan of 50 million renminbi, and Manager Zhou was the one who had signed the contract with him. Mr. Feng, why didn't you call me when you were visiting HSBC? Did you throw my name card away? Manager Zhou joked with Feng Yu. If I threw your name card away, I would not dare to step into your bank. Feng Yu laughed. Manager Zhou, the team leader, and Su Jiarong greeted him. What's wrong with the both of you? Why are the both of you serving Mr. Feng together? Manager Zhou frowned. There were many customers at the bank, and no one was serving them. The team leader heard the conversation between Feng Yu and Manager Zhou, and he knew that Feng Yu was indeed a prominent client of the bank. If Feng Yu were a nobody, Manager Zhou would not even greet him. Damn, a big client dressed like an average person? Is he trying to fool us? But I must get this big client all to myself. Su Jiarong, didn't you heard what Manager Zhou said? Go and serve the other customers. Stop following me around. The team leader scolded Su Jiarong. Su Jiarong was furious. He was there first, and this client should be his. Feng Yu suddenly spoke. Su Jiarong was serving me. Who are you? The smile on the team manager's face froze. Who am I? Seeing Manager Zhou staring at him, the team leader left. Losing some commissions was not a big deal, but if Manager Zhou decides to fire him, he will lose his job. It would even be hard for him to get hired by other banks. Mr. Feng, why are you here at my bank? If you need anything, you can just give me a call. Manager Zhou warmly said. He was curious why Feng Yu traveled all the way to Hong Kong HSBC Bank. I want to change all my rubles in my account to USD. This is simple. Xiao Su, help Mr. Feng with his request. Manager Zhou, Mr. Feng's rubles is not a small amount. Manager Zhou understood what Su Jiarong was talking about. Feng Yu had taken a loan of 50 million renminbi from his bank, and he must have some big businesses. The amount of ruble he wanted to convert to USD should not be a small amount, and should be at over $1 million. Mr. Feng, how much rubles do you want to exchange? Around 400 million rubles. Feng Yu casually said. 400 million rubles. Manager Zhou was surprised, but he recovered fast. As a manager at HSBC, he had met a lot of big clients. He immediately brought Feng Yu to the rest area upstairs. This was a huge transaction, and he, an assistant manager, could not make the decision too. He must escalate to the manager. Xiao Su, you go and serve other customers first. Don't worry, I will still give you your commissions for Mr. Feng's transactions. With Manager Zhou's promise, Su Jiarong happily leave. He does not need to do anything and still can get commissions. This incident made him eager to serve every walk-in customer better. Mr. Feng, please understand that there will be some differences in the exchange rates for rubles to USD from the market rate. Feng Yu nodded. No matter if it was present or the future, there will always be differences in the exchange rates. Also, Mr. Feng, as you are changing rubles to USD and not HKD, we still have an additional transaction fee of 2%. Feng Yu frowned. Why was the transaction fee so high? He remembered in his past life, in China, the transaction fee was only 1% for currency exchanges. Hong Kong's transaction fees were too high. The transaction fee is a bit high. I remembered someone told me that the transaction fee is about 1%. Furthermore, you had already charged me for the differences in the exchange rates. Why are you charging me such high transaction fee? Maybe I should consider going to other banks. The bank manager explained. Mr. Feng, all the Hong Kong banks charge the same fee, 2%. But since your transaction is a large amount, I will give you a discount. How about 1.7% transaction fee? Fine. Help me exchange all my rubles in my account to USD. How long will it take before I can use the USD in my account? Feng Yu had just saved over 1,000,000 rubles of the transaction fee. Less than an hour. Please wait while I get ready the documents. Half an hour later, Feng Yu walked out of HSBC. All the rubles in his account were changes to USD. Feng Yu was relieved. One day later, Kamita Masao arrived at Hong Kong's international airport. Feng Yu had called him over to sign the contract. Feng Yu gave Kamita the $1 million investment. Kamita Masao had waited for Feng Yu for over a month. He thought that Feng Yu would not invest in his company because he could not help Feng Yu acquire the Iowa shares from the shareholders. But Feng Yu finally called him. Kamita, how's your preparation for the company? I had already registered the company. When your funds are transferred to the company, we can start to buy over the factory and start production. Kamita Masai bowed and said, Okay, let's go to the law firm to sign the contract. Feng Yu had made an appointment with Hong Kong's Wilson Law Office yesterday. The owner of this law firm was Wilson, a royal counsel. A royal counsel was not necessarily a lawyer working for the English royal family. Lawyers with more than 10 years' experience and had outstanding achievements can apply for this title. It was upon the approval from the royal family, then the lawyer can use this title. This title was more of a status. In the Commonwealth countries, Queen's Counsel status was between a noble and a peasant. Wilson had another title, which was Queen's Counsel. Wilson was a legal advisor for the English royal family, and he could receive special privileges in Commonwealth countries. These two titles did not really show Wilson's full capabilities. Wilson was also the legal consultant for Superman Lee. This showed how high his status was in Hong Kong. There were only 2 or 3 other lawyers in Hong Kong that can match Wilson's status. For instance, Fu family's legal consultant was also another Queen's Counsel. These titles not only represented their status, but also their abilities. Most importantly, they could charge very high lawyer fees. Feng Yu had no plans to go to Japan in the short term. He wanted to engage the services of Wilson to act as his legal advisor to handle the legal issues of Iowa Company and Kamita Masao's company. Wilson could prepare the legal documents, change the company's representative, and even hire accountants and auditors on Feng Yu's behalf. Hong Kong's law firms provided a wide variety of services and saved Feng Yu lots of trouble. Feng Yu only told Wilson what he wanted, and his staff will prepare the contracts. It was a pity that it was not Wilson that would be helping Feng Yu personally. Feng Yu's deal was only $1 million, and Wilson just showed his face for a while and assigned his staff to do the rest. But this was the reason why senior lawyers set up their own law firms. They would charge based on their status and reputations, but most of the work could be passed to the junior lawyers. The salaries of the junior lawyers were much lower, and this was how the law firm makes money. One day, Feng Yu would let Wilson treat him the way he treated Superman Lee. According to Feng Yu's request, the contract was in 3 languages: English, Chinese, and Japanese. Feng Yu saw Kamita Masao looking through the contract carefully and noticed that this Kamita Masao not only knows Chinese, but was also proficient in English. Damn, I also know 3 languages, and does that mean I am about the same as this sex doll seller? Kamita Masao finished reading the contract, and he signs his name, followed by his thumbprint. He also took out his passport for the lawyer to photocopy. Feng Yu did the same too. Kamita, when can your factory start its production? I am talking about other products. Are you going to manufacture yourself? or get a subcontractor. Don't worry, Mr. Feng. All the products will start production immediately. Our new products will be on the market in October. I decide to purchase some machines and expand the factor. We will not need to get subcontractors. This period of time, Kamita Masao was not lazing around. He had contacted the previous employees of Black Dragon Company, especially the sales personals and the production workers. If it weren't for the former chairman mismanaging the company's funds, the company would never go bankrupt. After all, the sex dolls produced by Black Dragon Company were popular in Japan. Once the production started and their products enter the market again, it would be easy for the company to return back to its glory days. Feng Yu had also given Kamita Masao some inspirations, and he was confident that this company would increase its value by over 3 times within 3 years. Kamita, you saw the contract terms about your reward? If you are able to achieve the goals set by me, I will give you the company's shares. The more the company earns, the more you will get. Work hard and don't disappoint your father and me. Feng Yu patted Kamita Masao on his back. Kamita Masao was in tears. Feng Yu was too considerate to him. He even allows him to buy over the Black Dragon Company's trademark. This trademark was set up by his father. The new company's name was also interesting. Sixth Sense. It meant feelings, a sensitive feeling. That also means the products produced by the company would not only feel good, but also satisfy the customer's loneliness. Feng Yu did not think much about this name. He just casually says something that came to his mind. But Kamita Masao interprets the name as something meaningful. Feng Yu allowed Kamita Masao to buy over the trademark of Black Dragon Company was because it was an established brand and have loyal customers. It would be easier for him to sell the products to the consumers and save on the marketing costs. The reason Feng Yu let Kamita Masao runs this company was because he was too busy to manage such a small company. Anyway, he had the controlling stake in the company, and he could take back the company anytime. As for rewarding Kamita Masao with the company's shares, was only a way to motivate Kamita Masao. On the contract, it stated that once the company and the profits reach a certain scale, Feng Yu would give Kamita Masao at least 1% of the company's shares. The maximum was 10%. He had imitated the way many companies in the future manage their key personnel. Feng Yu was actually not interested in the sex toys industry. In his previous life, he also did not take note of this industry. Most of the terms in the contract were protecting the interest of Feng Yu. After all, he was the investor. This period of time, Kamita Masao had also secretly contacted some Japanese businessmen to see if any of them were willing to invest in his company. But most of them were not willing to invest. Japan's economy was in recession, and most companies were cutting costs. Which company would be willing to diversify at this time? The ones who were willing to invest do not agree to give Kamita Masao any shares. If he wanted a stake in the company, then buy it at the market value. Feng Yu was the most generous among all these investors. 10% shares were equivalent to 100,000 US dollars. It's over 100 million yen. Kamita Masao was grateful to Feng Yu. He felt that he had met a good person. Kamita, when you are back, start the production immediately and remember what I said. Other than the sensations of the doll's private parts, the face was also crucial. If you can include moaning sounds in the doll will surely be a hit. Mr. Feng, I remembered everything you said. I will not let you down and will show you my results in the financial report next year. Feng Yu waved. Hurry, go and satisfy all the lonely hearts and bodies of your fellow Japanese men. I still have important things to do in Hong Kong. These few days, Fu Rongjing invested all his available funds into the forex market. It was a total of over 400 million Hong Kong dollars. This was all his liquid assets, and the settlement date was 2 months later. He dreamt about 2 months later, and his assets will be several folds. From 400 million Hong Kong dollars to 4 billion Hong Kong dollars. Fu Guangjing tried to persuade him to seek his eldest uncle opinion first and not to invest so much, as it was easy to lose everything in the forex futures market. But Fu Rongjing did not listen. He wanted to see Fu Rongqi's reaction when he learns about how much he had earned from forex. Fu Rongjing doesn't even care about his men telling him that Feng Yu had visited the banks and law firm multiple times these few days. Feng Yu wanted to engage a lawyer to sue him? This is Hong Kong, and his surname is Fu. Lawsuits are for the rich, and poor people cannot afford to play this game. Even though Feng Yu was wealthy, but compared to the Fu family, he still has a long way to go. Fu Rongjing despised Feng Yu, and he was blinded by his greed. If it were Fu Rongqi, he would have seen through Feng Yu's lies. During this period, Feng Yu had visited Hong Kong's London gold market. He wanted to trade in London gold futures. This was what he traded most in his previous life. London gold trading, in broad terms, was the trading of gold stored in London. It was a trading product offered by the London International Financial Futures Exchange. The gold was from the underground vault in London, and it was in the form of 400-ounce bricks, about 12.5 kilograms, and purity of 99.5%. London gold trading does not need to use physical gold, and there were no freight, safekeeping, inspection, etc. costs. The investment cost was lesser than the actual transaction of physical gold and can set high leverage. The highest leverage one can set was 100 times, and on the black market, it can be as high as 500 times. This allows the investors to make full use of their limited funds to get the maximum returns. There was still an advantage for trading London gold. The trading hours was 24 hours, and there were no breaks in between. Investors can even buy and sell on the same day. London gold can be considered the most active and most popular money-generating tool in the gold trading market. The money from the Soviet loans was converted to USD, and after all the transaction cost, Feng Yu now has $490 million US. He intends to invest everything in the London gold market. When Feng Yu stepped into Hong Kong's London Gold Exchange, he was swarmed by a group of brokers. They gave Feng Yu their name cards and hoped that Feng Yu would engage their services, so they could get commissions. Feng Yu rejected all of them. He does not need their services as he, himself, was a professional too. Even if he wanted to engage a broker, he had a target. This broker was a legend in future Hong Kong's financial world. Feng Yu remembered that this person started by trading gold around this time. Feng Yu looked at the gold prices, and it was $371 per ounce. It was much lower than early last year, where it was $412 per ounce. The Soviet Union was currently trying to increase gold prices as the Soviet Union was one of the countries that export gold. They need gold to earn money. The Soviet Union used to depend on their industries to earn money 10 years ago. But for the last 10 years, their industries declined, and they started to sell gold, oil, and other minerals as the government main source of revenue. This showed the failure of the Soviet Union. No country would last by selling their natural resources. This explains the disintegration of the Soviet Union. Feng Yu remembered the gold prices for the next 2 years will be suppressed by the US. The gold prices will plunge. It should start around this year, October. But Feng Yu could not remember the exact date. But from now until September, the gold prices will continue to rise and should reach above $390 per ounce. This was a difference of $20. With almost $500 million and with leverage, the returns will be huge. Feng Yu immediately set up his trading account and start to place his orders. He bought the gold at the current price and set the selling prices from $380 to $390. That means that once the gold prices reach this price, it will automatically sell off his gold and the proceeds will be transferred into Feng Yu's account. Feng Yu had set many trades to lower his risks. Gold prices were volatile, and the fluctuations could reach up to $10 a day. With high leverage, one could lose all his investments if he was not careful. Feng Yu had no time to watch the market, and diversifying his trades was the safest way. Feng Yu placed his orders through different counters, and the amount of his trades differs. From $1 million to $10 million. For consecutive few days, Feng Yu kept placing orders for trade, and he did not do any settlements at all. Feng Yu's actions attracted the attention of many people. Who is this young man? For the past few days, he's been placing trades every day. Even if he traded the minimum amount, it would not be a small sum. Feng Yu looked like an individual investor, and other investors approached him to try and exchange views on the market. But Feng Yu spoke to them in English, and he acts like he did not understand Cantonese. Could this young man come from England? But from his accent, he does not sound like a British. Feng Yu spoke in English, but it was not the London English. Feng Yu used US English, and there was a slight difference. Feng Yu chatted with the other investors. He wanted to see if there were any talented people around. Hong Kong was a financial hub of Asia, and there were many people in the financial industry. With so many people in the industry, the possibility of talented traders appearing will be high. After chatting for a while, Feng Yu was disappointed. Maybe those talents did not want to share their thoughts with others. Those who approached Feng Yu were not up to his expectations. Some even claimed that the gold prices will continue to fall in the short term. Feng Yu could not find anyone worth recruiting. After Feng Yu invested all his USD into the gold futures market, he called Fu Guangjing to bid his goodbyes. He is returning to Bing City. When Fu Rongjing knew that Feng Yu had boarded the plane back to Bing City, he asked his men who had been tailing Feng Yu for the past few days, "Where did this brat go to for the past few days?" "He went to the London Gold Exchange." "What? London Gold Exchange? Humph. He sure knows how to roam around. Futures exchange, stock exchange. Is he monitoring Hong Kong's financial markets? Interesting." Fu Rongjing did not think much about this. Fu Guangjing had told him that Feng Yu liked to invest in stocks and had bought a lot in China. Fu Guangjing had also purchased some shares in China and had said to him that he had made some money from those stocks. Feng Yu must be thinking that there was only limited stocks in China and wants to check out Hong Kong's stock market. The current Hong Kong stock market was not doing well nor bad. But if someone inexperienced enters the market now, they will suffer heavy losses. Fu Rongjing was slowly drinking his champagne and thinking about the information Feng Yu gave him. Feng Yu was indeed accurate. In these few days, there was a small increase in rubles. He had set his settlement date 2 months away. 2 months later, rubles should reach at least 0.5:1, and with his high leverage, he would get profits of more than 10 times. 400 million rubles will become 4 billion. 4 billion cash. Even Fu Rongqi does not have so much cash. In the future, Fu Rongjing, will be the front of the Fu family. "Manager Feng, you are back." Wu Jigang returned to the company and saw Feng Yu chatting with some staffs. He looks like he was in a good mood. "Yes. How was your trip?" Feng Yu smiled and asked. Wu Jigang was now the assistant general manager of Taihua Trading, and he was still working very hard. He still needs to travel and visit clients, but he never has any complaints. This lets Feng Yu very satisfied. Jigang might be getting married next year. Maybe I will give him a set of home appliances for his new house. Feng Yu was never stingy to his staffs. "Manager Feng, your idea was brilliant. Placing Lihaha advertisements near kindergartens and primary schools." The sales of Lihaha kept increasing. Wu Jigang excitedly said. Since Feng Yu invested in Lihaha, Taihua Trading got the distributorship for the Northeast 3 provinces. Lihaha had advertised on CCTV last year, but due to their production issues, Lihaha did not enter these areas. How to increase the sales of Lihaha? Advertising on CCTV was not enough. After some consideration, Feng Yu asked his men to inform the local dealers to advertise near kindergartens and primary schools. When the parents send their kids to school, they will notice the advertisements. Liaha's target audience were the parents, and their primary product was children's oral health supplement. The advertising slogan also states, "Drink Lihaha. Dinner would be better." These parents like to compare their children with others about their results, height, etc. Kids refusing to eat proper meals had always been an issue with the parents. Was there an issue with kids not wanting to eat in the past? If the kids don't want to eat, then let them starve. Now, most families have better living conditions, and parents would never allow their children to starve. These health supplements were targeting kids that don't like to eat proper meals, and once it entered the market, most parents rushed to get them, especially when they heard that someone's kids were consuming these health supplements. Coupled with the advertisements on CCTV, Lihaha quickly became popular in the 3 Northeast provinces. Wu Jigang had gone to Shin City to check on Lihaha's sales. Feng Yu had not thought of advertising near kindergartens and primary schools by himself. In fact, it was Zhong Qingxian that had thought of this idea. In his past life, whenever Lihaha introduces a new product, he will use this type of advertising tactics. Nescafé had also used the same strategy and slowly became China's most famous coffee brand. Tingyi, Cayman Islands, Holding Corporation also advertised their beverages the same way. This type of marketing strategy was low cost and relies on word of mouth. Feng Yu not only let Taihua Trading uses this strategy, but he also called Zhong Qingxian to notify the rest of the provinces to use this strategy. Feng Yu was the shareholder of Lihaha, and if Lihaha earns money, that means he would also get more profits. Zhong Qingxian was skeptical of this type of advertising, but after implementing it, he discovered that it was very effective. As he had increased the productions, he had lots of products stored in his warehouses, and he was worried that these stocks will be left to rot. But after implementing this strategy, the demand quickly exceeds the supply again. He was grateful to Feng Yu for sharing this with him. Feng Yu accepted Zhong Qingxian praises happily, but he felt that the compliments were lackluster. He was thinking about starting a praise manager phone training course for all the companies he was involved with. The company had made profits and was no longer in a tight financial situation. Zhong Qingxian repaid all the workers' wages and even gave them some rewards. As a result, all the workers were very motivated. From this speed, Liaha's recent expansion will soon be insufficient to meet the market demands. Zhong Qingxian and the others decided to expand their production facilities once more. They want to capture the children's health supplement market and become the market leader. Feng Yu did not object to this. Although it was still early to expand, it was still necessary. Feng Yu even wished that Liaha expand quickly and have a shortage of funds. This would let him have an excuse to get more shares. Feng Yu tried to persuade Zhong Qingxian to set up a new factory near to Beijing. This would capture the northern market quickly. It would be best if a factory were set up for every 2 to 3 provinces. This way, Liaha can monopolize the market. But maybe Feng Yu had sounded too eager, and Zhong Qingxian decided to postpone the expansion plans until next year. With Liaha's current financial situation, it was reasonable for expansion. However, more capital was needed to set up new factories. Zhong Qingxian could not afford to inject more capital into the company, and he was to expand the company now. Feng Yu would increase his stake in the company. This was something that Zhong Qingxian does not want to see. He was the founder of Liaha, and now Feng Yu owns a 40% stake of the company. Even though Zhong Qingxian was still the general manager and decision-maker of the company, but who knows what would happen if Feng Yu got more than 50% shares. Zhong Qingxian had asked around about Feng Yu. He learned that Feng Yu was only a small shareholder at the machinery company initially, but now, he was the major shareholder of the company, and he had conflicts with the local government because of this. With the machinery company as an example, Zhong Qingxian was cautious of Feng Yu. Zhong Qingxian and his 2 other partners had agreed that they would not sell the company's shares no matter what. He was afraid that his partners would sell their shares to Feng Yu. Actually, Feng Yu had no intention to take away Zhong Qingxian's authority. In his previous life, Zhong Qingxian was the one who had led Liaha to become China's most popular beverage company. His ability was second to none. Feng Yu also had no time to take care of so many businesses. His favorite was still the financial industry. This was his expertise. All he needs to do was to make use of some opportunities, and he would let his assets increase by several folds. Even though Feng Yu could still let Zhong Qingxian manage Liaha after he got the controlling stake of the company, but it would be different. Zhong Qingxian might lose his enthusiasm. Maybe he would even leave Liaha and set up a new beverage brand. Unless Zhong Qingxian requests, Feng Yu had no intentions to continue to inject funds into Liaha. His target now was to own stakes in those companies that will be successful in the future. For instances, if he held a 20% stake in each of the 10 companies that will be successful in the future, he would earn much more than others. The best part was that he does not need to worry about or manage the business. Of course, if other people want to sell him more shares, Feng Yu would gladly accept it. For example, the current Liaha, the future QQ, Baidu, etc. Feng Yu also understand why Zhong Qingxian wanted to postpone his plans. Liaha's profits for this year was increasing, and the total sales might be over 20 million renminbi. This was a year earlier than what was supposed to be. Liaha would be able to clear its debt by the end of the year and still have sufficient funds left. Although the remaining funds might not be adequate to set up new factories, the company could get loans from the banks. This way, Zhong Qingxian's share will not be diluted, and he would still be in control of the company. Feng Yu sighed. Zhong Qingxian still does not understand him well. Even if Feng Yu were to manage Liaha himself, he would not perform better than Zhong Qingxian. Feng Yu still remembered some of Liaha's failed products, and he intends to stop Zhong Qingxian from producing those products. In his previous life, Liaha would perform better if not for those failed products like coffee, coke, and tea beverages. This was not a bad thing for Feng Yu. Feng Yu could concentrate his focus on other things. Feng Yu had not seen Wen Dongjun for more than a month, and this moron had grown taller. Damn, are you feeding on pig's feed? You are already so tall, and you are still growing? Feng Yu was not happy with raising his head to speak to him. Feng Yu was already 1.76 meters and had been exercising these few years. With a better diet, He wished to reach 1.8 meters. But compared to Wen Dongjun, he was way shorter. Wen Dongjun was already 1.85 meters. Feng Yu decided to give Wen Dongjun some counseling to make him give up basketball. Dongjun, come over here. I got something to talk to you. After lunch, Feng Yu called Wen Dongjun. What's there to talk about? Come, let's go and play basketball. I have some important matters to speak to you. Looking at Feng Yu's serious expression, Wen Dongjun stopped. What? Did Li Na ditch you? Damn, I want to talk to you about your future. What's your dream? Feng Yu asked Wen Dongjun in a teacher's tone. Be an official that is higher ranked than my father. Fine. This moron only wants to be an official for the sake of being one. Think carefully. Have you ever met any officials that are taller than you? Feng Yu continued asking. Now that you mention it, I had never seen any officials that are as tall as me. Do you think I will be the tallest official in future? Wen Dongjun asked excitedly. Damn. Wait until you are taller than Yao Ming before talking to me. Yao Ming is the tallest official. Dongjun, think carefully. If your leader is only 1.7 meters and you are 1.9 meters, your leader will have to look up at you. If you are the leader, will you be happy? You are saying that I cannot be a high-ranking official because of my height. When Dongjun asked, sighed, you finally get what I am trying to say? So, you must control your height. Feng Yu was happy that when Dongjun finally understood. But I can't control my growth. Last year, I was only 2 centimeters taller than you. When Dongjun said, Feng Yu, come, I will teach you something. Do a handstand every day and use your head to support yourself. Play less basketball and soccer. Do more weight training. Put more weights on your shoulders and do squats. If you really want to play with balls, play shot put. Looking at when Dongjun doing headstand, Feng Yu smiled and walked towards the basketball court. He still wants to get taller. After a game of basketball at noon, it was time for afternoon lessons. Feng Yu was listless and was nodding off. The history teacher was talking about modern history, and Feng Yu was bored. Soon, he fell asleep on his desk. Feng Yu, teacher who is asking you to answer a question. The student beside Feng Yu pushed him and waked him up. Feng Yu, you are sleeping in my class. You think you know everything? Answer the question I asked just now. Damn, what was the question? Can't you repeat the question? I don't even know what's the question. How can I answer you? Feng Yu stood up. He was not nervous like other students when they were caught sleeping in class. Anyway, he was used to be sent out of class by the teachers. You don't know the answer? Some student thinks that their family is rich and they don't need to study. Then why enter third high school? Your parents sent you to this school is for you to have a good future by entering a good university. They don't send you to school for you to sleep in class. Sit down and pay attention. Teacher who dare not to punish Feng Yu. Almost all the teachers knew that the principal was giving Feng Yu special treatments. They also heard that during the Soviet Union summer camp, Feng Yu did not follow the group at all. It was fortunate that she was not Feng Yu's form teacher. After class, Li Na went beside Feng Yu. Next time don't play basketball at noon. You will not be able to focus on the afternoon lessons. Why are you not wearing the dress I bought for you from Hong Kong? You don't like it. Feng Yu changed the topic. The dress is too low cut. Li Na blushed. Feng Yu smiled. He remembered that China now was different from Hong Kong. Most girls in the city still dressed conservatively. They don't dare to wear low-cut dresses. Fine. I will get someone to send some dresses over. What designs do you like? You can dress up like those celebrities on TV too. I do not want any more dresses. Li Na was happy that Feng Yu treated her well, but she was afraid that other students will gossip about her. Although all the students and teachers at the school knew that she was dating Feng Yu, her parents still do not know. This evening, do you want to go to the garden on the north side? I heard there is a pond full of goldfishes there. Feng Yu asked. Li Na rolled her eyes. You think you can see the goldfishes at night? Sighed. Electricity was still a problem. There was not a single lamp post in the garden. At night, it was so dark that you can't even see your own fingers. Feng Yu missed his previous life, where the streets were bright at night. But it will take at least 2 to 3 years before that will happen in the cities. It was a pity that there were no KTV now. Although there was karaoke, the karaoke was only music and no pictures. It was still using cassette tapes. Li Na saw Feng Yu thinking of where to go at night. She said, we will be taking the university entrance exams next year. We should start our preparations now and not thinking of where to play. What if we can't enter university? This was a sign of her being a controlling wife in future. Feng Yu must correct her thinking. How can studying be more important than playing? Feng Yu seriously said, we can surely enter university, and it will be Beijing's best university. Don't worry about it. This evening, we shall go to the riverbank. There are streetlights there. Sun Wenhai had promised Feng Yu that they will be guaranteed a place in the university and early next year. All they need to do was to attend an interview at the university. Even if they got no guaranteed places at the university would be able to lower the entry requirements by 50 to 100 marks for them. Feng Yu could easily enter the university he wanted. The Soviet Union summer camp will help Feng Yu a lot for his admission into the university. With his results, he would never get the chance to go to Beijing University if not for this camp. It was not difficult for Feng Yu to enter university. Even if he failed the interview, he could apply for a university in Hong Kong or also study overseas. However, Feng Yu is a lazy person and does not want to be too far away from home. Hong Kong's university was the furthest he could accept. He was not interested in studying in the US or other countries. Since 1980, private schools were allowed to operate in China. If all else fails, Feng Yu could set up a university for himself. Feng Yu's pager suddenly vibrates, and 99 was displayed. This was the code between Feng Yu and Wu Jigang. If there is news about the stock exchange, Wu Jigang will notify him this way. Feng Yu was overjoyed. Shanghai Stock Exchange was set up. The Shanghai Stock Exchange was set up earlier than Feng Yu's previous life. Feng Yu was prepared, and even though the international markets were not doing well at the moment, but China's market was not linked to the global market. There were also no foreigners that bought Chinese stocks. It was this generation of investors that let the top leaders made the decision to set up the stock exchange. Feng Yu felt that he was the most significant player in China now. There should be no one who owns more shares than him now. After the news of the Shanghai Stock Exchange was announced, all the stock prices increased rapidly. The newspaper, TV programs also reported on the first batch of companies that will be listed on the exchange. Without surprises, all those shortlisted companies were listed. China's stock market will go through a period of rapid growth from now until the end of the year. The growth will slow down early next year when some investors sold off their shares to get their profits. The stock prices will even drop slightly. Feng Yu also decided to sell off some of those shares which he was not familiar with later this year. He wants to use the funds from the sales of these shares to buy more shares next March when the market will experience a slight drop. In contrast to Feng Yu's happiness, Hong Kong's Fu Rongjing was gloomy. He had invested a considerable amount in rubles. It was all his available funds, and he thought that he would earn a lot in these 2 months. But the value of rubles fell drastically instead. At first, the ruble had risen slightly, but soon fell. Fu Rongjing thought that it was normal fluctuations. He believed that the Soviet Union would increase the value of rubles. The Soviet Union was a powerful nation, and there should be no problems if they wanted to increase the value of ruble. However, the ruble did not increase, but fell instead. This week, the rubles fell much faster. If this trend carries on, Fu Rongjing's futures contract would be closed out before Friday. Fu Rongjing does not understand why this was happening. Fu Rongjing was good at retail sales, and he was sensitive to the market changes. The Fu family's distribution channels were so diverse was because of his suggestions. But when it comes to financial market, he was not good at all. He had no choice but to send Fu Guangjing to ask his eldest brother, Fu Rongqi, when will ruble recover? But the answer Fu Guangjing got shocked Fu Rongjing. It was impossible for rubles to recover. There was nothing the Soviet Union could do. The Soviet Union does not have enough funds to pull up the rubles because there was a civil war going on and the Soviet Union was at the risk of disintegrating. What? Fu Rongjing could not believe what he heard. Why would the Soviet Union disintegrate? Even if the countries had differences, they could declare independence. The Soviet Union should not disintegrate. It can be like those Commonwealth countries, where they maintain a good relationship. Fu Rongjing starts to send his men to gather news about the Soviet Union. He does not believe what Fu Rongqi and felt that he was lying. Fu Rongjing slumped on his chair when he got the information from his men. There were at least 4 countries that announced they will be leaving the Soviet Union, and he was unaware of this news. Lithuania was the first to announce, followed by Latvia and Moldova. But the Soviet Union government does not approve. What Fu Rongjing can accept the most was Russia announcing they will be leaving the Soviet Union. That was the home of the Soviet Union, and it was the most powerful country in the Soviet Union. If Russia also leaves the Soviet Union, then the Soviet Union will be gone. The Soviet Union was almost collapsed, and how could it pull up the value of rubles? Why? Why did it turn out this way? The thing that made Fu Rongjing broke down was all these happened before Feng Yu went to Hong Kong, and he did not even know about it. If he had known about this information, he would never believe Feng Yu and bet all his assets on rubles. It's over. Everything was gone. That 400 million Hong Kong dollars were all gone. The rubles continued to depreciate, and now it had reached 1.1 rubles, $1. His futures contract was forced to close out as he did not have the funds to top up. Fu Rongjing could sell off his fixed assets to raise funds to top up his futures contract, but he did not do so. He knew that no matter what he does, rubles will continue to depreciate and all the money he put in will be gone too. On the day when Fu Rongjing's 400 million Hong Kong dollars was lost, he called Fu Guangjing home for a scolding and even slapped him. It was then Fu Guangjing found out how much was lost. He did not know that his father had invested 400 million Hong Kong dollars, and his father's total assets were only about 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. His father had given him some money for investments on a few occasions last year and this year. To be fair to his elder son, Fu Rongjing also gave his elder son some of his assets. Having lost this 400 million Hong Kong dollars, Fu Rongjing only had about 300 million Hong Kong dollars worth of assets now, and it was mainly company shares and fixed assets. His bank account only had a few 100,000 HKD left. It was not even enough for his company's cash flows. Dad, why did you invest all your money? I had asked you to discuss with the eldest uncle, but you refuse, and now you are blaming me? Fu Guangjing felt wronged. He had nothing to do with this loss. He was not the one who asked his father to invest in Forex futures. If it wasn't for you bring that brat here, will I be tricked by him? 400 million. That is 400 million Hong Kong dollars. Fu Rongjing's voice was shaking. Guangjing, how much money do you have now? Give it to me. If not, father's company will have cash flow issues next money. Fu Guangjing's elder brother, Fu Guanghui, said, I had just invested in China's new factory and do not have any spare cash. Even if I sell off my shares in China, I can only raise about 10 million. I have 20 million, but it is not enough. We need at least 100 million for father's company to run smoothly. Should we borrow from eldest uncle? Fu Guangjing asked. Fu Rongjing looked down and kept quiet. Borrow money from Fu Rongqi? Fu Rongqi would ask him where did his money go to, and he has to tell him that he lost all his money in Forex? Fu Rongqi had told him that he was not suitable to trade in the financial market, but Fu Rongjing does not listen. Now he would be asking for it if he asked Fu Rongqi for a loan. His other brothers will also laugh at him. No, use the company as collateral and borrow from the bank. Fu Rongjing said, Dad, we should borrow from eldest uncle instead from the bank. Furthermore, if our partners know that we owe the bank such a large sum, they would not continue their cooperation with us. Fu Guanghui tried to persuade his father. If you want to go to your eldest uncle, go yourself. I will not ask him for help. Fu Rongjing stomped into his room after saying this. Fu Guanghui pulled Fu Guangjing aside and asked him how did Feng Yu trick their father? What actually happened? Fu Guangjing explained the whole situation and Fu Guanghui frowned. This seems to be a setup for their father. He also asked about Feng Yu's relationship with Fu Guangjing. They were partners and had been working well all along. Why would Feng Yu set up a trap for their father? Fu Guanghui found out that it was because Fu Rongjing had acquired Aiwa shares which Feng Yu wanted. He shook his head. It was his father who did Feng Yu wrong in the first place, but it was also not right for Feng Yu to trick his father. Hong Kong's Fu family is not that easy to be bullied. Fu Rongqi was reading the newspaper in his office when he saw his nephew, Fu Guanghui, rushing in. He frowned and was unhappy. How did his youngest brother raise his children? As a member of the Fu family, he doesn't even have the basic courtesy to knock on the door. Before Fu Rongqi could scold Fu Guanghui shouted something that shocked him. Uncle, my dad has been cheated of 400 million. What? Lao Si, fourth sibling in the family equals a way to address the fourth brother, had been cheated of 400 million? Who cheated him? Fu Rongqi stood up angrily and asked. In Hong Kong, who dares to mess with the Fu family? It's Feng Yu, Fu Guangjing's partner. The one who sells the humidifiers. Him? How did he cheat your father? Fu Rongqi finds it weird. The humidifiers were lucrative, and that Feng Yu had earned a lot from his legitimate businesses. Why would he cheat money? Furthermore, the Fu family had helped him get a loan from the Hong Kong banks. By right, their relationship should be okay. Fu Guanghui exaggerated how his father was tricked by Feng Yu to invest in rubles and how his father lost all his money. After he finishes explaining the whole circumstances, he added, "Uncle, that Feng Yu had no regards for the Fu family. You said that Feng Yu had told your father that he had a piece of information he wanted to sell to him? And your father got information that the rubles will rise, and he did not give Feng Yu a single cent." Fu Guanghui was also feeling embarrassed. His father was indeed in the wrong, but he thought that Feng Yu was also wrong to trick his father. Furthermore, it was 400 million Hong Kong dollars. "Uncle, I had told you that my father wanted to give him $1 million, but he refused." Lao Si had never traded Forex futures and had no experience. Why didn't he ask me? Fu Guanghui did not know how to answer his eldest uncle. He could not tell his uncle that his father wanted to earn this money by himself secretly. "Guanghui, what actually happened? I will ask your father personally. Follow me to your house now." Fu Rongjing was sulking at home, and even though he told his sons not to ask his eldest brother, he knows that asking his eldest brother for help was the best way to solve his woes. There was knocking on the study room's door, and Fu Rongqi entered. Fu Rongjing did not want to meet his brother now. "Lao Si, I heard from your helper that you skipped breakfast today? Big brother, why are you here?" "Humph, if I am not here, will you still keep me in the dark?" Fu Rongqi angrily said. "Guangjing, I heard that you are the one who brought Feng Yu home." "Uncle, I was the one who brought Feng Yu back home. He said that he had some information which can earn a lot of money. I agreed to give him 30% of what we earn. This was already a very high offer, but he wanted 100 million. So, I brought him to meet my father." Bang! Fu Rongqi banged on the sofa armrest. "He wanted 100 million, and you gave him 1 million? Since when our Fu family cheat others like this?" Fu Rongqi had also bought information from other people before, but he would pay the full amount without a single cent less. His youngest brother knew that the other party wanted 100 million, and he made him tell him the information. This meant that he agrees to pay him the amount he wanted. The other party told him the information, but he did make the payment. This was a disgrace to the family. Fu Rongjing was shocked. After their father passed away, the person he feared most was his eldest brother. He had always wanted to succeed his eldest brother, and this time he thought he would be able to earn a few billion to prove himself. But in the end, he lost everything. "Big brother, he had given me false information and made me lost 400 million. Why are you scolding me? If you had given him 100 million, would he give you false information? If you had come and asked me, will I let you bet on rubles appreciating? Also, Feng Yu and Guangjing are friends, why would he trick you?" Fu Rongqi was furious. Until now, Fu Rongjing was still finding excuses. How would I know why he wanted to trick me? I wanted to give me part of my earnings after I got the profits. Fu Rongjing retorted. "You?" sighed. "Guangjing, why did Feng Yu trick your father?" Fu Guangjing looked at his father and then at his eldest uncle. He said, "I think it might be Dad had bought the shares Feng Yu wanted." What happened? Fu Rongqi does not understand why his youngest brother would want to acquire the shares Feng Yu wanted. Nonsense. When did I snatch the shares from him? I had bought those shares with my own money, and what has it got to do with him? Fu Rongjing shouted. "You shut up. Guangjing, you continue. It is Japan's Iowa shares. Feng Yu had asked me to find out more about Iowa, and he wanted to buy Iowa shares. He had already bought more than 60% of the shares from Sony. Father then asked his men to contact the other shareholders and bought their shares. Feng Yu had told me several times that he wanted to buy the Iowa shares from us, but father refused." Iowa shares? Fu Rongqi had some impression of it. After all, he was the one who had worked with Iowa to set up Hong Kong's Iowa subsidiary. He also did his research on this company. Lao Si, is Guangjing telling the truth? That's right. Why should I sell him those shares just because he wanted it? Then why did you buy Iowa's share in the first place? Fu Rongqi stared at Fu Rongjing. Why would Fu Rongjing want a stake in a company that was heavily in debts? I think that company is good. Didn't I tell you that I think the Walkman industry will do well? That was why I bought the shares of Hong Kong's Iowa company from you. Fu Rongqi sighed and pointed at Fu Guangjing. You tell me. It was because every time Feng Yu invests, he makes money. I had bought a stake in a machinery company with him, and I recovered my capital in about a year. You should be aware of how profitable the wind and rain humidifiers are. The motorcycles he produced are also selling like hotcakes in China. We felt that this Iowa company must have developed some new technologies which will turn the company around. That's why father bought Iowa's shares. Anyway, the prices of the shares were low, and we can afford the losses. Fu Guangjing's voice was getting softer as he speaks. He felt embarrassed. No matter what, it was his father that was at fault. Lao Si, what do you want me to say? I had told you countless times that you should now look at the profits in front of you when doing business. You must set your sight on long term, and you must never cheat your business partners. Our Fu family can remain as one of Hong Kong's influential family for so many years is because of our reputation. Also, before every investment, you must do your own research and not decide hastily. Did you forget what I said? Don't you find it weird why, when father was alive, he doted you the most, but the assets you inherited from him was not much? It was because father knows that if he passes all the family assets to you, there will be 50% chance that the Fu family will supersede the Li family and 50% chance that the Fu family will be bankrupt. Did father really say this? Fu Rongjing did not believe his eldest brother. Humph. I am your eldest brother. Since when did I lie to you? Guangjing, tomorrow you make a trip to Bing City and sell the Iowa shares to Feng Yu at the cost price. Don't mention anything about your father's loss to him. Uncle, even if my father was too much, but he also cheated my father. You are not even standing up for my father, and you want Guangjing to sell Iowa shares back to him. Fu Guangwei was furious. Why was his eldest uncle helping an outsider? The Fu family got to bow our head to that brat. Fu Rongqi narrowed his eyes and blew out a mouthful of cigar smoke. Just go and tell him this. He will understand and will give us an answer. If he did not give us a satisfied answer, don't think by hiding in China, our Fu family cannot do anything to him. Feng Yu was curious about why Fu Guangjing came to Bing City to look for him. The rubles should depreciate further now, and even if Fu Rongjing did not fall for his trap, the Fu family should know that Feng Yu was trying to trick him. Feng Yu was still waiting for the Fu family to get back at him, and he was prepared to fall out with them. Could it be that Fu Guangjing wanted to question him about what he had done? There was only this possibility. Brother Feng, why didn't you contact me for so long? Fu Guangjing greeted Feng Yu warmly when they met. What's there to contact? Feng Yu asked. Fu Guangjing smiled. He remembered his eldest uncle's instruction to not mention anything about his father losing a large sum of money. All right, Brother Feng, I have good news for you. You always wanted to buy Iowa shares, right? My father had told my brother, and we decided to sell you the Iowa shares. 26%, and the market value is about 2.8 million US dollars. How about we sell these shares to you at 3 million US dollars? What? Feng Yu's jaws dropped. He had asked the Fu family for the shares and even offered 5 million US dollars, but they refused to sell. Did they eat the wrong medicine? They were willing to sell the shares at 3 million US dollars? Could it be that Iowa company ran into some problems and the Fu family knew about it in advance and wanted to offload this baggage? Or the history had changed because of him? Was it because of Sony? Brother Fu, why did your father suddenly decide to sell me the Iowa shares? Feng Yu asked suspiciously. Don't you want the shares? My father had a change of mind because he knew that you wanted the shares badly. Are you telling me that you do not want the shares now? Of course not. I want those shares. Feng Yu hesitated for a while before he replied. He felt that he should buy those shares so he could have full control of Iowa. Even if he lost this investment, it was only about 7 million US dollars. He could afford the losses. The most important thing about Iowa was the R&D engineers there. As long as these engineers remained at Iowa, Feng Yu would not lose his investment. Those were the most brilliant engineers in the industry. Fu Guangjing passed a document with his father's signature to Feng Yu. This is the contract. Please go through to see if there are any problems. Feng Yu took the contract from Fu Guangjing and read carefully. There were only a few terms in the contract, and there was no need for any amendments. Fu Rongjing had already signed on it. Humph. Didn't you tell me that you had transferred the shares to Fu Guangjing's brother? Why were the shares still under your name? Of course, Feng Yu would not pursue this matter now. He signed the contract and left his thumbprint on it. He kept the original copy. Brother Fu, I will call HSBC Bank now to transfer the funds to your father. Until Fu Guangjing received a call to inform him about the fund transfer was successful, he did not mention a word about the rubles. Feng Yu was puzzled. Fu Rongjing did not buy rubles. Brother Fu, did you father monitor the rubles recently? Feng Yu asked. Fu Guangjing replied the way Fu Rongqi instructed him. I am not sure about it. But recently, my father is in a bad mood. Bad mood. That means he had bought rubles and had lost money because of the depreciation. But Feng Yu does not know how much he had lost. From Fu Guangjing's tone, the amount lost should not be a small amount. But since Fu Rongjing had lost money, why did he still sell me Iowa shares? Feng Yu could not understand what the Fu family wanted. Fu Guangjing not only sold Iowa shares to him, and still talked about the humidifiers and bladeless fans overseas sales. He even told Feng Yu that his father had set up the distribution channels in Southeast Asia for Iowa Walkman and intends to let Feng Yu handle the sales for the China market. Feng Yu was getting more confused. All these seemed to be benefiting him. Could it be that the Fu family were apologizing to him? These seemed too sincere, and it was not what the Hong Kong influential families would do. Feng Yu remembered an article about Hong Kong's Fu family in his past life. It states that other than the eldest brother had a good reputation, the other brothers did not have good reputations. Fu Rongjing should not be treating Feng Yu this way after being tricked by him. Wait, could it be the eldest brother of the Fu family asked Fu Guangjing to do this? The head of the Fu family should be the eldest brother. Brother Fu, did father ask you to come here or someone else? Fu Guangjing thought. You finally asked this question. It was my eldest uncle's decision. It was really him. In Feng Yu's past life, the papers had reported various versions of Fu Rongqi. Some said that Fu Rongqi was very particular when it comes to business, and all his business partners had never lost money. However, there were some that said that Fu Rongqi was ruthless and would take over his partner's company. But later, people found out that it was because his partners had tried to cheat him, and he retaliated. This means that Fu Rongqi knew what had happened and knew that the Fu family had done Feng Yu wrong. That's why he sold the shares back to Feng Yu. Now, the ball is in Feng Yu's court, and it will depend on Feng Yu's attitude. Does he want to continue to be friends or enemies? Interesting. Carrot and stick. He gave Feng Yu a carrot first, and depending on Feng Yu's attitude, he would decide whether to give Feng Yu the stick. Since the Fu family was willing to apologize, then Feng Yu also do not want to fall out with this partner. After all, the Fu family were really good at retail business. If Feng Yu changed to another partner, it will not be beneficial to Wind and Rain brand. Fine, then he should let the Fu family recover some of his losses. Feng Yu did not want to fall out with the Fu family now was also because he did not have enough assets and connections. But Feng Yu believed that within 2 years, he would be on par with the Fu family and would exceed the Fu family within 5 years. Feng Yu thought for a while and asked, Brother Fu, does your father invest in gold? London gold. London gold. Fu Guangjing was still guarded against Feng Yu. Feng Yu's expression was the same when he tricked him about rubles. He had done everything his eldest uncle instructed him. And this Feng Yu was still trying to trick him? That's right. The last time I was in Hong Kong, I traded some gold futures, and I had used some leverage. But I made quite a sum. Feng Yu's investments in London gold contract were all settled, and all the profits were in his account. Although he was conservative with his investment and had used low leverage, he made over $100 million. For the financial market, the more the investment, the more the profits and the risk will be lower. Feng Yu had gone to the bank yesterday, and the gold prices had started to fall. It had dropped to $377 per ounce. Based on his analysis, there should be some price movements at the end of the year, and the gold prices will rise to more than $385 per ounce. But this will also be the highest price of gold in recent years. After year-end, some U.S. capitalists will raise a large fund and start to short gold on the black market with 500 times leverage. Gold prices will start to fall drastically. If now, one start to invest in London gold, he could make some profits, and after year-end, shorting gold prices will result in more profits. Feng Yu continued, Brother Fu, I had analyzed the market. To maintain their economy and the value of rubles, the Soviet Union will try to increase gold prices. After all, they are the world's biggest exporter of gold. I cannot promise you that the gold prices will rise too high, but these few days, gold prices will start to rise and will reach $385. The lowest will at least be $380. But from January next year, gold prices will fall to lower than $355. 385, 355, the difference was $30. If what Feng Yu said was true, then the Fu family can make lots of profits. Brother Feng, you also intend to invest? Fu Guangjing asked cautiously. Of course. I will make a trip to Hong Kong during the October holidays. We can go together. Feng Yu smiled. Fu Guangjing was relieved. He had completed the task given to him by his eldest uncle. October 1st, Feng Yu flew to Hong Kong again as it was school holidays. Fu Rongqi was an expert in financial investment, and Feng Yu wanted to speak to him. If Feng Yu wanted to stir up a storm in the financial markets, he could not do it alone. Even George Soros and Warren Buffett did not act alone. To control the financial market, big players had to come together and pool all their fund. Before Hong Kong's return to China, Fu Rongqi was the one who could rival Superman Lee. But in 1997, Fu Rongqi suffered heavy losses and his gap between Superman Lee widened. That means Fu Rongqi will continue to make money these few years and his assets will increase to tens of billion HKD. But now, his assets were not more than 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. Fu Rongqi's investment foresight was not to joke about. He will increase his total assets by several folds within a few years. Feng Yu relied on his memories from his past life to get to where he was now. But regarding his personal ability, he was no match with Fu Rongqi. This trip to Hong Kong, it was still Fu Guangjing that came to receive him at the airport alone. But at the Peninsula Hotel, Feng Yu saw Fu Rongqi and Fu Rongjing standing at the entrance. The both of them standing at the entrance welcoming Feng Yu was giving him face. After all, they were considered Feng Yu's elders. Many other customers at the hotel were looking at the entrance. They were curious who was arriving, and even the Fu family had to wait for him at the door. Was it Superman Lee or the governor? But they were shocked when they saw a young man walking in. Who was this young man? Why would the two prominent members of the Fu family be waiting for him at the entrance of the hotel? Could that young man the son of some top China official? This must be it. There were rumors that Fu Rongjing had sent his son to China and invested more than 100 million there. This time, even Fu Rongqi came. Could it be that Fu Rongqi also wanted to invest in China too? China's leader Deng was still alive, and he was a leader who ruled with an iron fist. Even the Queen of England was no match for him. Sir Shah had gathered a group of celebrities from the government and business world to petition for Hong Kong's independence. But there were rumors that leader Deng met Sir Shah, and from then, Sir Shah donated a large sum of money to build schools in China every year. The Fu family was not worried that their investment in China would be confiscated by the communist government. Xiao Yu, I heard that you forecasted the gold prices will rise. During lunch, Fu Rongqi asked. That's right. The gold prices will rise within this month. The Soviet Union is one of the world's largest exporter of gold, and they need to sell their gold for commodities. When gold prices fall, it will affect the Soviet Union and other gold-exporting countries greatly. Those countries with large gold reserves will also not allow gold prices to fall. Furthermore, gold prices had reached $850 per ounce few years ago. Feng Yu explained his analysis and Fu Rongqi nodded. You had analyzed all these by yourself? Feng Yu smiled and said, There are some things that I can't tell you and you should not know. Fu Rongqi looked at Feng Yu, and he noticed that Feng Yu's eyes do not look like a 20-year-old young man, but instead, he looked like someone in his 40s. This Feng Yu is not simple. You say gold prices will rise within this month, and what will happen after this month? Will it stabilize, or will it fall again? Fall. Why? Because the international situation will change, and the Soviet Union will disintegrate. Rubles will carry on depreciating, and there will be some big players in the market shorting gold. Gold prices will definitely fall. Based on your analysis, how low will the gold prices reach and how long will it take? Based on Based on my research, the gold prices will reach the lowest point in January, which will be about $355 or maybe even lower. From February onwards, there will be rebound, and gold prices will recover to above $400. After that, it will slowly fall again. Feng Yu pretended to accidentally say our instead of me. 1 month the gold will fluctuate more than $50. Who are you kidding? Fu Rongjing said. This Feng Yu must be lying again. How can gold prices fluctuate so much? No one or country could manipulate gold prices. Lao Si, don't interrupt. Xiao Yu, since you said this, will you also invest? Fu Rongqi stared at Feng Yu without blinking. Of course. I will invest a lot. How much are your a lot? Fu Rongjing interrupted again. Feng Yu showed 5 fingers. 500 million. 500 million. Fu Rongqi can't help but look at Feng Yu again. This kid has so much money now. USD. Feng Yu continued. Hiss. The Fu family took in a deep breath. Even Fu Rongqi was surprised. He also has 500 million US dollars, but he could not take out this amount as casually as Feng Yu. What? All of you don't intend to invest in gold together with me? Play? Feng Yu's casual tone had shocked Fu Rongqi. 500 million US dollars investment, just like this? Could it be it was just his eldest brother guessed? Feng Yu was a representative of some officials who do not want to be known. The factory in Guangdong needed Fu Guangjing to be the representative was because the official did not want to help? If this was true, then he should not offend Feng Yu. He should make full use of this opportunity to earn some money back. Other than gold, what else would you recommend? Fu Rongqi asked. China's Shanghai Stock Exchange had just opened, and Peng City's exchange will be opening soon. China's stocks will surely rise, and it will be the bull market all the way until June. I will consider China's stock market. Is there anything else you can recommend? China's stock market was too risky, and the biggest risk was the government. Damn, this old man wants to test me, or was he too greedy? I had recommended gold and China stocks. It was not enough? Fine. Then my next forecast will shock you. Next year's January to February, I will short crude oil futures. You think oil prices will fall? Fu Rongqi looks at Feng Yu. Iraq had already invaded Kuwait, and Feng Yu does not know about this? The invasion was to raise oil prices. Of course, it is because next January there will be a war. War? What war? Fu Rongqi was shocked. Feng Yu had said something that sounded more serious than Iraq's invasion of Kuwait. The U.S. will be declaring war on Iraq. The Gulf War. Fu Rongqi looked at Feng Yu and asked unbelievingly. Us will declare war on Iraq. How is that possible? Why not? The United Nations wanted Iraq to withdraw its troops from Kuwait, and even the Soviet Union agreed. But Iraq refused. The Iraqis wanted the resources of Kuwait. Also, if Kuwait became one of Iraq's province, it would affect Europe, US, Japan, and many other countries' economy. It will also allow Iraq to control the oil prices. One more important thing was the US wanted to show the Soviet Union their war ability and see their reactions. Iraq had also been an ally with the Soviet Union, and the Iraqi army was equipped with the Soviet Union weapons. If not, they would also not be able to invade Kuwait within a day. In the Gulf region, the Iraqi army was the most powerful. But compared to the rest of the world, Iraq was nothing. Iraq had started a war against Iran in the past, and other nations did not do anything to them. But Kuwait was different. Every war will affect the global economy, and this time it was the same. Feng Yu continued to analyze about the war from different perspectives. That's not right. If there is really going to be a war, then oil prices should rise instead. After all, the oil well will be destroyed in the war and oil supply will drop. This would be in line with Saddam Hussein's motive of limiting the oil supply and increasing oil prices. Fu Rongqi does not understand why prices will fall. When there was less supply and demands remain the same, the prices should rise. This was basic economics. The world still has many other countries that export crude oil. There is still Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the Soviet Union. They will try to use this opportunity to increase their production of crude oil. But Europe, US, Japan, and other countries would surely come together to suppress oil prices. Most importantly, the depreciation of the rubles means that USD had appreciated. When USD appreciate, crude oil prices which are inversely related to USD will fall. Feng Yu's forecast was very bold, and although it was reasonable, Fu Rongqi was not convinced. But Fu Rongqi agreed with Feng Yu's analysis of the gold market. Fu Rongqi really wanted to know if Feng Yu had analyzed all these by himself, or he has a team behind him. Or, this information was from China's government, and Feng Yu only had access to this information. Xiao Yu, you are so familiar with the global economics. Is there many people like you in China? Fu Rongqi asked. Not only in China. Feng Yu smiled. I will let you guess. You can never guess the right answer. I am someone who had lived through this period before. Xiao Yu, what do you think of Hong Kong's economy? What do you think is worth investing? Hong Kong. Feng Yu did not expect Fu Rongqi to ask him about Hong Kong. Hong Kong was the Fu family's playground. Why are you asking me? Feng Yu thought for a while and replied. Telecommunications and real estate. The telecommunications industry in Hong Kong was controlled by two men who shared the same surname, Li. If the Fu family wants to enter this industry, the risk will be too high. But the real estate market was huge. The Fu family can enter this industry without any problems. Now, Hong Kongers were still afraid of Hong Kong's return to China. They thought the Chinese government would confiscate their assets, and they would be the same as the Chinese. They would get the same low salaries. Many Hong Kongers migrated to other countries like England, Malaysia, and Singapore. They could take away most of their assets, but what about their properties? If everybody were leaving Hong Kong, then no one would be buying their houses. Although the property market in Hong Kong had shown signs of recovery these 2 years, the property prices were still very low. Many people preferred to rent houses instead of buying, even when they could afford to do so. Their rental was more expensive than the housing loans. Feng Yu had also thought about this before. If he got spare cash on hand, he wanted to buy a few plots of land or a few buildings in Hong Kong. Property value will increase by at least 2 folds in 1995. This was a safe investment, and the returns are high. But the disadvantage of this investment was a lot of capital was required. Xiao Yu, do you intend to do some investment in Hong Kong? If you need any help, I am willing to help you. Fu Rongqi said. Feng Yu had told him so many information. Even though it was considered as payback for Fu Rongjing's losses, Fu Rongqi also cannot take Feng Yu's information for free. Fine. If I need it, I will let you know. After the meal, the Fu family left. Feng Yu made a phone call. He had hired people to search for the Hong Kong's future expert in gold trading. Feng Yu wanted to recruit him. You are Mr. Feng? I didn't expect you to be so young. He Zhaoji met with Feng Yu, and he was stunned for a few seconds. He was thought that a businessman wanted to set up an investment company. This was the businessman from China? He was too young. Did he really have so many funds? Mr. He, I can't explain myself well over the phone. I prefer to meet with you personally. I have funds of over $500 million, and I wanted to set up an investment company in Hong Kong to make some investments. Recently, I felt that the gold market will do well, and I heard that you are an expert in this area. That's why I wanted you to come over to help me. What conditions do you want? You can tell me. Mr. Feng, you trust me so much? I need to test you first. I want to hear your views on the upcoming gold market before I can decide. Even if one uses $500 million to trade conservatively, the annual returns would still be at least 10%. That's $50 million returns. If he manages this investment company, his yearly salary should be $500,000 and above. This was much more than him trading in gold himself. But there were disadvantages too. Some brokers lost their boss's investment and were murdered. But He Zhaoji decided to gamble this time. He was confident in his analysis of the gold market. He knew he would be able to help his boss to earn a lot and get a hefty commission for himself. He Zhaoji starts to tell Feng Yu about his on the gold market. Feng Yu listened carefully and did not interrupt him. He Zhaoji from Feng Yu's past life became famous suddenly from 1990 to 1991. He Zhaoji's analysis of the gold market was the same as Feng Yu, and he had been trading gold for over 5 years. He had the experience. This man must be recruited. Fu Rongqi listened to the views of his team of financial analysts on the gold market. They agreed that the gold prices will continue to rise until the end of the year, but only some analysts agree that gold prices will plummet early next year before rising again. As for crude oil prices crashing early next year, nobody agreed. All of them felt that if a war were to start, oil prices would rise instead. Feng Yu had forecasted the rubles to continue to depreciate, the Soviet Union's situation worsening, and the U.S. waging war. No one from Fu Rongqi's team was able to forecast these situations. If all that situations really happened, then it proves that Feng Yu's source of information was really powerful. Fu Rongqi decided to wait and look at the situation. If all those situations Feng Yu predicted really happen, then the Fu family only have one choice. They must continue to be friends with Feng Yu. Feng Yu's mood was excellent as he had become the controlling shareholder of Iowa. He had also set up Wind and Rain Consulting Company. When Wilson heard that this company had $500 million funds, he personally became the legal counsel of the company. Feng Yu also let He Zhaoji recruit a group of dealers. He told He Zhaoji that the general direction should not change, but he could slightly adjust the buying and selling prices. However, he must report to Feng Yu every day over the phone. Feng Yu wanted his investments to be stable. There were many opportunities for him to earn money in the future. If he Zhaoji uses 100 times leverage, and there were high fluctuations in the gold prices, he might suffer massive losses. If Feng Yu only had $1 million, he would choose to take this risk. But after he had $500 million, he wanted to be safe. Next year, gold and crude oil will have high fluctuations, and that was enough for Feng Yu to earn a few hundred million more. Feng Yu needed safe investments and not high-risk speculations now. It was impossible for Feng Yu to trick the Fu family again, as he had invested $500 million in the gold market. He can't be using so many funds to deceive them. Furthermore, Fu Rongqi's team also felt that gold would rise within this year, and he had also invested a lot in it. Fu Rongqi lent Fu Rongjing $100 million for his company to operate smoothly. Fu Rongjing also borrowed a sum of money from his connections and handed over to Fu Rongqi. He wants to get back his losses. Fu Rongqi sighed. The most critical taboo in financial investment was to look at the returns and ignore the risk. One might become a billionaire overnight, but one could also become bankrupt overnight too. But this time, Fu Rongqi still helped Fu Rongjing to invest. He also asked his two other brothers to invest together. This was the benefit of a family. When one of the family members runs into financial difficulties, the rest could lend him money. Also, when one member of the family was suppressed by a rival, the rest of the family will fight back together. Feng Yu's relationship with the Fu family improved, and it was the Fu family that gave in first. Fu Rongqi was a cunning person, and Feng Yu could not tell what he was thinking. But one day, Feng Yu would let the whole Fu family be his followers and listen to his orders. It was the end of October. Feng Yu and Hou Haitao came to Tianfu. Kirilenko had given Feng Yu good news. After Russia announced that they will be leaving the Soviet Union, the Soviet Union factories' leaders became bolder. Kirilenko had contacted two factories who had agreed to sell aircrafts to China. One model was passenger plane, Tupolev Tu-154, and the other model was a military aircraft, Ilyushin Il-76. The Soviet Union now had an excess of aircraft. There were no uses for all those aircraft, and there were no buyers for these planes. Yet, the factories were still manufacturing them. Now the factories' managers knew that the Soviet Union might be disintegrating, and they wanted to convert these things into cash. Tupolev Tu-154 was still fine as it was a commercial plane. Currently, in China, the market value of this plane was about 60 million renminbi. As for Ilyushin Il-76, China had bought a few. China claims that it was for military purpose, but in fact, these planes were purchased to be reverse-engineered and imitate. China at this time could not afford to buy Boeing's large passenger planes. They cost more than 200 million renminbi. Sichuan Airlines was set up in 1988 and currently still using small aircraft like Harbin Y-7 and Harbin Y-12. These aircrafts had less than 50 seats, and it could not match Sichuan Airlines' demand. This was a problem faced by all of China's airlines. Sichuan Airlines was currently applying for funds to purchase larger planes. Director Ho, don't worry. If this deal went smoothly, I would surely give you what I promised you. To prevent any incidents like the Civil Aviation Administration not approving this deal, Feng Yu brought Hou Haitao along. He needs the protection of Bing City's aviation factory. After all, Ilyushin Il-76 was a military aircraft, and even though it could be converted into a passenger plane, it might still be against the regulations. I trust you. You don't need to worry too. I had met the director Chung of Sichuan Airlines several times. Even though we are not friends, but with me around, you will not suffer any losses. But Manager Feng, your business is getting bigger. You can even buy aircrafts now. Hou Haitao can't help sighing. When Feng Yu had told Hou Haitao about this deal, he thought Feng Yu was joking with him. Sell airplanes? Do you know how much an aircraft costs? But this was real. Especially Feng Yu promised him that he will help him get the technologies of Ilyushin and Antonov series engines. This was too attractive to Hou Haitao. He immediately agreed to help Feng Yu contact buyers. It was also because of Hou Haitao, Feng Yu dares to do this business. If not, after he bought all the aircraft and the Chinese authorities forbid him to sell, his money would go to the drain. Oh, Director Ho, it's been a while since we last met. Was our last meeting in Beijing? Right. Where is Manager Feng? You mentioned that he has some aircraft for sale. Why he didn't come with you? Director Chung met with Hou Haitao and shook his hands. Feng Yu. Am I invisible? I am taller than Ho Haitao, and you can't see me? Ho Haitao pointed to Feng Yu and introduced him. Director Chung. This is Tai Hua Tradings, General Manager Feng. Manager Feng. This is the Director of Sichuan Airlines, Director Chung. Director Chung shook Feng Yu's hand. He had an embarrassed and puzzled expression on his face. He had thought that Feng Yu was Ho Haitao's secretary. Manager Feng, I'm sorry. I did not recognize you. Please take a seat. Xiao. Feng Tao, go and get some tea for our guests. Director Chung had wanted to call Xiao Feng, but he felt that it would be disrespectful to Feng Yu. He also could not call his secretary Xiao Tao, as it would also offend Ho Haitao. He thought that he should change his secretary or asked his secretary to change his name. Come, have a smoke. Feng Yu waved his hand. Thanks, but I don't smoke. Manager Feng, I heard from Director Ho that you were able to get aircraft at low prices? Director Cheng asked. Feng Yu smiled. The more eager the other party was, the higher the chance of this deal succeeding. Of course, currently, I have only two models. One is Tupolev Tu-154, and the other is Ilyushin IL-76. I guarantee that all the planes are new. The former is a commercial passenger plane, and the latter can be used for both military and commercial purposes. I can also do some modifications based on your requirements. Director Cheng's eye sparkles. These were all large passenger planes. These planes were at least 3 times bigger than his current fleet. What's the price? Director Cheng, what's your ideal price and how many planes do you need? Feng Yu smiled and asked Director Cheng. He wanted to know how much Director Cheng would offer. No matter what price he offered, Feng Yu would still make profits. After all, he had gotten these planes at a meager price. I need 5 aircraft, 3 Tupolev Tu-154 and 2 Ilyushin IL-76. I am willing to offer a total of 250 million renminbi. Director Chung hesitated for a while before telling Feng Yu a price, which he felt it was very low. If it were the market price, the planes would have cost nearly to 400 million. Feng Yu did a mental calculation. 250 million renminbi, and his profits will be more than 80 million renminbi. But he believed that this was not the highest price Sichuan Airlines can offer. They should be able to provide a higher rate. Director Chung, are you joking with me? 2 Ilyushin IL-76 will cost more than 200 million. If based on the market value, these 5 planes should be close to 400 million. I saw you as Director Ho's friend and considered this as supporting the country. I want 350 million. You can think about it. Sichuan Airlines was really ambitious to want to buy 5 planes at once. In Feng Yu's previous life, someone had made almost 100 million renminbi by selling 4 Tupolev Tu-154 planes. If Feng Yu could not even make profits of over 100 million, then it would be a waste of his rebirth. Ho Haitao was slowly sipping on his tea while Director Chung and Feng Yu were negotiating with the price. He had no intentions to interfere with the pricing negotiations. Feng Yu had asked him along was to introduce the buyer. Actually, 350 million renminbi was already very cheap for Director Chung. But Ho Haitao had told him that Feng Yu had always sold his items at very low prices. So, he decided to bargain further. Furthermore, if he believed that the higher management would approve if the total price is less than 300 million renminbi. But Feng Yu does not seem to be willing to sell at that price. Director Chung, my cost is almost 300 million, and these planes held up a lot of my capital. How can you let me earn so little? 330 million renminbi. This price is considered I am giving you these planes with no profits. Director Chung looked at Feng Yu. Who are you trying to fool? The cost is 300 million renminbi. Although he does not know the actual value of the planes, he knew that it would not be so high. Manager Feng, 300 million is the highest we can offer. Our Sichuan Airlines does not even have so much money. We still need to apply funds from Civil Aviation Headquarters. There is a leader from the headquarters here, and if you agree to 300 million, we can get the paperwork done fast. The headquarters have a leader there? Feng Yu looked at Ho Haitao. Ho Haitao shook his head. He also did not know about this. Director Chung, why not you invite the leader here? Maybe after I have a talk with him, I might agree to your price. Kirilenko's contacts had more than 5 planes. It all depends on how many planes Feng Yu could sell. Now, not only Sichuan Airlines needed bigger passenger planes. Other airlines in China were also in need of bigger aircraft. If a leader from the Civil Aviation Administration could sign a purchasing contract with Feng Yu, then he could accept lower prices. If he could earn 10 million per aircraft, then 10 planes will be 100 million. Furthermore, Feng Yu's cost price was much lower, and how could his profits per aircraft be 10 million? Director Chung paused. What do you mean? You want to speak to the leader from headquarters? Are you looking down on me? Ho Haitao suddenly added. Feng Yu could get more than 5 aircraft. He can get whatever quantity you wanted. Director Cheng's eyes widened. Whatever quantity we wanted. How can this young man's business be so big? Please wait here and enjoy your tea. I will be back soon. 10 minutes later, Director Cheng opened the door, and a man in his 50s to 60s walked in. When Ho Haitao saw this man, he immediately stood up. Oh, former leader, how come it's you? Xiao Ho. When Xiao Cheng told me that you are here, I thought he was joking. Why are you here today? Xiao Ho. Same pronunciation as a little monkey. Feng Yu almost laughed. Ho Haitao was about 50 years old, and he would still be addressed as a little monkey? Why not call Sun Wukong? Manager Feng, let me introduce you to my former leader, Chief Chen. He was our Bing City's aviation factory, former director. Later, he was transferred to Civil Aviation Administration headquarters to be the deputy chief. So, Ho Haitao was his former subordinate. No wonder he was so enthusiastic when he saw Chief Chen. Chief Chen, call me Xiao Feng will do. I will address you as Manager Feng. I heard from Xiao Cheng that you are here for a business deal with him. You can get cheap Soviet Union planes. Chief Chen smiled and asked, I know a few friends in the Soviet Union, and my company is dealing in international trades. We import a lot of Soviet Union products. Director Ho is very familiar with my company. My Soviet friends told me that he had 2 models of aircraft for sales and wanted me to help him look for buyers. The prices will be reasonable and would be much cheaper than the market rate. Really? What models are those? Feng Yu introduced both models, and Director Cheng told Chief Chen the market rate for each model of planes. Manager Feng, how many planes can you get? Chief Chen, how many planes do you need? Feng Yu's eyes shined. The Civil Aviation Administration headquarters had the intention to make a bulk purchase. China at this time was developing their aviation industry, and there was a shortage of large passenger planes. But the aviation factories in China could only manufacture small aircraft, and they do not have the technologies for bigger passenger planes. Even in the future, China also does not have the technologies to manufacture large passenger planes. They still need to purchase from other countries. Actually, China did research on big planes, but it was more towards military transport planes. They did not focus on commercial passenger planes. Chief Chen was excited when he heard that Feng Yu could get big passenger planes from the Soviet Union. He had wanted to find out from Feng Yu about how many aircraft can he get. But instead, Feng Yu asked him how many does he need? What does he mean? You can get any number of planes I needed? Manager Feng can really talk big. I want 20 aircraft. Can you get so many? No problem. When do you need? Feng Yu was overjoyed. 20 planes. This was a big order. If the deal goes through, Feng Yu and Kirilenko will earn a lot. Kirilenko had said that these 2 aviation factories had a total of 26 aircraft and some more still in the midst of manufacturing. Although the factories were only willing to sell 6 planes to Kirilenko, Kirilenko told Feng Yu that if the price was right, he could get all 26 planes. If time permits, even 30 planes were not a problem. Chief Chen stood up in shocked. Feng Yu could even get 20 aircraft? He had thought that Feng Yu could get at most 10 planes, and he had only wanted to teach Feng Yu a lesson. Young men should not brag. But it seems that 20 aircraft were really not a problem for Feng Yu. The Great One had mentioned in the past that China will develop the aviation industry, and the Civil Aviation Administration headquarters set up 6 airline companies after that. Sichuan Airlines, China Eastern Airlines, Air China, Shanghai Airlines, China Southern Airlines, and Hainan Airlines. These airline companies all had international routes, and all the airlines needed large passenger planes. These airline companies were private airlines, but all of them were still under the management of China's Civil Aviation Administration headquarters. These airlines do not have enough funds to purchase new aircraft and needed to get the funds from the headquarters. If this manager Feng could get cheap passenger planes, then the airline companies can stop their negotiations with Europe and the US for the sales of aircraft. With these affordable and good planes, why waste money to get more expensive ones? What's the lowest price for Tupolev 2, 154 and Ilyushin IL, 76? Chief Chen asked. If you are getting 10 and above, Tupolev 2, 154 will be 45 million renminbi per unit and 80 million for one Ilyushin IL-76. The capacity for Tupolev 2, 154 is about 150 to 180 seats. Ilyushin IL-76 can reach up to 200 seats, or you can get a large cargo hold. Feng Yu was screaming in his heart. Hurry and agree. This price was already 30% lower. You should decide now. Sichuan Airlines director Chung was overjoyed. The price Feng Yu asked for now was much lower than earlier. The prices were still slightly high. How about this? Manager Feng, I will speak to the leaders and will give you an answer in a few days. Chief Chen said. He did not agree to the deal on the spot, like Director Chung. No problems. But please be quick. The situation in the Soviet Union is very messy, and my friend used this opportunity to get these planes. Any longer, I am afraid that you can't get this price. Feng Yu starts to pressurize Chief Chen. Although Feng Yu got not finalized a deal with Sichuan Airlines today, he was still excited. This was a big order by the Civil Aviation Administration headquarters. Feng Yu will be richer. Feng, I need to tell you about two news. Kirilenko said excitedly over the phone. Brother Qi, don't tell me that one is good news and one is bad news. No, one is good news, and the other is better than good news. Ha ha ha. Kirilenko sounds as if he was in an excellent mood. Feng Yu was relieved as there was no bad news. But he wonders what sort of good news Kirilenko had for him to call personally. The first news is the factory agreed to modified Ilyushin IL-76 according to your request, and they are doing it for free. Feng Yu smiled. This was indeed good news. If Ilyushin IL-76 was not modified before sending over, there might be some problems. Commercial planes and military planes had different procedures. Furthermore, the airline companies needed passenger planes and not military cargo planes. Feng Yu was also worried if the aircraft were sent over without modifications, and China's aviation factories had to do the changes themselves. Even at Bing City Aviation Factory, the efficiency was too slow. That's great. Don't worry. This time it will be a big order, and we will be able to make lots of profits. Ha ha. This time I do not want money. I want Chinese goods. Later I will give you a list of the items I want, and you can charge me accordingly. But this time the quantity will be considerable, and the military train might not be able to transport all of them. Will it be a problem? Now, rubles had plummeted, and the necessities in the Soviet Union became more and more expensive. The demand for daily necessities was also higher. The Soviet aviation factories do not want money. They wanted goods. Kirilenko had known that the value of rubles was falling, and goods will become more valuable. Absolutely no problems. I will settle the transportation. Feng Yu was very confident that he could let the Civil Aviation Administration headquarters to help him settle the transportation. They will help to arrange for train carriages. It's just a big order of daily necessities. Feng Yu had many partners, and he had the money. He was not worried about getting the goods. Moreover, this time, the quantity was significant, and Feng Yu's cost will be lower. He had already told Wu Jigang to contact their suppliers and told them to stock up their goods. This deal will be the biggest in China's history and will be recorded in the history books. The second news is better. I had contacted a few mining enterprises, and they were interested in selling their shares. The mine workers also wanted to sell their shares. This time we can surely acquire a few large mines. One could hear from Kirilenko's tone that he was very excited. Hearing what Kirilenko said, Feng Yu also got excited. The mine owners in the future, especially in Russia region, were all tycoons. Furthermore, the Soviet Union's mines were rich in minerals, and their mining technologies were among the best in the world. They could start mining once they acquired the mines. After the disintegration of the Soviet Union next year, the mines will rack in lots of profits. China in the future had a high demand for minerals, and if Feng Yu could import these minerals from other countries, he would make profits and also do others favors. This way, his businesses in China will get some concessions. Brother Qi, you still remember what I told you? Sign the contract first and delay the payments. Feng Yu reminded Kirilenko. The later the payments were made, the less they would spend. Rest assured, I had remembered everything. I will use my USD in the bank as a security deposit to negotiate with them. As what you said, we will offer higher prices, but I will not make any payments this year. Kirilenko proudly said. Signing contracts in the Soviet Union will be in rubles. Now even if they offer the mine owners double the price, by next year, rubles would have been depreciated by several folds. The real amount spent by Kirilenko would be much lower. If it were not for Kirilenko, many of these mines would be acquired by the Americans. Kirilenko had several advantages when I come to acquiring these mines. First, he was a Soviet, and to those mine owners, he was one of them. Secondly, Kirilenko had offered higher prices. Those greedy Americans had purposely suppressed their offered prices as they saw the situation in the Soviet Union worsening. They wanted to take advantage of it. Kirilenko not only did not take advantage of the current situation and still offered more than what the mine owners expected. Next, Kirilenko had USD in his bank, and this assured those mine owners. Kirilenko was not conning them, and he could really afford to pay them. Lastly, Kirilenko's father was now one of Yeltsin's favorite. His father had given Yeltsin's troops more military supplies than other armies. As such, Yeltsin became more powerful, and Kirilenko's father had more authority. Kirilenko's status also rises. With so many advantages, Kirilenko signed the letter of intent with several mine owners. He only needs to finalize the price and payment date. If it weren't for Kirilenko wanting to delay the payments, he would have acquired all those mines now. Brother Key, don't worry about money. Contact more mine owners and buy every mine you can find. I promised you that we will not suffer any losses. You can trust me. Feng Yu was shouting in his heart. Brother Key, why are you not telling me that you do not have enough money and let me be a shareholder? Hurry and tell me. If you tell me now, I will agree immediately, even at a loss. I might not have enough money to do that. Didn't you loan a lot of money? Can you lend me some? Feng Yu, I advised you to buy mines and told you that if you do not have enough money, let me know. I want to cooperate with you. I want to be a shareholder. You want to borrow money from me? Brother Key, I am also doing investment on my side. Why not you buy the mines and I invest in your company? I will only own a stake in your company and will not interfere with your mine business. Feng Yu was speechless. He did not know if Kirilenko was pretending not to get what he wanted, or he was indeed a fool. He decided to be straightforward with him. Kirilenko turned and looked at his father for his advice. Senchenko nodded for Kirilenko to agree. Kirilenko had called Feng Yu today was also Senchenko's idea. Senchenko actually does not like Kirilenko because Kirilenko disliked being in the military and was hanging out with the other useless second generations. Senchenko felt that Kirilenko was not like him at all. But after Kirilenko started doing trades with China and earned his fortune, Senchenko began to like this son. Senchenko felt that his military status can pass on to his elder son. Kirilenko had told Senchenko about Feng Yu's analysis of the disintegration of the Soviet Union, and Yeltsin will be the future leader of Russia. Feng Yu also advised Senchenko to join Yeltsin's faction for better opportunities. It was because of this, Senchenko liked his younger son more. Senchenko also analyzed the current political situation and found that it was really as what Feng Yu had claimed. He finds it surprising when some of Feng Yu's prediction came true. Feng Yu's latest prediction of the rubles depreciating had let Senchenko trust Feng Yu more than Kirilenko. He wanted to raise his ranks further in the military, and he needed Feng Yu's analysis. He was more eager to have a closer relationship with Feng Yu than Kirilenko. Feng Yu wanted a stake in those mines. This was nothing. Now many state-owned enterprises in the Soviet Union were reorganized into shareholdings. Feng Yu only wanted a stake, and why can't they agree? Senchenko had even told Kirilenko to accept, even if Feng Yu wanted the controlling stake. As long as Feng Yu could give him similar advice as last time, their family will have no losses. With authority, why would he worry about not having enough money? Director Ho, what did you say? People from the civil aviation is here in Bing City? They are here to talk about the procurement of aircraft? Fine. I will go over now. Feng Yu had just finished dinner and was playing TV games with Wendong Jun when he received a call from Ho Haitao asking him to go to his office. The civil aviation procurement team was here. The last time when Feng Yu and Ho Haitao went to Sichuan Airlines, they only discussed their intention of purchasing aircraft. The quantity and prices were not finalizing after Chief Zhao joined in the discussion. Sichuan Airlines did not provide Feng Yu with any answers. So, Feng Yu and Ho Haitao could only return to Bing City and wait for news. Sichuan Airlines had received orders to stop all negotiations with Feng Yu. The headquarters will make a bulk purchase, and the prices will be lower. Feng Yu got a shock when he entered Ho Haitao's office. The room was filled with smoke. Damn, was there a fire? He strained his eyes and saw the office was full of people. There were at least a dozen men there. The headquarters had sent a big team to negotiate with him. Manager Feng, come over here. Chief Chun and the rest had just arrived. Actually, I wanted to call you over tomorrow morning, but everyone here felt that it would be better to finalize the deal as soon as possible. Oh, you must be Tai Hua Trading's Manager Feng. Come, have a smoke. Panda brand. Even the great one, like this brand of cigarettes. Smoke mine. This is the Zhonghua brand. China's best cigarettes. Mine is also Zhonghua brand. Come, Manager Feng, have a smoke. At least 7 to 8 hands stretched over towards Feng Yu. Every hand was holding on to a cigarette. Feng Yu was stocked. I'm sorry, but I don't smoke. Feng Yu politely refused their offer. He turned to Ho Haitao. He felt that something was off. From a corner of his eyes, Feng Yu saw Director Chung and Chief Chun exchanging looks. Damn, they did it on purpose. Director Chung knew that he does not smoke, and he must have informed the others. This means that they had purposely filled the room with smoke. Damn, these people were here to take advantage of me. Humph, these small tricks were nothing to me. Secretary Su, why didn't you serve tea? Also, switch on the fan. The whole room is filled with cigarette smoke. Do you want the leaders to suffer? While saying, Feng Yu walked over to open the office's windows. It was almost the end of October, and it was starting to get cold. Especially in Bing City, at night, the outside temperature can reach less than 10 degrees Celsius. Hell! A gust of cold wind entered the room. Feng Yu saw secretary did not switch on the fan. He walked to a corner of the office and took out the bladeless fan. He switched on the maximum power of the fan and turned it towards everyone. The group of leaders in their 50s was all shocked. It was so freaking cold, and yet you opened the windows and doors and still switched on the fan. You are young, and you can endure this temperature. But we are all old. How can we take it? Why did all of you snubbed out your cigarettes? Feng Yu was asking the obvious. Those people's hands were all in their pockets, and they were shivering. Director Chung smiled embarrassedly. Manager Feng, today is so cold. Why did you open the windows? Cigarettes can affect health. You all can carry on smoking. Just ignore me. I only need some fresh air. Feng Yu had a sincere expression on his face. He looks like he was respecting the leaders and does not mind their secondhand smoke. Cough. Let's stop smoking. Xiao Su, switch off the fan and close the windows. There no more smoke. Also give us hot tea too. Xiao Su had just returned with Feng Yu's tea when he saw the leaders shivering with their neck tucked in. He can't help but laugh in his heart. Didn't our director Ho told all of you to stop playing these small tricks with Feng Yu? Feng Yu is the master of these tricks. Manager Feng, let me introduce to everyone. You had met Director Chung and Chief Chen before. This is Section Chief Liu. This is Chief Ma. This is Director Zhang. Feng Yu stood up and shook their hands. Other than the ones from the headquarters, there were representatives from all 6 airline companies. No wonder there were so many people. Seems like all 6 airlines wanted to purchase larger aircraft. If every airline bought 2 planes each, it would be 12 planes. If all the airlines needed 5 planes like Sichuan Airlines, then it would be 30 planes. This order will be huge. Feng Yu controlled his excitement and did not show it on his face. He acted as if he was not concerned about this deal. The leaders of the aviation industry looked at each other. This Feng Yu did not seem too excited when he shook their hands. These leaders were people with a lot of authorities and were equivalent to a provincial official. But this Feng Yu was so young, and he seems not affected by them. He looks like he was used to meeting leaders and officials. Feng Yu kept quiet after he sat down. He just sat there, slowly sipping on his tea. Those leaders were confused. Didn't Feng Yu have a lot of aircraft from the Soviet Union for sales? He should be eager to sell the planes to them. Why was Feng Yu keeping quiet? Now, whoever that speaks first will be at a disadvantage. These people had come here to purchase aircraft, but they wanted Feng Yu to talk first. This way, they would have the upper hand in the negotiations. But this Feng Yu was not in a hurry. Cough. Manager Feng, I had asked the representative of all the airlines here to discuss the sales of your aircraft. Why not you tell them about your planes and prices? Chief Chen broke the silence. He could not stand the quiet room. Feng Yu placed his teacup on the table and said, I had told you about my conditions. Don't tell me they do not know. Looking at Feng Yu's smile, Chief Chen was a bit embarrassed. At the same time, he was getting angry. They were leaders, and since when they have to speak nicely to ordinary businessmen this way, you can tell them again. Chief Chen repeated. Repeat again? Fine. Tupolev 2, 154 is 600 million each, and Ilyushin IL, 76, is 100 million each. How many do you all need? Feng Yu crossed his leg and started shaking his legs. Before Chief Chun could say anything, Director Chung said, Manager Feng, this was not what you told me the last time we met. Why are the prices increased by so much now? Feng Yu glanced at Director Chung. How much did I tell you the last time we met? I forgot. Forgot, Director Chung. This Manager Feng was not easy to deal with. Seems like the Civil Aviation Administration will not get any advantage. Chief Chun looked at Ho Haitao. Ho Haitao was unwilling to get involved, but he still said, Manager Feng, these are all not outsiders and Chief Chun was my predecessor. These people are all my friends. Just tell them the real prices of the aircraft. Feng Yu glanced at Ho Haitao. These people were not outsiders. You are talking as if you were good friends with them. Why did you keep quiet when we were at Sichuan Airlines? Since it's like this, then I will give Director Ho face. Let me know how many planes do you all need? Currently, I only have these 2 models. Of course, if you have some models in mind, you can let me know too. If the Soviet Union permits to export those models, I can contact the factories there and let you know the price. The leaders looked at each other, and it was Sichuan Airlines Director Chung that speaks first, Manager Feng. Currently, we are interested in these 2 models. We have no plans to procure other models now. However, if you got better deals, you can let us know. We, the 6 airline companies, intends to purchase 22 Tupolev 2, 154, and 12 Ilyushin IL, 76. How much will it be? Feng Yu was jumping with joy in his heart. This order was more significant than he had expected. China's aviation must be developing faster than his previous life. These airlines had planned to purchase aircraft from the world-renowned aircraft manufacturer, Boeing, initially. They had planned to acquire some aircraft, and those aircraft cost over 200 million renminbi each. Now Feng Yu had a better offer for them, and these aircraft only cost a quarter of Boeing's planes. Although Tupolev 2, 154 could not be compared to Boeing's 7 Series planes, the cost-performance index of Tupolev 2, 154 was higher than Boeing. The Civil Aviation Administration headquarters immediately ordered all the airlines to stop the negotiations with Boeing. With a better deal around, they should grab it. Even some airlines which had wanted to order aircraft with Airbus also approached Civil Aviation Administration headquarters saying that they wanted to purchase Soviet aircraft from Feng Yu. Although Airbus was much bigger and the performance was better than Boeing, but they do not have ready stocks. If they make the order now, they would have to wait for at least a year. The Soviet aircraft were cheaper and had ready stocks. The airline company could also show their support for the Civil Aviation Administration. With these airlines coming together, the number of planes they intend to procure became bigger. Even Shenzhen Airlines, which had no intentions of purchasing aircraft initially, also ordered 3 planes. Feng Yu rubbed his chin and thought for about the prices Kirilenko told him. Tupolev 2, 154, 42 million renminbi per plane, and Ilyushin IL, 76, 78 million renminbi per plane. This is about 70% of the market price, and it is the lowest price. Feng Yu said. These people knew about the price Feng Yu wanted. Even though the current rates were slightly lower, they felt that there was still room for negotiations. Moreover, they were placing a big order, and they should be getting more discount. All of them had forgotten that when they negotiate with Boeing and Airbus, they had no discount. Manager Feng, how will you settle the paperwork for your sales of planes to us? Someone asked. Feng Yu thought in his heart. Finally, it's here. These people want to make use of the procedures to force him to give more discounts. Feng Yu had expected this way before. He glanced at Ho Haitao. It's your turn to act. Ho Haitao saw Feng Yu's glance at him and said, Cough. Our Bing City Aviation Factory will settle the paperwork and procedures for Manager Feng's planes. What? The changes were too fast. Half an hour earlier, Ho Haitao was still telling them that he will help them to lower Tai Hua Trading's prices. But now, Ho Haitao had disrupted their plans. They had not expected this to happen. Everyone stared angrily at Ho Haitao. Did you receive any favors from Feng Yu? Feng Yu had really given Ho Haitao some benefits. Not only he had given him the technologies of 2 types of aircraft engines, but he also gave him 2 sample engines for Bing City Aviation Factory to research. They were all free for Ho Haitao. Feng Yu had spent almost 10 million renminbi worth of goods on trading those with Kirilenko. In name, this was a donation to the aviation factory, and all the technologies and engines will arrive together with the planes at Bing City. After spending 19 million, the Bing City's aviation factory will help Feng Yu settle all the procedures and paperwork for the planes. After all, the aviation factory had military backgrounds. It would take ages if Feng Yu were to resolve these by himself. Also, with the aviation factory helping Feng Yu, it was impossible for the Civil Aviation Administration to make things difficult for Feng Yu. The aviation factory was not under their jurisdiction. After Ho Haitao finished speaking, he looked down and dared not look at anyone, especially his former director. He had no choice. He had no way to get his hands on the technologies and the engines. Furthermore, Feng Yu was giving them to his factory for free. He could not resist this offer. Bing City's aviation factory was converted from a military factory to an ordinary factory. The factory only manufactures and research on the engines of small planes and helicopters. Their most profitable product was a small plane used for spraying pesticides and firefighting. With these technologies, they could improve the factory's products, and Ho Haitao would be promoted for sure. Ho Haitao did not felt that he had done anything wrong. This was the best for his factory and himself. The airlines also did not suffer any losses. All this while, they had wanted to purchase bigger aircraft at higher prices. Now they had gotten a better deal and should not be greedy. It was not easy for Xiao Feng to run his business. Cough. You all don't have to worry about the paperwork and procedures. I had made myself clear about the prices. Give me an answer. If you do not want, then I will make a trip to Europe 2 days later. I guess with the price I am selling, it will not be hard for me to sell all these planes. Feng Yu said, Manager Feng, sell the planes to us. This is also a contribution to your country's aviation industry. The country will remember your contributions. Someone tried to make use of Feng Yu patriotism. Yes, I want to sell the planes to you. Didn't I contact Sichuan Airlines Director Chen? But it is all of you that do not accept my price. I can't be keeping these planes for myself and selling them. Anyway, if I sell the planes to another country, I am creating income for the country. There will be taxes too. It might be easy to use patriotism in the older generations, but it does not work on Feng Yu. Money was the only thing in Feng Yu's mind. But it is too expensive, and we do not have that much money. Really? How come I heard that Shanghai Airlines is about to order aircraft from Boeing? And the aircraft are Boeing 727 model. That model is no longer in production, which means that those were leftover stocks sitting in their warehouse. Those planes cost more than 200 million each, right? My planes are cheap and good. The performance is also good. The price I wanted is already the cost price. Am I right, Director Ho? Damn. Why are you asking me again? Ho Haitao stared at Feng Yu and replied, That's right. This price can be considered as the cost price. Manager Feng does not have many profits. The people from the airline companies were pissed. We had kept quiet when you. Ho Haitao helped Feng Yu to settle the procedures. Now, you are helping him with the pricing? FCK? Which side are you on? Ho Haitao helped Feng Yu again, and this time Chief Chen could not take it anymore. Xiao Ho, I had also worked at the aviation factory and manufactured aircraft before. You think I do not know about the cost price? The cost price of Tupolev Tu-154 will not be over 20 million renminbi, and the cost price of Ilyushin Il-76 is not more than 50 million renminbi. How did you calculate this cost price? Ho Haitao did not know how to answer Chief Chen, and Feng Yu stepped in. Chief Chen, you cannot calculate the cost price this way. Don't you need to factor in the R&D cost? Don't you need to factor in the factory's setup and maintenance? What about the sales and marketing cost? There are lots of costs which I did not factor in. If not, the cost price will be higher. Since Chief Chen had worked at the aviation factory before, then you should also know about this. Chief Chen could not rebut Feng Yu. How about this? All of you know that Ilyushin Il-76 is a cargo plane and modifications are needed to convert it into a passenger plane. I will pay for the modifications and ask the Soviet Union factory to do the modifications according to your requirements. But your requirements should not be too harsh. I am a businessman. If I can't earn money from my businesses, then how would I feed my family? Director Chung, you can sell 30 large passenger planes, and you are telling me you are unable to feed your family? However, if Ilyushin Il-76 was modified in the factory before sending over, It will save them a lot of trouble and time. The representatives from the airlines looked at each other and then turned to Chief Chun. Chief Chun was the one who could make the final decision. After all, he was the one who had set up this bulk purchase. 40 million renminbi for Tupolev 2, 154 and 75 million renminbi for Ilyushin IL 76. Also, you will modify the Ilyushin IL 76. Manager Feng, I believe that you will still have profits at this price. We can sign the contract first, and we will pay after the planes are delivered to us. Chief Chen bargained further and even proposed a new condition, which was making payments after the planes were delivered. He guessed that Feng Yu would not have so much money for so many planes. Feng Yu should be using some sleight-of-hand tricks. If it weren't for the airlines needed large passenger planes urgently, they would not be so nice to Feng Yu, even though his aircraft were considered the cheapest they could find. Chief Chen stated this condition was to force Feng Yu to lower the price further. Feng Yu surely do not have the capital to buy these planes first. Chief Chun is really an expert in bargaining. Fine. I will treat this as a contribution to the nation. I will accept this price. I also have no problems with you making payments after the planes are delivered as long as it is stated clearly in the contract. But Ilyushin IL 76 modifications will take some time. I will deliver the Tupolev 2, 154 before the end of the year, and Ilyushin IL 76 will be delivered after the modifications are completed. I estimate it to be not later than next year's May. What? Chief Chen was shocked. Feng Yu agreed to his condition? How is this possible? 32 aircraft, and the total will cost at least a few hundred million RMB. This Feng Yu decided without batting an eyelid. Dear leaders, I will prepare the contract, and tomorrow we will sign it here. Feng Yu will definitely not sign the contract with the Civil Aviation Administration, but instead, he would sign with the respective airlines. This was to prevent them from denying payments. Airline companies were enterprises, and the Civil Aviation Administration was a government agency after all. That night, Feng Yu made a call to Kirilenko. It was 11 p.m. in China, but in Moscow, it was 6 p.m. Feng, I remembered that it should be almost midnight in Bing City. Why are you calling me at this time? Is there anything urgent? Kirilenko was worried that Feng Yu had some bad news for him. Ha. Brother Qi, don't worry. It is not bad news. It is good news. I remember you telling about the 2 aviation factories. One factory has 18 Tupolev 2, 154, and the other factory has 8 Ilyushin IL 76 Ilyushin IL 76. What about the number of aircraft that were still in production? Those in production? What do you mean? Feng, those existing planes are not enough. Kirilenko's eyes widened. How many aircraft did Feng Yu sell? I need 20 Tupolev 2, 154, and 12 Ilyushin IL 76. Also, I need you to install passenger seats in Ilyushin IL 76 planes. We will be using Ilyushin IL 76 as passenger planes. Will there be any problems? No problem. Guess who I am having dinner with now? It's Factory Director Ivanovich of XX Aviation Factory. We were just talking about this just now. This is indeed good news. Kirilenko was overjoyed. Ivanovich was still asking Kirilenko to help him sell 4 Ilyushin IL 76. A European company had canceled their order for these 4 planes, and Ivanovich was willing to sell them at a lower cost. The Soviet Union was in turmoil now. Even small countries dared to take advantage of them now. If it was 2 years ago, which European country would dare to cancel their orders? There was an oversupply at the factory, and they had no use for the planes. They could not sell their aircraft. Although the government had given factories subsidies, the factories could not last long if this carries on. When Kirilenko suggested using daily necessities to exchange for his aircraft, Ivanovich immediately agrees. Of course, it was also because of some other benefits Kirilenko promised to give him. Ivanovich had already reported to his higher-ups that these 4 planes were sold, but he never expects the other party would cancel their orders. Maybe it was because, in the past, no one dares to cancel their orders. As such, the penalty for breaking the contract was very low. This will make him look incompetent to his higher-ups. Since things had already turned out this way, why not sell these planes at a lower cost to Kirilenko? He could still get a sum of money from Kirilenko, and even if the factory closes down, he could also retire comfortably. After hanging up, Kirilenko told Ivanovich, "Fine. Since you are in difficulties, I will help you think of a solution. But Eliashin IL-76 does not meet my friend's requirement. You need to modify the planes to passenger planes. Will there be any problems? No problems. If you are able to sell all my planes, I will modify all the Eliashin IL-76 for you for free. I will also guarantee that you will receive the planes first. Fine. I will try to persuade my China friend to buy our planes, Kirilenko said. The next day, Feng Yu and the representatives of the airline companies signed the contract. The reps noticed that the company stamp used by Feng Yu was different. It was not Taihua Trading, but instead, it was a company that was registered in Hong Kong. Feng Yu explained that it was because of the procedures. Using a Hong Kong company will be easier to import the aircraft. The aircraft will still land in Bing City and handed over to the respective airlines. With this shell company set up by Feng Yu in Hong Kong, he was not afraid of the airline companies defaulting on the payments. Feng Yu could blow up this matter in Hong Kong and would affect the return of Hong Kong to China. The airline companies dare not to take on this blame. Kirilenko also contacted the other aviation factory and told them that he wanted 20 Tupolev Tu-154 planes. The factory director, Alex, was overjoyed. He could not help but sighed. Kirilenko's Chinese friend is really a good friend of the Soviet Union. After signing the contract, Feng Yu starts to send Kirilenko all sorts of popular daily necessities by train. Kirilenko also promised Feng Yu that the first batch of Tupolev Tu-154 will arrive at Bing City Airport on New Year Eve. The procedures for receiving the aircraft were troublesome. First, the aviation factory have to send someone to the factory to check on the planes, and Kirilenko got to settle the paperwork on his side before the aircraft can take off. When the planes are entering China's airspace, the aircraft got to contact China's aviation department and still needed permission from Bing City's airport before they could land. There were also lots of minor and complicated details. But Feng Yu does not need to worry about all these procedures as Ho Haitao will be doing everything for him. When the first batch of 10 Tupolev Tu-154 arrived at Bing City's airport, staffs from the airline companies were waiting there. All of them were eager to get their hands on the planes. The people from the airline company based in Shin City arrived first. They took away 2 aircraft first and transferred the payments to Feng Yu's Wind and Rain Consulting Company account in Hong Kong. The other airlines took away 1 or 2 aircraft each. Those companies that got lesser planes keep rushing Feng Yu for the remaining stocks. Feng Yu was relieved that the airline companies made full payments and did not try to default. He patiently explained to them that the remaining planes can only arrive next week as Bing City's airport was not big enough for all the aircraft to come at the same time. Those airline companies' leaders start to grumble. Why was Bing City's airport so small? Why didn't they build a bigger airport? The people from Bing City Airport were speechless. The airport size was planned by the provincial government and was not up to them to decide. Even if the local government approved it, the party committee also have to give its approval. Now, Bing City only have a few flights a day, and why was there a need for the bigger airport? The representative from Shan City's airlines was glad that they were there first and got 2 aircraft. He ignored the complaints of other representatives. Anyway, when the Eliashin IL-76 arrives at Bing City's airport, he would also be the first one to get the planes. 1 week later, the second batch of Tupolev Tu-154 arrived, and all the airline company's representative was satisfied. There were no problems with the planes. Feng Yu also did not sell them second-hand planes as new ones. Bing City government knew about this business deal, and even some of the provincial government knew about it too. Someone from Bing City was able to procure passenger planes for the country, and they were proud of it. But there were also some areas that the officials were unhappy about. The provincial government instructed Bing City's government to speak with Feng Yu. This task naturally was handed over to Zhang Ruiqiang. Everyone in the city knew that Feng Yu was Zhang Ruiqiang's man. Feng Yu, you are getting more capable, and your business is getting bigger. From the Soviet Union's industrial machinery to aircraft. Zhang Ruiqiang didn't expect Feng Yu to be selling aircraft. It seems that Feng Yu's connections in the Soviet Union were more powerful than he expected. Mayor Zhang, this is just some small businesses to make a living. Feng Yu smiled. Zhang Ruiqiang replied in a harsh tone. A few 100 million RMB worths of deals are considered small business? If this is considered making a living, then shouldn't I be begging or eating tree bark? Feng Yu said, Mayor Zhang, you are our Bing City's leader, and if you have to eat tree bark, Then what will Bing City become? You? Zhang Ruiqiang pointed out Feng Yu. Do you know why I call you over? Feng Yu blinked and replied. Didn't you call me over to have a chat? Zhang Ruiqiang. This brat was making him angry. It was almost year-end, and this was the busiest period for him. Who will be so free to have a chat with you? I want to ask you 2 questions. First, where did you get the money for the aircraft? Did you cheat anyone? Second, why did you register a company in Hong Kong, and why didn't you use Taihua Trading? Mayor Zhang, don't accuse me of doing anything illegal. The planes I sold to the airline companies were cheaper than the market rate, and were all in good condition. If not, the airlines would have rejected them and not make payments. I had used our Chinese goods to exchange for the planes and then sell to the airlines. How can this be considered cheating? The airline companies are the ones who had gotten the most advantage in this deal. Also, I registered a company in Hong Kong is for the convenience. You should also know that my company exports a lot of products. The traffic condition in Hong Kong was better, and it uses the English legal system. This way, I will not be cheated by foreigners. This aircraft deal is also the same. I am worried that I will be cheated by the Soviets and was prepared to sue them if they cheated me. Feng Yu told Zhang Ruiqiang partial truth. Feng Yu was actually worried that the airlines would cheat on him, and he must be prepared to sue them. I am guessing that you registered this Hong Kong company was for a reason. First, it is the foreign exchange issues. I had heard that recently, Taihua Trading does not have any transactions in rubles. Secondly, you are afraid that the airline companies will default their payments. Right. Zhang Ruiqiang was spot on. But he did not know that this Hong Kong company was set up for investing in the international financial market. Feng Yu smiled. Mayor Zhang, what's wrong is there to be worried about these things? Why do you not trust your country? You think the country will cheat you of your money? Zhang Ruiqiang was feeling hurt. Feng Yu replied earnestly. If I am doing business with you, I will not be worried. But I am apprehensive when I deal with others. All these money are from the loans I took from overseas banks. If the airline companies default payment, they will be fine, but I will be finished. Money from loans? Which country is willing to loan you so much money? Zhang Ruiqiang smiled. Soviet Union banks. Mayor Zhang, if you don't believe me, I can show you a copy of the loan agreements. Zhang Ruiqiang thought about Feng Yu's connection with the Soviet Union. He could even get such a significant amount of loan from the Soviet Union. There's no need for that. I trust you, but the higher-ups are not happy. You had used your Hong Kong company in this deal. How can the government tax you? Feng Yu's eyes widen. Taxes? It is stated in the contract that the airline companies will have to pay all the taxes. What has it got to do with me? But you are selling passenger aircraft, and you get income. You have to pay taxes. The provincial government officials were unhappy as this was a few hundred million RMB deals, and the taxes will not be a small amount. But in the end, Feng Yu used a Hong Kong company, and all these taxes went to other countries. Hong Kong was still a British colony. Feng Yu walked over to Zhang Ruiqiang's side and secretively said, Mayor Zhang, these taxes also will not go to Bing City government. Why not share with you some information that will make you shine in from of the higher-ups, and we forget about this tax thingy? Important news that will shine in front of my leaders? What was Feng Yu talking about? Feng Yu saw there's no reaction from Zhang Ruiqiang, and he continued, Mayor Zhang, I will treat it as you had agreed. The information is, the Soviet Union will disintegrate next year. What? Zhang Ruiqiang was shocked when he heard that the Soviet Union will be disintegrating. He knew about the situation in the Soviet Union, and many allied countries, including Russia, had announced that they want to leave the Soviet Union. But these countries did not succeed yet. For some countries, it was not the country's leader that made this announcement, and other nations did not recognize their claims. Furthermore, the Soviet Union President Mikhail Gorbachev was still around, and it was impossible for the Soviet Union to disintegrate. Although Yeltsin was back in power, he was not the president of Russia yet, and Mikhail Gorbachev could fire him the second time. Did Feng Yu get this information from the Soviet Union, or did he made this up to escape punishment? Mayor Zhang, you don't believe me. You know what you were saying? How can the Soviet Union disintegrate? Once the Soviet Union disintegrated, many allied countries' economies will collapse. They will never agree for the Soviet Union to be disintegrated. There were 2 voices in the country now. One group felt that since Russia had declared independence, then the Soviet Union will inevitably collapse. Although the Soviet Union had not disintegrated now, it was only a matter of time. Soon, it will be crumbled as the Soviet Union's economy cannot support such a big alliance. There was another group of people who felt that it was impossible for the disintegration to happen. They felt that Mikhail Gorbachev will stabilize the Soviet Union and he had the power to do so. After all, many military generals had supported him. Once the Soviet Union was disintegrated, what would happen to so many Allied countries' economies? The Soviet Union had failed in all their reforms, and many Allied countries' economies were mostly isolated. If there was no more Soviet Union, what will those Allied countries depend on? The Allied countries have to depend on what they produce to survive. Some of those countries don't even have the basic necessities, and what would happen if the country's export runs into some problems? That country's economy will collapse. Those Allied countries' military will surely support Mikhail Gorbachev to prevent the Soviet Union from disintegrating. Yeltsin, who was an advocate of Russia's independence, will be punished for sure. Zhang Ruiqiang had considered scenarios, and he also could not forecast what would happen. Both situations might occur. If Feng Yu had said that the Soviet Union might disintegrate, he might believe. But Feng Yu was adamant that the Soviet Union will dissolve next year. He felt that this was not possible. How can this happen so fast? Mayor Zhang, you should know that I have some friends in the Soviet Union. From me buying aircraft from the Soviet Union, you should have guessed that one of my friends is the son of a military officer. Now, cracks had already appeared in the Soviet Union government. Some are supporting President Mikhail Gorbachev, and they wanted status quo. But the Soviet Union citizens might not want that. Some wanted a new leader, and Yeltsin's voice was the loudest. There is still another group that felt there's no way for the Soviet Union to recover and should be disintegrated. Currently, Mikhail Gorbachev is losing his supporters. Everyone can see that all the reforms proposed by Mikhail Gorbachev had failed. Our country's reforms had used the Soviet Union's reforms as a reference. Many problems have surfaced with our reforms. The Soviet Union's industrial developments were not well planned. They had emphasized a lot on the heavy industries, and most of the light industries were sidelined. Now, we had already caught up with their light industries. Soon, we will overtake them. Do you think that people in the past will believe that this would happen? Also, the Soviet Union's overall economy has nothing except for their main income is from the sales of their natural resources. Yeltsin was the most proactive in wanting a new leader. He had also announced Russia's independence, and this means that he does not want the Soviet Union to exist anymore. If the Soviet Union is left with only Russia, it will be easier for Russia to recover. Wait, what do you mean by the Soviet Union only have Russia left? You mean Russia will acquire other smaller allied countries? Zhang Ruiqiang interrupted Feng Yu. He does not believe this would happen. Feng Yu was thinking in his heart that those allied countries joining Russia really did happen in the future. But that was after Putin became the president. Now, this would never happen, and Yeltsin would never agree. Mayor Zhang, the Soviet Union is divided into 3 countries. The strongest is Russia, followed by Ukraine, and then Belarus. Among these countries, Russia has the most land area, resources, and their industrial and military installation are the most developed. If Russia can acquire the Soviet Union's overseas resources, do you think that it can recover in a short time? What? Russia wants to acquire all of the Soviet Union's overseas resources? How can this be possible? Will the rest of the Allied countries agree? Zhang Ruiqiang thought about this. If he were Yeltsin, he would also abandon the Soviet Union. Russia alone is enough. Russia still can be one of the world's powerful countries. With the need to help other Allied nations, Russia's economy will recover within a short time. Mayor Zhang, this is not whether if the other countries agree or not. It depends on which country have more military prowess. Mikhail Gorbachev had already lost his control over those military leaders. All he could do was to ask for help from another country. The country must be powerful, and it must be near to the Soviet Union, as our country. So, Mikhail Gorbachev will invite our country's leader and promised us some benefits in return for our support. This will give those oppositions an excuse because by giving us benefits can be considered as treason. Zhang Ruiqiang's hand shook. Feng Yu's analysis was too scary. Can this really happen? How can you prove what you say is true? After some time, our leader will visit the Soviet Union, and this will be the evidence. And those Soviet Union allied countries will try to establish diplomatic relationships with us and try to get our support. This was also what we wanted. If our neighbors are too strong, It will not be a good thing for us too. Feng Yu said. Who told you all these? Your Soviet friend. Zhang Ruiqiang stared at Feng Yu. Feng Yu sat upright and took a sip of his tea. These are what I heard and saw in the Soviet Union and Hong Kong. Hong Kong? There are people interested in the Soviet Union politics there. It's economics. You can't deny the fact that politics and economics are closely related. Those that study politics were to gain an advantage in the financial market. Mayor Zhang, my predictions will come true soon. If the Soviet Union is not going to disintegrate, you think I am able to get those aircraft at such low prices? Mayor Zhang, you can consider what I said. If it is me, I will be a supporter of the disintegration of the Soviet Union, and when it really happens, the higher-ups will notice me and know that I am someone with good foresight. Zhang Ruiqiang was in a dilemma. He knows that if he believes in Feng Yu, this would be an opportunity for him. But he was also afraid that Feng Yu's prediction was wrong. If Feng Yu was wrong, then his future will be gone, and his current rank will be his peak in his career. To believe him or not. Time flies, and soon it was the end of December. This year, the winter's first snow came later in Bing City, and it started snowing from last night. The snow only stopped in the morning, and it had reached above the ankles. In between classes, many students had snowball fights outside. But no one from Feng Yu's class went out and play. There were only a few boys in the class, and it was not fun to play in the snow. Feng Yu suddenly noticed Li Na looking the other students playing outside. She looked like she envies those students playing with snow. She wants to play outside. Although Feng Yu felt that being hit by snowballs was not fun, if Li Na wanted to play, he doesn't mind. He imagined it was just like those scenes in Korean dramas. Gently throwing a snowball at Li Na and Li Na's laughter. Li Na threw a snowball at him, and he was hit on his face, making Li Na laugh. Feng Yu walked over and sat beside Li Na. Shall we go and play in the snow after lunch? Just the both of us. Yes, only the two of us. Feng Yu definitely does not want to have a snowball fight with that moron Wen Dongjun. If Wen Dongjun joined in the snowball fight, then the beautiful image in his mind will be gone. Okay, let's talk about it after lunch. It was almost the end of the semester, and Li Na was getting bored from studying every day. She wanted to relax. Feng Yu had tried to ask her out for movies, but she rejected him several times. She felt that this was the time to study hard, and they should not be playing around. However, she did not know that Feng Yu had made arrangements for their university. Feng Yu, after lunch, let's go and play in the snow. Feng Yu was shocked. When Dongjun could read his mind? No, I'm not interested. Feng Yu meant that interested in playing with Wen Dongjun. Let's go. Zhang Han also wanted to play, and Li Na should join in too. If it were the both of us, it would not be fun. Before Feng Yu could reply, Li Na said, Zhang Han is playing too? Okay, but the both of you cannot bully us. Feng Yu was regretting his heart. Why did he let Li Na agree? She did not know when Dongjun will turn into a beast in a snowball fight. He was so aggressive that he made many students cry in the past. Now, when Dongjun was taller and stronger. If he becomes aggressive, Feng Yu will suffer. I will team up with Zhang Han, and you will team with Feng Yu. This way, you will not say that I am taking advantage of the both of you. When Dongjun fairly formed the teams. Damn, the both of you had more advantage than us. This afternoon, we will be suffering. After lunch, Feng Yu put on all his gear. Hat, gloves, and scarf were essential gear. He must also tighten his belt and tuck his pants into his socks. The shoelaces must also be tied tightly. The scarf was not for the neck, but it was used to cover his face. The scarf will act like a big face mask. The whole body must be covered up so the snow will not get underneath the clothes. When Dongjun and the other two girls looked at him as if he was an alien. When Dongjun was laughing loudly at him. Why are you covering up your whole body? What are you doing? Feng Yu said in a muffled voice. We are having a snowball fight. Of course, I have to protect myself. Who is going to have a snowball fight with you? How old are we now? You think we will still have snowball fights like those kids? When Dongjun said, we are going to make snowmen. Zhang Han and Li Na wanted to build snowmen last winter, but you were not around. Feng Yu looked at Li Na embarrassedly. Li Na wanted to build a snowman, and he thought that she wanted to have a snowball fight. But isn't making snowmen also for kids? Humph. I am also an expert in making a snowman. I will show you all a futuristic snowman. Wait for me a while. I need to go back to the classroom to get something. Feng Yu ran back to the classroom and took a bucket and some ink from his desk. He also took a broom. Feng Yu, why are you taking the bucket and broom? Are you going to do some cleaning? A female classmate asked. No, I'm making a snowman. After saying, Feng Yu regretted. Make snowman? Where? Are you with Li Na? I want to join in too. The female classmate shouted excitedly. Bring me along. I want to go too. Wait, I need to get my gloves. I want to go too. Wait for me. Feng Yu walked out of the classroom with 7 to 8 female classmates behind him. Feng Yu had a helpless expression when he joined Li Na and the rest. He did not know that there were so many students in the class. Usually, they would return home during lunchtime. Even if the public transport was slower during winter, they could still walk back. Why were they still here? Li Na and the other female classmates were friends, and soon they were building a snowman together. When Dongjun and Zhang Han were from another class, and they stick together, Feng Yu was left alone. Feng Yu was screaming in his heart. There were so many of you, and why can't all of you play on your own? Why must you interrupt us? Even if you interrupt us, you should not leave me out. Humph! I will make a beautiful snow panda myself and show you all. Feng Yu quickly made a big snowball. He wanted to wet the snowball and then add more snow to make it bigger. But all he had was a bucket, and how can he get the water on the snowball? If he put the snowball in the bucket of water, the snowball will melt. If he splashes water on the snowball will shatter. Feng Yu could only slowly scoop out water from the bucket using his hand slowly. Feng Yu, why are you making an ice ball? When Dongjun walked over and asked, you should be using snow for a snowman. You are not making an ice sculpture. What do you know? Get aside. Later you will be surprised by my masterpiece. When Feng Yu was about to start on the second snowball after finishing the first snowball, he noticed that the water had frozen. What to do now? Without water, it will be slow to make a big snowball. Feng Yu looked around and saw that there was a big snowball beside Wen Dongjun. Feng Yu rolled that snowball away when Wen Dongjun was not noticing. The size was just right. Wen Dongjun must have prepared that snowball for him. Feng Yu opened the bottle of ink. Luckily, the ink had not frozen. He used the broom handle to paint the ink on the snowball. He drew 2 black circles as the panda's eyes. The panda was still missing 2 arms. Feng Yu used his leg to crush the ice in the bucket. He ignored his shoes, which were wet from the ice in the bucket, and made the panda's arms using snow and water. Feng Yu stepped back and admired his masterpiece. There were many snowballs there, and there were almost many snowmen. But most of the snowmen were using tree branches and carrots as arms. His snow panda was really the best in the whole school. Li Na was making a snowman with the rest of the girls, but she kept looking over at Feng Yu's direction. When she realized that Feng Yu had made a snow panda, she was excited. Feng Yu knew that Li Na likes pandas, and he purposely made a panda from snow for her. Because of this snow panda, his hand was hurting from the cold. Li Na ran over and used her gloves to cover Feng Yu's freezing hands. Why are you so silly? Your hands are hurting from the cold. What's your snowman's name? Name? Name it as Panda? Feng Yu blinked and said, I had not thought of a name for my masterpiece. You can call it whatever you want. With Li Na warming his hands, everything else was not important. This was true bliss. Feng Yu felt that time passes too slowly. If they were in university now, they could do more blissful things together. Bam! A snowball hit Feng Yu's body. When Dongjun died, Feng Yu made a big snowball and threw it when Dongjun. A showdown between the both of them started, and soon the other female classmates joined. Everyone had a good time playing in the snow. Feng Yu was chasing Li Na, and Li Na slipped. Feng Yu tried to hold on to her, but he also fell down. As they were falling, Feng Yu twisted his body to cushion Li Na's fall with his body. Because of the fall, Li Na and Feng Yu's lips touched. Feng Yu was smiling like a fool, and Li Na's face turned red. The exams were over. Li Na and the rest returned to the district. However, Feng Yu had something to do. It was time for him to sell off some of his stocks. Not only the Shanghai Stock Exchange opened earlier than it should be, but Shenzhen Stock Exchange was also set up earlier too. But Shenzhen Stock Exchange was not open yet. It should open next year. After the Treasury Bonds Exchange was set up, there were many investment companies in China. All of these companies were state-owned, and currently, China does not permit private investment companies. After the setup of the 2 stock exchanges and the opening of investment companies, there was an increased number of investors. Especially, now the prices of treasury bonds had not many changes. Those that traded in treasury bonds choose to invest in the stock market. This caused the stock prices of all the shares to rise. But after the new year, some investors would sell off their shares after collecting the dividends. Lunar New Year was a major festival in China, and people needed to spend a lot. Taihua trading staffs had also asked Fengyu when they can sell their stocks. Today, Fengyu came to Taihua Trading to have a meeting. He wanted to let his staff make the decision. He had helped his team to pick the better-performing stocks. The prices of these stocks will rise further in May. If they sell their shares now, they will get back returns of about one-fold of their capital. But compared to more than 10 folds a few months later, the returns now was pathetic. Everyone, I had asked all of you here is to talk about our shares. Everybody had owned the shares for a few months now, and the current price is more than double our buying price. I know that many of you want to cash out these shares, but I want to tell you that in May, it will be the golden period of the shares. It will be a bull market, and the prices of your shares will rise sharply. Now is not the ideal time to sell your shares, but all of you will decide for yourselves. After Fengyu finished, Wu Jigang and the rest looked at each other. To sell or not to sell? Now many people were talking about the risk of investing in the stock market. The shares could rise or fall. If the share prices fall, they will lose money. Wu Jigang was the sharper one among the rest, and he asked loudly, "Manager Feng, will you sell?" "Yes." "What? Manager Feng wants to sell? Didn't he say that the shares can rise at least 3 to 5 times of the initial buying price? Why was he willing to sell now?" Fengyu saw them talking among themselves, and he continued, "Do you all want to sell too?" Wu Jigang replied, "I will listen to you. If you ask me to sell, I will sell. If you ask me to hold on to the shares, I will hold on to them." The rest of the staff also said the same thing. They will listen to Fengyu. Fengyu laughed. "I will only sell some of the shares. I need some cash now." Have all of you noticed that the shares you had bought are all the companies that were announced in the papers, and these companies were all listed now? After Shenzhen Stock Exchange opens, these stocks will rise further. This will happen in a few months' time. I will not sell the shares of these companies, but I will sell off the shares of other companies and use the money to buy more shares of those favorite companies. Manager Feng, we trust you. We will not sell these shares until you tell us to. Wu Jigang said, "Everything will be fine if all of you trust me. We will earn money together. Now, I will announce the task for the upcoming week. All of us will go out and sell the shares. If the stock exchange had not opened, it would not be easy to sell shares. They must hand over the shares to the investment counter in the bank for the bank to sell the shares on their behalf. But now, they can sell the shares straight to the banks and collect the payments on the spot." 2 men carrying a large haversack stood in front of ICBC Bank's investment counter. Bang! The haversack was placed on the counter. "How can I help the both of you today? Are the both of you looking for stocks or treasury bonds?" "We are not buying. We are here to sell our stocks." The bank employee rolled his eyes. "What's the use of carrying such a big bag? How many shares can you own?" These 2 men must be cashing out their stocks to buy a train ticket. "Okay, how many stocks are you selling?" "There are 300,000 shares here. Can you calculate the market value for me now?" "How much are you selling?" 300,000. The employee was asked loudly and shocked. The other customers had him and turned towards his direction. 300,000 shares? Who were these people? The employee looked at the share certificates, and all the shares belonged to one company. He checked the current price of the shares and noticed that the prices had doubled. This meant that these 300,000 shares are now worth over 600,000 renminbi. "Dear sirs, I'm sorry our bank does not have enough cash. Can you come back tomorrow?" The employee's attitude changed. "It's fine. Deposit everything into this account." After both men left, many people went to the counter. What shares did he sell just now?" "That's right. How much money did he sell the shares for?" "Who are those 2 men? What do they do?" At the same time, many people were selling a large number of shares at the investment counters of the banks all over Bing City. The people who sold the shares went to the bank in pairs, and they all used a large haversack to carry the stocks. They were all carrying the same type of shares and the same denominations. But the banks did not notice that all the money from the selling of the shares were deposited into the same account. The banks thought that this was a one-time incident. But the next day, people were going to the banks to sell a large number of shares. Although it was not the same person, they noticed the account number was familiar. It was the same for the next 5 days. Fengyu had sold about 20 million shares and got approximately 40 million renminbi. Taihua Trading's selling of such a large number of shares had caused panics in Bing City. Everyone who owned shares rushed to the banks to sell them. They were afraid that the share prices would fall. Even those who had wanted to hold on to their shares panicked. They also went to the bank to sell. Of course, there were a few smarter ones. They knew that the Shenzhen Stock Exchange will open soon and the share prices will increase further. The shares they had wanted to buy in the past was now available, and it was slightly cheaper. This was their opportunity. Feng Yu's actions had stimulated Bing City's stock market, and there were more than 1 million shares trading every day. The prices of the shares were changing every day too. The second week, Feng Yu was still selling his stocks. Anyway, other than the companies on his list, Feng Yu had no intention to keep the shares of other companies. These shares were not as profitable as Feng Yu's investment in gold and oil futures. He wanted to raise a large sum of fund fast. The war is going to start soon. Feng Yu went to Hong Kong again. This time, Feng Yu noticed that the 4 brothers of the Fu family were there to receive him. Fu Rongjing had lost 400 million Hong Kong dollars, and the second and third brothers knew about it. But their eldest brother did not even get back at Feng Yu. Instead, he bowed down to Feng Yu. This was something which they do not understand. They knew their eldest brother well. As the head of the Fu family, he had caused a few companies which tried to cheat him bankrupt. Why didn't their eldest brother do the same thing to Feng Yu this time? After they asked their eldest brother, they found out that their eldest brother did not want to offend the second generation of China's officials. Furthermore, Feng Yu had shown his sincerity and told the Fu family about the gold market. The Fu family had invested in the gold market and made more than 400 million Hong Kong dollars. This time, Fu Rongqi told them that Feng Yu was revisiting Hong Kong. The both of them wants to tag along as they do not want to miss out on any opportunities to earn money. Xiao Yu, let me introduce you to my other brothers. This is my second brother, Fu Rongxiu. He dealt with real estate most of the time. This my third brother, Fu Rongbing. He runs supermarkets. Xiao Yu is so young and capable. You are so much better than my useless son. I must ask him to learn from you in the future. Fu Rongbing said. You flattered me. This time, both uncles are here is not just to meet me. Ha ha. Of course. We had heard that Xiao Yu is an expert in investment. We intend to invest together with our eldest brother, and we hope we can get to learn something. Learn something? Apparently, the two of you are here just for the money. But this was also a good thing. If Feng Yu could be on the same side with the Fu family, then in future, it would be easier for Feng Yu to raise a bigger fund. In 1997, Feng Yu wanted to teach those American capitalists a lesson. Asia is not a place for them to take advantage of. Uncle Chi, you should have made a lot from the gold market this few months. Ha ha ha, I did make some profits. When Feng Yu mentioned this, Fu Rongqi brightened up. Although he was investing carefully, he also made almost 100 million US dollars. Fu Rongqi still has a futures contract which will be settled tomorrow. It was a short futures contract, and he should be getting high returns. Fu Rongjing had also raised a sum of money, and using leverage, he almost got back whatever the 400 million he had lost. Fu Rongjing was instructed by Fu Rongqi to let the matter rest and not to mention about this incident again. The eldest brother was right. There were no enemies or friends when doing businesses. There were only profits. Now, Feng Yu's information had helped them make money, and so, Feng Yu is a friend to them. These few days, I will also buy some London gold contracts. If all of you are interested, you can tag along. Feng Yu could never earn all the money himself. Why not do the Fu family brothers a favor? In the future, it will be easier to ask the Fu family to join him. Fu Rongbing and Fu Rongxiu were waiting for Feng Yu to say this. They were overjoyed and raised their glasses for a toast with Feng Yu. The next day, Feng Yu went to the London Gold Exchange. He starts shorting the market in large amounts. The surrounding people were all shocked. Gold prices had fallen to 368 US dollars per ounce. And this person was still shorting gold? Those two people behind that young man look familiar. They look like the two brothers of the Fu family. Was that young man investing for the Fu family? But this was impossible. The eldest brother of the Fu family has an investment company, and these two should be investing with their brother. Why would they hire that young man? The crowd soon saw the two Fu family brothers start to short gold too. That young man was not a broker hired by the Fu brothers. Instead, the Fu brothers were following that young man to short the gold. Some of the people recognized He Zhaoji, who was standing beside Feng Yu. This period of time, He Zhaoji was actively trading in the London gold market. They had heard that he was recruited by someone, and he even poached some famous broker to work for that person. The crowd started to guess that the young man was the person that had recruited He Zhaoji. Some of the crowd started to copy Feng Yu to short the gold. Feng Yu had invested almost 100 million US dollars, and he was conservative as he had used low leverage. Based on his calculation, he would settle the contract 1 week later, and he should make about 20 million US dollars. Feng Yu still had a lot of money with him. He wanted to place a big bet. He wants to show the Fu family that he is a genius. On January 16th, the US and other countries will declare war on Iraq. At the same time, the Soviet Union will keep quiet about the actions of the US and other countries. They had no intentions to help Iraq. Saddam Hussein will also announce that Iraq was not afraid of wars. Wars were expensive, and Iraq had experienced it before. Because they were involved in 2 wars previously, Iraq was heavy in debt. Iraqi soldiers were all veteran and had fought in wars before. After all, Iraq and Iran stopped fighting in 1988, and Iraq invaded Kuwait within a day. Saddam Hussein knew that his soldiers had the advantage. Saddam Hussein believed that the US and other countries were only threatening him, and if a war really broke out, the Soviet Union would not sit by the sidelines. If the US controlled the oil prices, it would not be good for the Soviet Union. On January 17th, the Gulf War started. Feng Yu saw the news on TV, and he called Fu Rongqi to tell him that he will be investing in oil and the Fu family can decide if they want to follow him. Of course, Fu Rongqi went with Feng Yu. Fu Rongqi did not believe that Feng Yu would short oil futures. Buy in at the current price and sell at 18 US/barrel. Use all the money in this account. Fu Rongqi, who was standing behind Feng Yu, was shocked. Feng Yu really dared to invest all his money in shorting oil futures, and he had used 20 times leverage. Yesterday, when the news that the US and other countries will be attacking Iraq, oil prices rose by a few dollars. Today, it rose by $1 again. Feng Yu still dared to short? Also, Feng Yu had used all his money. He did not even have an exit strategy. Crazy. Not only Fu Rongqi thinks that Feng Yu had gone crazy. Even his team of brokers and Feng Yu's team of brokers believed that Feng Yu was insane. Who would place such a big bet with such high risk? The other 3 brothers of the Fu family also heard about this news, but they did not dare to follow Feng Yu. Their brother, who was an expert in investment, even did not believe this information. How can they believe it? Feng Yu confidently told the Fu family, "I am betting that during this war, oil prices will be dropping every day. You will know whether if I am right or wrong this afternoon." That evening, Feng Yu left Hong Kong, and the light in the Fu family study room was lit the whole night. Feng Yu did not return to Bing City. He flew to Shanghai instead. He was there to look at Lou Michael's design firm. Lou Michael had invited Feng Yu several times, but Feng Yu was too busy. Although Feng Yu's investment in this company was not a lot, and the profits were not fantastic, the company was still profitable. Feng Yu's suggestions had turned a loss-making company into a profitable company. The company also became well-known in Shanghai. Feng Yu was there to meet the other people in the company. As the boss of the company, he should show his face at least once a year. Furthermore, Feng Yu wanted to see what other ways the company can improve. In the future, the design industry will be a very profitable industry. Now, the design industry was not developed yet in China, but luckily, there were more advertisements. This designing firm had quite some advertising design jobs every month, and this was the main source of revenue for the company. Feng Yu met the other 2 designers, which were Lou Michael's partners. They were of the same age, and all of them were older than Feng Yu. But they were nervous in front of him. Feng Yu told them that they could also focus on product packaging. This was the same as advertisement designs, and in future, this will be the primary income source for design firms. Soon, the Chinese will notice the importance of packaging their products, and attractive packaging can attract the attention of consumers and increase the sales. Feng Yu also set goals for the design firm. First, the company needs to expand and hire more staffs. Currently, the company is too small, and it will be hard for the company to grow fast. The company should be Shanghai's most prominent designing firm, and this way, more people would be aware of the company. They can also increase their charges this way. To sell themselves, they need to market themselves better. This year, the Great One had said that Shanghai will develop its eastern region. Feng Yu decided to invest in the eastern part of Shanghai. Buying a commercial building now is a good investment, and 2 years later, more businesses will be set up in Shanghai, and Feng Yu could collect rents. Feng Yu stayed in Shanghai for a day, and he rushed to Beijing that evening. When Dongjun, Li Na, and Zhang Han also flew to Beijing from Bing City. On Monday, they had to go for interviews at the universities they wanted to apply. From the interviews, there were different types of interview results. One type was after the interview. The student does not need to take the entrance exams and will be admitted into the university. The second type was to lower the entry requirement by 100 points. The third type was to lower the entry requirements by 50 points. Lastly, failed the interview. There will be no lowering of the entrance requirements. Those students that were guaranteed a spot in the university had different credentials like first place in a countrywide competition or had some international recognition. Of course, there were lots of students like Feng Yu and the rest who were from the provincial best high schools or the top students in the province. If everything were normal, Feng Yu and the rest would get to lower the entry requirements by 50 points. But because of the Moscow University summer camp, they would at least get to reduce their entry requirements by 100 points. Feng Yu was guaranteed an interview at Beijing University, while Li Na had an interview with Beijing Teaching University. This was her dream university. Wen Dongjun and Zhang Han applied for Beijing Technological University. Actually, their high school had gotten a place for Lu Kuan at Huaqing University, but Lu Kuan rejected the offer. It was because there were limited courses available for students who were guaranteed a spot. Feng Yu was in tears when he heard about this from Lu Kuan. A top student and ordinary people were different. He didn't even want a guaranteed spot in the university. He rather sits for the entrance exams to get into a course that he likes. Feng Yu's results were barely enough to qualify for even an interview with Beijing University. Actually, their high school had wanted to send Feng Yu to another university with lower standards, and Feng Yu would be guaranteed a spot in that university. With Feng Yu's strength in foreign languages, he would surely get admitted into the university without even to sit for the entrance exams. But Feng Yu told Sun Wenhai to get an interview for him at Beijing University. As long as Feng Yu was granted the interview, he was confident that he would be admitted. Sun Wenhai does not need to care about the rest. Feng Yu had a trick up his sleeves. Although Feng Yu's results were ordinary and had no other special skills, he was rich. Sir Shah had just donated money for 2 school buildings for the Beijing University, but the construction had not started yet. The university still needs the approval of the local government and a 10 million renminbi fund from them to build the new buildings. If Feng Yu donated a new hostel building for the university, which would cost about 2 million renminbi, he could still get to name the building. This would be good publicity for Wind and Rain brand, and at the same time, he could get admitted into the university without any problems. Feng Yu had plans to donate Wind and Rain and Taihua buildings to schools all over China, and currently, he had only donated to Bing City and the surrounding region. He had made lots of money, and he could easily donate 1 or 2 buildings. Monday, 8 a.m. Feng Yu arrived at Beijing University for his interview. It was an ordinary classroom, but it was a bit old. This classroom cannot be compared to the university classrooms of the future. From the condition of this best university in China, one could tell the conditions of the other normal universities. This made Feng Yu more confident about using the money to get admitted. This interview was the same as the interview for government officials. The question asked were out of this world, and no one could expect what question will be asked. Feng Yu could tell the results from the expressions of the students who had finished their interviews. All the students that were here for the interview were the top students in their high school. It was only a 5-minute interview, and they were defeated. But Feng Yu was not worried at all. Bing City 3rd High School, Feng Yu. Please enter the room. Feng Yu entered the classroom. It was an empty room with a chair in the center. This chair was for Feng Yu to sit, and there was a row of tables in front. Behind the tables, 5 teachers will be interviewing him. From their facial expression, Feng Yu knew that they were not pleased with the students' answers before him. Feng Yu gave a short introduction of himself, and the teacher sitting in the center asked, "You had attended Moscow University's summer camp in the Soviet Union. How good at your Russian?" "I am not talking about your results. I am talking about your conversational skills." This question was asked in Russian. This teacher wanted to test Feng Yu. Feng Yu replied without hesitation in Russian, "I have not problems with reading, writing, and speaking. I had even translated Russian legal documents before. You had written on your resume that you know English too. You know 2 foreign languages." Another teacher asked in English. This time Feng Yu replied in English, "I have plans to study abroad in the future. That's why I had learned English. I have no problems with reading, writing, and speaking in English." The teachers were surprised. This student was special. He was well-versed in 2 foreign languages, and from his resume, his parents were farmers. This kid was extraordinary, but his results were not that good. He was only considered above average. The few teachers discussed among themselves and decided to ask Feng Yu the last question before grading him. Feng Yu, this is the last question. What do you think of the Soviet Union's economy these few years? This was the hardest question for today. None of the students before Feng Yu could answer this question. They were either loss of words, or they did not answer the question. The teachers wanted to see if this Feng Yu, who was well-versed with Russian, could answer them. If he could answer this question correctly, then he would be accepted by the university without the need for entry exams. Feng Yu smiled when he heard the question. He was the expert in this area. Feng Yu walked out of the interview room with a smile. The other students who were waiting outside came up to him to try and find out about the interview. The teachers had just asked me about what I was good at. For instance, I had stated that I am good at foreign languages, and they asked me a few questions in foreign languages. They also asked me about my analysis of the Soviet Union's economy. This question was slightly more difficult. The other students were nervous. They were only in high schools, and they do not know anything about the Soviet Union. Looking at Feng Yu's facial expression, they knew that Feng Yu could answer the teacher's questions. When they found out that Feng Yu was from Bing City's 3rd high school, they guessed that Feng Yu knew about the Soviet Union's economy because he was located near the borders. The other students were almost in tears. They don't even pay attention to China's news, yet they will be asked about the Soviet Union. Feng Yu returned to Jingbin Hotel. All the students from his schools were staying at this hotel, as this was the designated hotel for them. They had used a recommendation letter from their school, and they will not be charged for their stay at the hotel for these 2 days. This was given by their city as a form of encouragement. Feng Yu noticed that he was the last person to return to the hotel. Everyone had passed the interviews, and 3 of them were exempted from taking the entrance exams. The rest were able to get lower entry requirements. All the students were surprised when they heard that Feng Yu was exempted from taking the entrance exams. He had applied for Beijing University, and his results were not as good as them. Why was he exempted? Was it really so easy to pass the Beijing University's interview? What surprises Feng Yu the most was the other 2 persons that were exempted were Zhang Han and Wen Dongjun. How did that idiot Wen Dongjun even pass the interview? Wen Dongjun triumphantly said that he demonstrated his Russian and then sang a Russian song. Huh, so simple. Damn, singing can also get into Beijing Technological University? He asked Zhang Han about her interview, but she did not tell Feng Yu the details. She only said that the questions were simple, and she just happens to pass. Lina got a lower entry requirement by 100 points. She was overjoyed. Even if she got a 50 points reduction, she was confident that she would be able to enter Beijing Teaching University. Now, she got a 100 points reduction. This was too easy for her. 7 students had come to Beijing, and all 7 had passed their interviews. Feng Yu waved his hand. Let's go to the restaurant this evening for celebrations. I will be treating everyone. Just order whatever you want. The restaurant was a northeastern restaurant, and its name was Bing City Restaurant. The restaurant serves northeast cuisine and acts as a canteen to the staffs and some guests of the hotel. Manager Zhao of the restaurant saw Feng Yu and the others entering the restaurant, and he quickly went to stop them. Students, it is not dinner time yet. When it's time, we will notify you. The city had given the students who were here for their interview free stays and food at the hotel. That's why Manager Zhao had served them the same food as his employees. The food was not too bad, but it cannot be considered good also. Feng Yu took out a few 100 renminbi notes and placed it on the table. I will be paying today. Get me all your expensive dishes. Is this money enough? Get me a big table and serve your food. Manager Zhao saw that all the students were overjoyed. It must be they had all passed their interviews and wanted to celebrate. But this student's family must be wealthy. He could just take out 600 renminbi without batting an eyelid. Did he steal this money from his family? Manager Zhao's salary was only slightly more than 100 renminbi a month. When Dongjun said, Uncle Zhao, you don't need to save for him. Oh, pick some bigger pig trotters and cook it softer. Also, get us a bottle of wine and a bottle of orange juice. All the students knew that Feng Yu's family, and since Feng Yu had offered to treat them to dinner, they accepted it. The students' family had given them some money, but they can't bear to spend it. Students, Baijiu's alcohol content is too high and is not suitable for you all. Why not drink some beer? Beijing beer is different from the beer in Bing City. Manager Zhao smiled and said, his children were about their age, and that's why he does not feel like selling baijiu to them. Okay, Uncle Zhao, you don't listen to his nonsense. He would be drunk with only a bottle of beer. Uncle Zhao, if you got nothing to do, join us for dinner too. Feng Yu invited Manager Zhao. Thank you, but it will be dinner time soon, and it will be busy. Enjoy your dinner, and if you need anything, just let the waitress know. Oh yes, please lower your volume. There are some leaders from the city in the private room. Manager Zhao pointed to a private room. The 4 boys under the lead of Wen Dongjun started to devour the food. Even the 3 girls also ate a lot. After a while, they began to get louder. The door of the private room suddenly opened, and a young man walked out and saw Wen Dongjun and the rest making lots of noise. He wanted to scold them, but before he started berating, he saw someone familiar. Feng Yu, Brother Zhao? You are here, that means Mr. Zhang is inside. Feng Yu was surprised. The person who had walked out of the private room was Zhang Ruiqiang's secretary. Yes, he is inside talking to his friends. If you all are done, go back to your rooms. Who is that, Brother Zhao? When Dongjun asked Feng Yu. The secretary of a big leader. Okay, let's be softer. After eating, let's play poker in our rooms. Tomorrow, we will go out and play, and go back the day after tomorrow. Before Feng Yu and the rest finished their dinner, they saw Zhang Ruiqiang walking a guest out. About a minute later, Zhang Ruiqiang returned and walked towards Feng Yu's table. Feng Yu wanted to stand up and greet him, but he noticed Zhang Han had already stood up. Uncle Zhang. Oh, Henin is here too. How was your interview? Zhang Ruiqiang asked in a loving tone. I have passed the interview and can enter the university without the entry exams. There are all my classmates. They had all passed the interviews. Some of them got lower entry requirements, and some were exempted from the entry exams. Feng Yu sat there, looking at Zhang Han in shock. Zhang Han's family must have some background, and from the way the both of them speaks, someone from Zhang Han's family must be the same or even higher ranking than Zhang Ruiqiang. Damn, Zhang Ruiqiang was already a deputy mayor, and who was this person from Zhang Han's family? Was this person a mayor, ranked, or even higher? Xiaoyu, you shouldn't have anything on later. Come to my room. I need to talk to you about something. Zhang Ruiqiang said to Feng Yu. Feng Yu, he had wanted to use the chance to be with Li Na alone in the room when the other students were playing poker. Zhang Ruiqiang left, and they continued with their dinner. But they had lost interest in the meal. Feng Yu noticed when Dongjun frowning, and he asked him, what's wrong? Too full. Is that a leader from our city? Zhang Han had addressed him as an uncle. Does that mean someone from her family is also an official? It's only a leader. Your father is also the deputy chief of the farm department. Are you feeling inferior? Feng Yu consoled him. This kid's self-confidence took a hit. When Dongjun shook his head and said with a sad face, that's not it. I had boasted that my father is a big leader. What should I do now? Feng Yu, a deputy chief at the district farm department, and you can boast until as if your father was the same rank as a deputy mayor? Zhang Han did not expose your lies for so long. This must be true love. I must find out from Zhang Ruiqiang. What's Zhang Han's background? Feng Yu and the rest finished their dinner, and Secretary Zhao brought Feng Yu to Zhang Ruiqiang. The restaurant manager Zhao also found out that Feng Yu was not only wealthy, but he was even close to Mayor Zhang too. Could Feng Yu, the son of some provincial official? He was considering if he should return Feng Yu his change and also bring some fruits and drinks to him. He does not want Feng Yu to talk bad about him, as Mayor Zhang could remove him from his position anytime. Mayor Zhang, why did you call me over? Oh, you know Zhang Han. What is her family doing? I remember that there is no leader with the surname Zhang in the city. Feng Yu thought who the person from Zhang Han's family was. City? You should think higher up. Zhang Ruiqiang hinted. Higher up? That means provincial government? There were no officials that fit the age with the surname Zhang. Those with the same surname were either in their 50s or 30s. They cannot be her father or grandfather. Zhang Ruiqiang saw Feng Yu lost in thoughts and laughed. What's wrong? You like her? Her family specialized in catching gangsters and hooligans. Provincial police chief? But that chief Zhang is in his 50s. Since Zhang Ruiqiang knew Zhang Han, that means her father or grandfather must be a high-ranking official. If it was her uncle or other relatives, they should not be so close. But someone in the 50s will be too old to be her father and too young to be her grandfather. Chief Zhang got his daughter late, and he had only a daughter. You really don't want to consider? I can help you talk to her father. If she marries you, you will have a strong backing. Mayor Zhang, if you carry on talking about this, I will leave. My friends are still waiting for me to play poker. Zhang Ruiqiang. From Feng Yu's tone, it seems that playing poker was more important. You are a businessman, and you are smart. Help me think of a solution to help Bing City's tobacco factory. Tobacco factory? What's wrong with the tobacco factory? Mayor Zhang, I don't understand what you mean. I had just imported the machinery for the factory 2 years ago, and it is for the factory's expansion. From your question, is there any problems with the tobacco sales? Feng Yu remembered in his past life that Bing City cigarettes were selling well during this period. At least it was selling well in the northeast 3 provinces. But soon, it was the cigarette sales slowly declined. Feng Yu guessed that it was because of the drop in production, and also there was a lack of branding which resulted in the factory making a loss. Our Bing City tobacco factory had been around for quite some time, but the cigarettes it produces are of lower standards. We can't even export it to other provinces. Some tobacco factories in the south make lots of profits, and why is our Bing City's tobacco factory performing so badly? Could it be there is something wrong with the production techniques? But they have bought the Soviet Union's machinery from you. The city government had also provided enough funds for the factory. Zhang Ruiqiang had come to Beijing to look for a way to help the tobacco factory. The tobacco factory cannot be struggling and making losses every year. The city government cannot be supporting the factory forever. The city's restructuring of its state-owned enterprises had been mostly successful, but some enterprises had problems. The tobacco factory was one of the worst. Feng Yu replied, Mayor Zhang, I do not have a solution for you. The Soviet Union's tobacco machinery is much better and more efficient than the old machines in the factory. The old machines were not wasted and were sold to Lin province. I did not make a lot from this deal. I did not include the technologies together with the machine was because the Soviet Union cigarettes had a different flavor from our cigarettes. Their cigarettes taste more like Marlboro. How many people in China like to smoke Marlboro cigarettes? I am not saying the machinery you sold to the factory have problems. I need you to help me think of a solution. If the tobacco factory carries on making losses, it will shut down in 2 years. Feng Yu racked his brains to think of a solution. Coming out with a premium cigarette? No, the higher-ups will put a stop to it, and the factory might even be punished. Coming out with a new cigarette flavor? If the tobacco factory could do that, they would have done it ages ago. Wait, there might be a solution which would work, but the city government must agree to it. Mayor Zhang, you remember how I marketed Tai Hua Premium Oil? Humph, you still dare to mention that? You made everyone believe that you are the exclusive supplier for our Foreign Trade Bureau. I still have to explain to the leaders. Since when did we appoint you as the exclusive supplier? And why are you talking about this now? Zhang Ruiqiang was fuming when he thought about this incident. Feng Yu smiled. We can make exclusive cigarettes. What? Exclusive cigarettes? What are you talking about? Feng Yu suddenly remembered he had heard in his past life that Bing City's tobacco factory had come out with exclusive cigarettes, and the cigarettes were exclusively for the provincial leaders. The cigarette's not expensive, and it still tastes good. But the production was low, and it was hard to get it on the market. Feng Yu could not remember which year he heard about this, but from Zhang Ruiqiang's reaction, it should not exist now. Mayor Zhang, relax. Was the way I marketed Tai Hua Premium Oil illegal? It's just soybean oil. Of course, it is legal. Why are you asking? Then why can't we promote our cigarettes as exclusive cigarettes? Will it be against the regulations? I think we can even print the words Bing City Exclusive on the cigarette box and do away with other pictures. Let the consumers go and guess what the exclusive mean. The sales will increase just by printing these words. Zhang Ruiqiang was not convinced. It will surely increase. I guess the tobacco must have new techniques to produce cigarettes. Let them lower the production for those lower quality and filterless cigarettes and increase the production of the premium cigarettes. This Bing City exclusive cigarettes should be priced like Zhonghua cigarettes, and we can even price it 1 renminbi more than Zhonghua. 1 renminbi more than Zhonghua? Will people be buying it? Zhang Ruiqiang's eyes widened. Zhonghua cigarettes was currently China's most expensive brand of cigarettes. There will surely be people buying it, and I guess that the cigarettes will appear on your desk immediately. Feng Yu hinted. Zhang Ruiqiang thought about what Feng Yu said, and he understood what Feng Yu meant. Gifts. Feng Yu wanted to position this cigarette as a premium cigarette brand. Even if no one were willing to smoke this cigarette, they would buy it as gifts. This might work, but Zhang Ruiqiang felt that this was an unconventional method. But if he does not do this, then the tobacco factory will continue to ask for funds from the government. Feng Yu continued to persuade Zhang Ruiqiang. Look at Hantishan brand. How did this brand become popular? This brand of cigarettes was used exclusively as gifts. Also, Zhonghua cigarettes were marketed as the cigarette smoked by leaders. What's wrong with our way of marketing? We can even let our factory's salesmen. Zhang Ruiqiang was persuaded by Feng Yu. He decided to go back and tell the mayor. He felt embarrassed to use this method, but it was all for the tobacco factory's workers. Director Feng, is the fireworks and firecrackers I ordered ready? I had told you that I will be collecting it today. Don't tell me that it is not ready yet. Feng Xingtai asked. He was wearing a coat with shiny leather shoes. He also carried a pouch under his arms. Mr. Feng, rest assured that everything will be ready today. You had increased your orders twice this week. Is there any happy occasion in your family? The factory director of Bing City's firework factory asked. Feng Xingtai had made a lot of orders, and he was overjoyed. But the goods Feng Xingtai wanted all needed to be specially customized. For instance, other people usually would order strings of 100 or 200 firecrackers. Seldom people would buy strings of 500 firecrackers. Feng Xingtai ordered a string of 5,000 firecrackers. Other people would buy double banger firecrackers, but Feng Xingtai wanted quadruple bangers firecrackers. Other people would buy single-shot fireworks, but Feng Xingtai wanted multi-fireworks. Also, there must be different patterns when exploded in the air. These types of firework can be manufactured, but they were typically used for major events such as New Year Eve. Even the city government only ordered 10,000 renminbi worth of fireworks, which lasted about 10 minutes. Feng Xingtai had ordered 20,000 renminbi worth of fireworks and 10,000 renminbi worth of firecrackers initially. But after 2 days, he called up the factory and ordered additional fireworks. Just when the fireworks factory director arranged for his workers to work overtime for this order, Feng Xingtai called again and wanted a string of 10,000 firecrackers. The firecrackers must still be the bigger and loudest ones. He increased the order for fireworks too. Although it was over the phone and there were no deposits, the factory director still arranged for his workers to prepare the order. He knew that Feng Xingtai was the boss of Tianpeng Pig Farm, and now almost everyone in the city eats his pork. His farm was a high-tech pig farm and was even featured on TV. He heard that even the provincial leaders visited Feng Xingtai's farm. There were rumors that his farm's profits were more than a few 100,000 RMB a year. He definitely would not default his payment to the fireworks factory. On New Year Day, Feng Yu had called his father and told him that they had made quite a substantial profit the past year. Feng Yu asked his father to order some fireworks and firecrackers for celebration. Feng Xingtai felt that Feng Yu was wasteful as he wanted to order 50,000 renminbi worth of firecrackers and fireworks. How many bottles of soybean oil must he sell to get 50,000 renminbi? However, Feng Xingtai made the order with the factory, but he only ordered 30,000 renminbi. Soon, Feng Yu called him again to inform him that they had collected the payments for the animal feeds. It was more than 1 million renminbi. Even without this 1 million renminbi, the food processing factory was still making profits. Now, he has an additional 1 million renminbi. This was like money dropping from the skies. So, Feng Xingtai was in a good mood, and he ordered an additional 20,000 renminbi worth of fireworks and firecrackers. Feng Xingtai told himself that this was not a waste of money. It was his son that wanted this, and he was just giving his son what he wanted. Then, Feng Yu called home again and told him that he was admitted into Beijing University. Feng Xingtai was surprised. Shouldn't the entry exams for the university be in summer? How come Feng Yu could get admitted now? He questioned Feng Yu further and found out that Feng Yu was exempted from the entry exams. His son was admitted into China's top university, and he was overjoyed. Celebrations. This was an occasion that calls for a big celebration. This news made him happier than him earning a few million RMB the past year. This was a significant event for the Feng family. Feng Yu had brought glory to the Feng family. Feng Xingtai immediately called the people from the cinema to come to the cinema in the district to screen free movies for everybody. He then called the fireworks factory to order firecrackers. 5,000 firecrackers were not enough. He wanted a string of 10,000 firecrackers. You cannot make it. I will pay you 500 renminbi more. Is that enough? double the amount of the fireworks. Money is not a problem. Today, Feng Xingtai was at the city's fireworks factory to collect his orders. It was a truckload full of firecrackers and fireworks. He had spent over 100,000 renminbi. Initially, Feng Xingtai felt that spending 50,000 renminbi on fireworks was a waste, but now he thought that even 100,000 renminbi worth of fireworks and firecrackers were not enough. These few days, he was smiling nonstop. Whenever he met kids with their parents, he would chat with the parents and talk about their children's studies. After knowing about this news, Zhang Muhua went to her neighbor's house every day and kept talking about her son. "Oh, your knitting skills are so good. The weather is turning cold, and I am thinking of knitting a sweater for my son. You know what? My son was admitted into Beijing University without the need to take the entrance exams. You had bought fish today? My son loves to eat fish. Eating fish is good for the brains. You know what? My son was admitted into Beijing University without the need to take the entrance exams. Your children like to study? My son also likes to study too, and he got into third high school in the city. You know what? My son was admitted into Beijing University without the need to take the entrance exams." The shocked and surprised expression on everybody's faces made Zhang Muhua smile the whole day. At first, Zhang Muhua had opposed the idea of buying fireworks and firecrackers. But now, she felt that Feng Xingtai had bought too few. He should buy more, and the fireworks should last for hours. Everybody in the district, no, everybody in the city must see it. "Old Feng, have you just returned from the city? What did you buy? Lunar New Year goods?" "No, it's all fireworks and firecrackers." "Do you still need to sell those things? Your factory is making so many profits, and you make more than what we earn in our lifetime. Who is going to sell these things? I am lighting all these by myself. Remember to come to the open area outside the Cultural Palace on Lunar New Year Eve to watch fireworks. Oh, these few days, there will be free movie screenings there too. Remember to go and watch." Set off those fireworks himself? All the passers-by did not believe him. A truckload full of fireworks to set off himself? Even during weddings, no one would set off so many fireworks and firecrackers. Feng Xingtai went to look for Wendeguang. It was not safe to keep so many fireworks and firecrackers at the factory. "Old one, I had bought some fireworks and firecrackers to set off during Lunar New Year. Can you lend me the warehouse on the farm behind the Cultural Palace?" "Huh? You need a warehouse? How many fireworks did you buy?" "That warehouse is used to store the fireworks bought by the district. The district had bought 5,000 renminbi worth of fireworks. We will set those fireworks off on Lunar New Year Eve." 5,000 renminbi? You call those fireworks? Who is going to watch those pathetic fireworks? I had bought over 100,000 renminbi worth of fireworks. The whole district will be able to see it. Will there be any problems for me to store my fireworks in that warehouse? How much? Over 100,000 renminbi? Old Feng, why did you buy so many fireworks? Wendeguang thought that this money could be spent on more meaningful things. With this amount, Feng Xingtai could have bought a big apartment in the city, and even if he donated to the school could build a football field. Feng Xingtai raised his chins and said, "I have the money, and I just feel like buying." Just when Feng Xingtai was preparing for the Lunar New Year celebration, Feng Yu returned to Bing City, and he was on the phone with He Zhaoji. He was reporting the international oil and London gold prices. On January 17th, the price of oil rose by $1 before it starts to fall. From that day onwards, oil prices fell almost every day. It had been 10 days, and oil prices had dropped from $207 to $19. The day where oil prices plunged the most was January 17th. It fell from $27 to $23. The next day, it fell to less than $20. After that, oil prices started to have small fluctuations, but it did not rise. The prices still kept falling bit by bit every day. He Zhaoji was in awe of Feng Yu's analysis of the market. Even when there was a war going on, Feng Yu still dared to short oil prices, and his predictions again came true. But He Zhaoji was worried that Feng Yu had set the selling price too low at $18. If he had set $20, he would have settled the future contract and made lots of profits. Feng Yu only told He Zhaoji to wait patiently. Although there were fluctuations, the oil prices will not rise. A few days later, it will fall to $18, and the future contract will automatically be settled. At the same time, All members of the Fu family gathered at Fu Rongqi's house to discuss if they should believe Feng Yu's claim of oil prices will fall to below $18. If they had entered the market when the oil prices were above $20, they would have made more than double their investments with high leverage, even when the price difference was $2. But they did not believe Feng Yu initially. If they had followed Feng Yu and short the oil at $27, they would have made 6 times their investment when oil prices fell to $18. Feng Yu had invested a few hundred million USD and had still used high leverage. This meant that Feng Yu would have made at least $2 billion. The 3 younger brothers were blaming their eldest brother, Fu Rongqi. If Fu Rongqi had followed Feng Yu, they would do the same thing too. Even if they invested 100 million Hong Kong dollars, they would have returns of 500 to 600 million Hong Kong dollars. If they invested more, their yields would be even higher. Fu Rongqi was furious. Look at the whole of Hong Kong. Who had shorted oil? How many people in the whole world had shorted oil? Even if I followed Feng Yu and short oil, would I dare to use high leverage? Would I dare to set such a low price? All of you also thought that oil prices would rise when there was a war. Who would expect it to fall? All of you knew how much Feng Yu had invested, and why didn't you invest? Fu Rongqi scolded his younger brothers, and they kept quiet. They only dared to grumble. If the Fu family were not headed by their eldest brother, they would also not be successful. In fact, even if Fu Rongqi had asked them to short oil that day, they would also not do it. They knew it was an opportunity, but they don't have the guts to do so. Fu Rongqi was also feeling uncomfortable in his heart. On January 16th, oil prices were still rising, and he thought that Feng Yu's analysis was wrong. However, the next day, oil prices plunged. Who would have thought of that? After that, oil prices plummeted and never recover. Before he could react and short the oil prices, it was too late. Feng Yu had said that oil prices will reach about $18, and there was only about $2 price difference. The returns were too low, unless he dares to use high leverage like Feng Yu, but the risk was too high. These few years, Fu Rongqi had seen many successful tycoons slowly disappearing from the limelight. Most of them were because they had lost their fortune when they speculate on the financial market. Investing was not scary. Even there was a risk of losing, but the risks could be controlled through careful analysis of the market. But speculation was the same as gambling. The returns were high, but the risks were also high. If one was not careful, he could lose every single cent. Look at Fu Rongqi. He had lost 400 million in Forex market within a short period of time. He managed to recover most of his losses because of Feng Yu's tips on buying London gold futures. Fu Rongqi had learned his lesson. After he got back most of his losses, he immediately clears his debts and did not bet on oil prices falling. Fu Rongqi does not intend to invest in oil. The returns were not attractive enough, and there was still a high risk. He rather invests in the gold market. The fluctuations in the gold market were volatile, and gold prices fell, as what Feng Yu claimed. It was not $360 per ounce. It was not far from Feng Yu's prediction of $355 per ounce. The Fu brothers had made quite a lot from following Feng Yu to short gold prices. This time, Fu Rongqi called everyone together was to ask them to invest in the gold market. He decided to buy gold at $355 per ounce, and he felt that it was quite safe. However, it was still up to them to determine if they wanted to invest. The 3 younger brothers looked at each other, and all of them decided to invest a sum of money. Although they do not believe Feng Yu, who claims that gold prices will rise sharply, their eldest brother's team of experts were sure of it. They could not predict how high the prices would reach, but they trust the experts. Anyway, they will be buying in the gold, and they could sell it any time. They will not be using high leverage, and they would still make profits. Fu Rongqi had some hesitations. Should he hedge against the gold and lower his risks? In the past, every time he invests in futures, he would do hedging. Hedging was commonly used by companies and big players. Although the returns will be lower, there will be lesser risks. Hedging would mean he had to give up the chance to use 100 million to earn 1 billion, but at the same time, it would prevent 1 billion to turn into 100 million or even less. Fu Rongqi could use this method and invest 1 billion to get returns of 100 million. Fu Rongqi was thinking about Feng Yu's expression when he shorts oil. He was so confident and decisive. He was so sure that he would win. Young men had the drive. But when they reached Fu Rongqi's age, they would tend to avoid taking high risks, even if the returns were high. Fu Rongqi wanted to do some hedging to lower the risk. He believed that once gold prices fell to $355, it will rebound. However, he was not confident that gold would reach more than $400 as Feng Yu claims. No one from his team dares to make such claims. A few days later, oil prices fell below $18, and Fu Rongqi was convinced of Feng Yu's abilities. Since Feng Yu was so accurate with the oil prices, then his prediction on the gold prices should also be correct. This time Fu Rongqi decided to invest without hedging. He was going to gamble it. Early in February, He Zhaoji called Feng Yu. Feng Yu's investments in London gold and oil futures were all settled. Currently, gold prices had fallen to $354. Is it time to buy gold? He Zhaoji and the other brokers at Wind and Rain Consulting Company had analyzed the market and came to a conclusion, which was gold prices will rise. The current price should be the lowest and would not fall below $350. Prices were always changing in the futures market, and Feng Yu decided to be more conservative. He told He Zhaoji to invest in small amounts and use low leverage. He can invest small sums to test the market, but the limit was $100 million. He Zhaoji was sighing in his heart. Manager Feng still does not trust him completely. Manager Feng had made over $2 billion from his investments in London gold and oil futures. Now, Feng Yu had over $3 billion of funds, and he only allowed him to invest with $100 million. But He Zhaoji believes that if he continues to perform well, Manager Feng will let him manage more funds. He was also confident that he could make profits in the gold market for Feng Yu, and at the same time, he could earn more commission. 3 days later, He Zhaoji settled his futures contract and had mad $10 million for Feng Yu. Feng Yu was happy and allowed He Zhaoji to use $200 million to invest. A few days later, He Zhaoji makes profits again. The gold prices were not $368, and Feng Yu increased He Zhaoji's limit to $500 million. On the fourth time, He Zhaoji made money for Feng Yu. Feng Yu allowed him to manage $1 billion of funds. He Zhaoji was still making money, and the returns were still about slightly more than 10%. Feng Yu was satisfied. Feng Yu was afraid that He Zhaoji was overconfident and used high leverage for his investment in gold. Even though there was a possibility of him getting high returns, he might also lose all his funds. Feng Yu does not have the time to monitor the market every day, and he only validly remembers the significant events that happened in the financial market. He could not remember the exact dates. If one day, gold prices fluctuate too volatile, he might lose everything he earned in the past. He Zhaoji had used hedging to lower his risk. He knows that his boss was not short of money and wanted to be safe. Actually, he also wanted to invest safely. Even if he invests in gold conservatively, with $1 billion, he will get at least tens of millions a week. His commission will still be a considerable amount. If he had used high leverage and lose money, he might even lose his life. Many triads in Hong Kong was willing to kill people for money. This period of time, the Fu family was also investing in the gold market, but they were making short-term investments. Fu Rongqi and his brothers had only used high leverage once and doubled their investment. After that, he started to invest safely by using hedging. The Fu family had made over 2 billion Hong Kong dollars on their first investment. This was enough, and Fu Rongqi does not allow the rest of the Fu family to be greedy. He chooses to invest safely. Even if the returns were only 100 to 200 million Hong Kong dollars a month, it was okay since the Fu family's other businesses were still making profits. The returns in the financial market had risks. Fu Rongqi had also decided to enter Hong Kong's real estate industry. The property will be a safe investment. Many investors shared a common trait. They would not invest large sums every time, and they would invest in some instruments that were safe and easily liquidated. Once the investors saw an opportunity, they would invest a large sum and made huge profits. George Soros and his team operated this way. With over $10 billion of funds, their average annual returns were less than $1 billion. But on certain years or a specified period of time, he could make over $10 billion in profits. Even he had made failed investments, his losses will not be significant. After hearing the good news from Hong Kong, Kirilenko also gave Feng Yu good news from his side. Kirilenko had heard that during the last Soviet Union meeting, Some Allied countries' leaders had opposed to Mikhail Gorbachev's policies. Mikhail Gorbachev was losing his supporters. Based on the current situation, it was impossible for Mikhail Gorbachev to carry on another term. Many people felt that Yeltsin would be the next Soviet Union president and Mikhail Gorbachev would be stepping down earlier. Of course, there were some who thinks that Yeltsin will not be the Soviet Union president, as Yeltsin had announced that Russia would leave the Soviet Union. He wanted the disintegration of the Soviet Union. Kirilenko's father, Senchenko, had received orders to store up military supplies in Russia. This represents something big would be happening. Now, most of the factories in the Soviet Union had stopped working. Not only the factories' directors, even the government officials, were in a rush to sell the factories and enterprises to raise money. This way, it could ease the government's financial issues and also help the workers. Although this was a temporary measure, they do not have other choices. The situation in the Soviet Union was messy. Many Soviets do not even put food on their tables. There were many people in the Soviet Union finding ways to get money, and with Kirilenko's background and his money, 7 mining enterprises had signed contracts with him to sell their shares to another company. This company was a shareholding, but all the shareholders were Kirilenko's men. Kirilenko was the real owner of all the shares. Kirilenko had run into some problems. He did not have enough money. The few mining enterprises directors were chasing him for payments. The contract would be voided once it passes the time limit. Kirilenko had made some money this period of time, but it was not enough. The last time Feng Yu had told Kirilenko that he wanted a stake in this company, and Kirilenko went to prepare the paperwork. Now all the procedures were ready, and he called Feng Yu to ask him to sign the contract. Feng Yu was overjoyed. He could finally own a stake in the Soviet Union mining enterprise. This was good news. Feng Yu had not allowed He Zhaoji to use all his funds was because he waiting to buy a stake in the Soviet Union mining enterprise. The last time Kirilenko had made it clear that Feng Yu would need to pay more than him, but he would be getting lesser shares. Feng Yu does not mind at all. Even if he owns lesser shares, it would still much cheaper than buying minerals from other countries. Furthermore, the Soviet Union was rich in minerals. Also, it was because of this reason, Kirilenko had promised Feng Yu a condition, which was Feng Yu could decide on the quantity of the minerals mined and the pricing of the minerals. After hanging up the phone call with Kirilenko, Feng Yu called his lawyer Wilson and HSBC Bank. He wanted them to prepare. Kirilenko would fly to Hong Kong to sign the contract with Feng Yu. At the same time, Feng Yu would transfer the payments to Kirilenko's overseas account. His lawyer and accountants would settle the rest of the minor details. Feng Yu packed his luggage excitedly and bought a ticket to Hong Kong. Flying to Hong Kong from Bing City was troublesome. Feng Yu needed to fly to Beijing Airport for transit to Chengdu, Tianfu, or Shanghai, and from there, transit again to Hong Kong. If he was lucky, he only needs to transit once. If he was unlucky, he might need to transit more than 3 times. The air traffic in China at this time was terrible. It was not like the future years where there were direct flights to Hong Kong from Bing City Airport. After waiting for a day in Hong Kong, Kirilenko had arrived. He had brought 8 men with him. They were his lawyers, translators, luggage carriers, or followers. At Wilson Law Firm, the both of them signed the contract. Feng Yu injected $2 billion into Moscow Mining Private Limited in exchange for 49% shares. This company was worth $1.5 billion initially. Feng Yu was surprised. He thought Kirilenko only had a few hundred million USD. He never expects Kirilenko to have $1.5 billion. This meant that he had gotten loans of more than a few hundred million rubles. He must have gotten a much bigger loan later. Of course, Feng Yu did not suffer many losses. He had spent $500 million more and still got 1% lesser shares. Kirilenko would make up to Feng Yu on other areas. For instance, Feng Yu had always wanted the Volga automobile production lines, more motorcycle production lines, generators technologies, or some other aircraft technologies. The value of these was not readily determined. Many of these were not available in the market even if you offer a lot of money. Feng Yu wanted these technologies to gain favors or build relationships with the motor factory and aviation factory. Both parties were happy. Kirilenko had saved a lot of money and still owns more than 50% of the mining company. Feng Yu had spent a lot more, but Kirilenko promised him to get advanced technologies for him. He still has the power to make decisions on some issues of the mining company. Although Kirilenko was the major shareholder, Feng Yu believes that if he wanted to sell the minerals to China, he would not object. The Fu family heard that Feng Yu had come to Hong Kong again and sent Fu Guangjing to represent them, to take care of Feng Yu and his friend. Feng Yu knew that the Fu family had offered to show them around was because they wanted to befriend Kirilenko, but Feng Yu does not mind. Kirilenko was already tightly bonded with him, and the Fu family could not break their friendship. Feng Yu could also make use of Kirilenko's family background to increase his status in the hearts of the Fu family. But after Fu Guangjing arrived, Feng Yu regretted. The three of them were talking, and Kirilenko's translators did not follow them. Feng Yu became the translator between the both of them. Damn, I am wealthier than the both of you, and I still have to be your translator? After dinner, and sending off Fu Guangjing, Feng Yu and Kirilenko returned to the hotel. The both of them starts to discuss their business. At the same time, the Fu brothers gathered again. Guangjing, you say that Soviet have military backgrounds. Fu Ronqi frowned. That's right. His father is a high-ranking officer in the Soviet army. You remember Feng Yu's aircraft deal a few months back? It was because of this guy. He could get the aircraft at low prices from the military factories. The four brothers looked at each other. They were shocked. They realized that they need to reevaluate Feng Yu's background. They knew that Feng Yu had some connections in the Soviet Union. If not, Feng Yu would not be able to do trading with the Soviet Union. They thought Feng Yu had some relationships with the Soviet Union's government. But they did not expect Feng Yu to have connections with the Soviet Union military. They were not experts in politics, but they knew that if a country's economy was bad, the government had no say. It was the military that has more power. Furthermore, the Soviet Union army was only of the most powerful army in the world. You say Feng Yu had invested in that Soviet's company? You know how much did Feng Yu invest? I'm not sure, but Feng Yu had mentioned that he had invested half of his assets into that company. From Feng Yu's investments in the oil previously, he would have made at least $2 billion. Also, his investment in London gold futures also made lots of profits. He was making lots of profits from all his investments and had never suffered any losses. I estimate Feng Yu's assets to be somewhere near to $3 billion. Hiss. Other than Fu Ronqi, the other three brothers were surprised. Feng Yu had so many assets? Doesn't this mean Feng Yu was richer than the three of them? The three of them had depended on their inheritance and their eldest brother to get to where they were. But this Feng Yu was not even 20 years old, and he had more assets than them? Fu Ronqi sighed. Lao see if you are not from the Fu family. He might make your company bankrupt by snatching those shares from him. You can't even fight back. Humph. Fu Rongjing regretted treating Feng Yu like that in the past. If he had known Feng Yu's foresight and could make so much money in such a short time, he would give in to him and asked his son, Fu Guangjing, to stay close to him. Although Fu Ronqi had stopped Fu Rongjing from taking revenge, Fu Rongjing was still feeling sore from that incident. He had wanted to create some problems in the sales company for Feng Yu. He does not believe that Feng Yu could do anything to him if he does not invest in the financial market. But now, he dare not to think this way. Feng Yu's ability to earn money had impressed all of them. Furthermore, Fu Rongjing had recovered the money he lost and even made 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Even he wanted to take revenge on Feng Yu. He cannot do so. If his eldest brother does not help him, his assets would not be enough to go against Feng Yu. Use some underhand methods? Fu Ronqi said that Feng Yu could get this information was because of the people behind him. The one behind him might be one of the core leaders of China. He might ignore these small incidents, but if something bad happens to Feng Yu, he will revenge on the Fu family. The Fu family might be fine now, but after 1997, the handing over of Hong Kong, will there still be the Fu family? Rather than making enemies with such a powerful opponent, why not be friends? The Fu family had shown their sincerities by selling Feng Yu the Iowa shares. Feng Yu also shared some vital information with them as payback. Fu Rongjing would not go against money. He still wanted to develop his business in China. If he could get to the China market, he would be a multi-billionaire. Fu Ronqi was thinking about what company did Feng Yu invested in with so much money. This was an investment of over $1.5 billion. What was worth investing in the Soviet Union? Feng Yu had mentioned that the Soviet Union would disintegrate, but why would he still invest there? He was not afraid that the new government would not recognize his investments and confiscated everything. Nevertheless, in his heart, Feng Yu had reached a very high status. Any higher, it would be those tycoons like Superman Lee. Feng Yu must be their friend. By the time Feng Yu returns to Bing City, it was almost Lunar New Year. Taihao trading staffs will be sending the last batch of goods to the Soviet Union, and they will be going for their annual break. Wu Jigang and the rest were excited. They did not know what their year-end bonus was. 2 years ago, it was a pager. Last year, it was a motorcycle. Every year, they were getting the best bonus. No other companies in China could compete with them. What would it be this year? This year, Feng Yu did not prepare any products. He did not even prepare those daily commodities like rice, flour, etc. This year, Feng Yu will be giving out cash. The bonus was based on individual performance. Every one of them will be getting their bonus. The lowest amount was 8,000 renminbi, and Wu Jigang got the most, 12,000 renminbi. It might seem that they were getting lesser than the previous year, but Feng Yu had helped them invest their money. Although they were still holding on to their shares, Feng Yu had told them that they could sell the shares sometime in June. He promised everyone that they would at least get back a few folds of their capital. That means this year, every one of them would get at least tens of thousand RMB. This was much more than last year. News of Taihua Trading's year-end bonus soon spread in the motor factory. Everybody was jealous of Taihua Trading staffs. They were jealous of Wu Jigang. Their monthly salaries were much higher than the national average, and their monthly benefits were much better than them. The year-end bonuses were envied by all the workers. Pagers and motorcycles. Other than the leaders in the motor factory, who else could afford? This year, Taihua Trading gave out cash. Taihua Trading staff's year-end bonus was equivalent to their 5 to 6 years' salaries. Of course, some people said Taihua Trading was not doing well. Last year, the motorcycles were worth almost 20,000 renminbi each, and this year the staffs only got about 10,000 renminbi. These were all sour grapes. They were jealous of Taihua Trading. Feng Yu felt that he was high profile, but when he returned to the district, he realized the true meaning of high profile. Why are there banners on all the lampposts? There are no banners during last Lunar New Year. Usually, banners will only be hanging when high-ranking officials are visiting. Congratulations to Feng Yu for getting into Beijing University. Learn from Feng Yu. Contribute to the nation. Humble student gets into Beijing University. Wait a minute. These banners were writing about me? Feng Yu's hands, which was on the steering wheel, shook and almost drove the car into a ditch. There were dozens of banners along the road congratulating Feng Yu for getting into Beijing University. This made Feng Yu felt good. Did the people from the district education department hang these banners? Feng Yu is also not the top scholar in the nation. Was there a need to publicize his admittance into Beijing University? What does it mean by the humble student? If the Feng family is considered humble, then the whole of China will have no wealthy families. Learn from Feng Yu and contribute to the nation. This sentence is reasonable. There should be more of this banner. It must be written by some teachers. I must donate some money to the district schools. Feng Yu drove to his house, and he noticed there was a crowd outside. They were crowding around his father, and they seemed to be talking about something. Feng Yu was shocked. Who were these people? It was almost Lunar New Year, and they were creating trouble here? Wait, father was smiling, and furthermore, who would dare to create trouble for his father in the district? Even the chief of the farm department dare not to offend father. When Feng Yu alighted from his car, everybody starts to crowd around him. Xiao Yu, congratulations. I heard that you will be entering Huaqing University. What Huaqing University? It's Beijing University. Feng Yu had gotten a place in Beijing University. Do you even know what that means? Of course. He is exempted from taking the entrance exams. My brother was also the same in the past when he got a place in the agricultural and military university. Hi uncles, why are all of you here? Feng Yu smiled and asked politely. These people were all his elders. Xiao Yu, we heard that you will be coming back today, and we are here to welcome you. Xiaolei, come over here and greet your brother Feng Yu. He is a student at Beijing University. He will be a great leader in the future. Someone dragged a kid over. Feng Yu, I am not a god. I am not able to bless your kid to get a place in the university by touching him. Furthermore, your kid is too young. Come over and have some candies. My son is tired. Please leave after meeting him. Zhang Muhua walked out with a big tray of candies. Feng Yu was relieved. He was finally home and was stopped by the crowd outside his doorsteps. Dad, Mom, what is happening? Why are there so many people waiting for me? Also, why are there so many banners around the district? Feng Yu asked after drinking a big glass of honey water. Everybody envied me for having a son attending Beijing University. Feng Xingtai proudly said. But there is no need you to hang so many banners. Did you get people to hang those banners? No. It's the district that hangs those banners. You are the first person from our district that got into Beijing University. Feng Xingtai said with a proud expression. Fine. Stop listening to your father's nonsenses. He had donated all the fireworks he bought to the district, and the district will set them off on Lunar New Year Eve. The district promised to hang a banner as thanks, but your father ordered more than 30 banners and got people to hang them up. Zhang Muhua added. What's wrong? Do you know how many fireworks I had donated? Can't I even hang some banners? Old one is getting more stingy. He wanted to save on the banners. Feng Xingtai said angrily. Dad, don't you think you are showing off? Ain't you the one who taught me to be humble? Feng Yu felt it was okay if it was only 1 or 2 banners. If he had gotten into Beijing University on his own capabilities, it was fine. But his spot in the university was because of some other reasons. Why can't I show off? Other people also want to show off, but their son must get into Beijing University first. Feng Xingtai retorted. Fine. You can show off. I asked you to buy some fireworks and firecrackers for the new year. How much did you buy? Feng Yu had called his father to buy more firecrackers and fireworks this year. You still dare to mention this? You asked your father to buy 50,000 renminbi worth of fireworks and firecrackers, and your father bought over 100,000 renminbi. Zhang Muhua was unhappy when she thought about the money spent on these things. Huh? When did I ask Dad to buy 50,000 renminbi of fireworks? Didn't you paged me and ask me to buy 50,000 renminbi worth of fireworks and firecrackers? I asked you to buy Wu Wan's fireworks, a person's name, and it sounds similar to 50,000. His factory's fireworks are the nicest. Feng Yu said. The pagers now were still numeric pagers, and if you want to leave messages, you need to call up a paging station and leave your message with the operator. See, I had told you that our son will not spend money so wastefully. I asked you to check with him again, and you don't listen. Zhang Muhua scolded. Never mind, since the fireworks were already bought. My son had got into Beijing University, and I am willing to get more fireworks. I want to let the whole district know about this. If it wasn't for the city regulations, I still wanted to set off those fireworks in the city. Don't prepare dinner tonight. We will have dinner at the food processing factory's canteen. I had invited some friends over, and I want them to meet our son. It was 9 p.m. on Lunar New Year Eve. Everybody in the district had gathered at the square in front of the Cultural Palace. Spring Festival Gala program was on every year, and usually, it was not interesting at the start of the program. They could also watch the reruns tomorrow. Everybody was there for the fireworks display. They heard that this year, the district will be setting off more than 100,000 renminbi worth of fireworks. They do not want to miss it. Feng Yu knew that this type of fireworks display will be common in a few more years. Some places even spent millions on fireworks. The chief of the farm department said a speech, and he mentioned Feng Xingtai and Feng Yu several times. Feng Xingtai was also invited to light the first string of firecrackers with the chief. After the sound of firecrackers stopped, the fireworks started. Everybody, regardless of young and old, cheered. This was a good year, and all of them made money from their farms. Feng Yu saw Li Na in the crowd, and he creeps up behind her. He tapped Li Na's left shoulder and quickly stepped to her right. Stop it. We will be going to Lu Kuan's house tomorrow. This year, he is not going back to his hometown. Li Na playfully hit Feng Yu. Feng Yu replied, I can't join you all. Tomorrow I will be returning back to my hometown to celebrate the new year. We had not returned for the previous 2 years, and my grandfather had called. We got to go back this year. Feng Yu still have an elder uncle, and he was staying in Longjiang province too. But he is staying in a town further up north. His grandfather was staying with his elder uncle. In his past life, his grandfather was very healthy. But after the millennium, he passed away from an accident. Feng Yu had met his grandfather only a few times, and he does not remember him clearly. After their financial situation improved, Feng Xingti had wanted his father to stay with him, but his father wanted to live near his old friends. So, Feng Xingtai could only send him money every year, and during summer, he would visit him. Last New Year, the Feng family were unhappy. Many people were visiting them, and even those who were not close to them had visited them. They were there just to get red packets. This year, Feng Xingtai decided to drive over to his father's place on the first day of the new year. Just nice. There was a new highway built the previous year, and it was more convenient. When will you be coming back? Lina asked with a disappointed face. She'd rather not have holidays, and she could meet with Feng Yu in school every day. Maybe after the 5th day of New Year. Why? Are you missing me already? Feng Yu joked. Who would miss you? Today's fireworks are beautiful. Lina blushed. You like fireworks? Then in future, we will set off so many fireworks every year. Since the Feng family had show off once, why not show off every year? His father and mother will be happy too. What are you two talking about? When Dongjun suddenly appears, and behind him was the top student Lu Kuan. We are discussing if we should tell Uncle Wen that you are dating in school. It's been a while since I saw Uncle Wen whacking you with a cane. Feng Yu said, You promised me not to tell my father. I also did not tell Uncle Feng about the both of you. When Dongjun was scared, his father had warned him not to date while schooling. He is just joking with you. Let's go over there. The fireworks over there are low, but it's nice too. Lu Kuan dragged when Dongjun away. This when Dongjun was too nosy and likes to interrupt others. The both of them just stood there and chat. Lina does not allow Feng Yu to even hold her hands. She was afraid that her parents would find out. After the fireworks display was over, Li Na returns home. Feng Yu sighed. He must make their relationship known to everyone after the both of them attended university in summer. Their classmates even had children, and why can't they date? The first day of Lunar New Year, Song Deliang knocked on the door of Feng Xingtai's house. But after knocking for a while, no one opened. The neighbor came out and told him that the Feng family had left early in the morning. They had gone back to their hometown for New Year. Left early in the morning? It is only 7 a.m. now. Song Deliang sighed. He was very disappointed. He had woke up at 6 a.m. and rode a bicycle over. This year he could not get any benefits from Feng Xingtai. He was grumbling when he was leaving. There were lots of people coming over in the morning, but all of them left disappointed. Those people that were close to the Feng family, like the people from Taihua Premium Food Factory, knew the Feng family would not be around, and they did not visit today. Meanwhile, Feng Yu was driving along the new highway towards his eldest uncle's house. The father and son took turns to drive. The road condition was excellent, and it had not snowed the past few days. They could drive at a higher speed, and they reached before noon. We can finally have a quiet New Year. We should have come back here last year. Zhang Muhua laughed. Those people were irritating. Last year, the highway was not ready yet. If we drive, it will take us a day. If we are going by train, we still have to travel to Bing City's train station. We would not be able to get the train tickets too. Now it is more convenient to drive back. This year, we would not be meeting those irritating people. We should be happy. Feng Xingtai also dislikes those people. It was okay if those people wanted to borrow money from their farms. The most irritating people among them were people like Song Deliang. He was there just to take advantage of them. Xiao Yu, stop by the side. Let your father drive. You don't know the way. Zhang Muhua tapped on Feng Yu's shoulders. Honk, honk. Feng Xingtai pressed the horns, and there were barking in the yard. Soon, the doors opened, and someone who resembles Feng Xingtai walked out. Xingtai Muhua. Xiao Yu is so tall now. You arrived so fast. How was the road conditions? Eldest Uncle Feng Xinghua asked. Happy New Year, Uncle. Is Brother Danhua back? He is back. He is helping your aunt preparing lunch. Come in. Why are you bringing so many things? We do not need anything at home. Feng Yu carried 2 big bags into the yard. It was gifts which he had bought from the Soviet Union and Hong Kong. Aunt walked out with an apron. Feng Yu's cousin Feng Danhua also came out and helped Feng Yu to carry the bags. Xiao Yu, you are so tall now. Was it 3 or 4 years since you came over? Auntie, I am not as tall as Brother Danhua. These few years, I am in high school and is quite busy with my studies. That's why I did not visit you. Feng Yu made up an excuse and at the same time praised his cousin, making his aunt happy. Come in. Your grandfather is waiting inside. Everyone entered the house, and Grandpa Feng was smiling nonstop. Xiao Yu, you got into any university? Grandpa Feng asked. When the word university was mentioned, Zhang Muhua became full of energy. All the tiredness from the traveling was gone. She said, Xiao Yu was exempted from taking the entrance exams for the university. Only the best students can be exempted. He had gotten a place in Beijing University. Although eldest uncle's house was a cottage, the area was big. It was a few hundred square meters. Feng Yu's uncle only has a son, Feng Danhua, and Feng Yu's grandmother had passed away many years ago. Feng Yu did not even have any impression of her. Feng Yu and the rest entered the house, and his aunt had prepared lunch. All of them sat down for a late reunion lunch. Just when they raised their glasses for a toast, they hear the dog in the yard barking. Eldest uncle was puzzled. There should not be anyone visiting during meal times. Is this Feng Xinghua's house? Yes. Do I know you? Feng Xinghua looked at the visitor. He does not know him at all. Hi. I am a partner of Taihua Trading. I am the boss of Xingfa Motorcycle in the city. I am here to wish Manager Feng a happy new year. I had brought some gifts with me. Where can I place them? Xingtai, he seems to be looking for you. Feng Xinghua shouted. Feng Xingtai and Feng Yu walked out. Feng Danhua also followed them outside. Oh, Manager Feng, you are really here. Happy New Year. Feng Xingtai looked at the person in a daze. He does not know this person, but this person had wished him a happy new year, and he could only smile and was prepared to shake hands with him. Just when he stuck out his hand, he saw Feng Yu reach out and shook that person's hands. Feng Xingtai put down his hand. This person was here to look for Feng Yu. Mr. Liu, Happy New Year to you too. Why did you bring so many gifts? These are for Senior Mr. Feng, especially this wine. This is medicated wine, and it is made using Chinese herbs according to an old Chinese doctor's recipe. It is good for the health. Fine. I will accept your gifts. Mr. Liu could tell that Feng Yu does not have any intentions of asking him to stay, and he left. After Mr. Liu left, Feng Xingtai asked Feng Yu, "What's happening?" He is a dealer for Songjin motorcycles. I guess that he heard that we are here for the new year and came visiting. Oh, these are all fresh fruits. Let's bring them in before it froze. This Mr. Liu had called Wu Ji Gang for New Year greetings, and he found out that Feng Yu had come here to celebrate the new year. He used all his means to find out the address and rushed over to send gifts. He was driving a Jeep, and that Jeep had no air conditioner. He was freezing, but at least Feng Yu accepted his gifts. Maybe this year, he could get some better deals. After Feng Yu and the rest brought the gifts in, the dog barks again. Is this Feng Xinhua's house? Feng Yu stood up and followed his uncle outside. Manager Feng, Happy New Year. My brother is selling vegetables, and I had brought you some. There are leeks, green peppers, celery, spinach, and cauliflower. These are all very fresh. Mr. Su, Happy New Year. Thank you. The both of them exchanged some pleasantries, and Mr. Su left. This Mr. Su is a dealer for wind and rain humidifiers and bladeless fans. Before Feng Yu could enter the house, he heard the sounds of a car engine. Is this Feng Xinhua's house? Feng Xinhua looked at his nephew. Is this person also looking for him? Mr. Sunday, Happy New Year. Manager Feng, Happy New Year. I have some wild chickens, rabbits, and deer meat for you. There are also 2 big geese. It is from my farm. Please accept it. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sunday. Manager Feng, I am selling Taihua brand of animal feed, and I also rear pigs. This past year, I had made some money. These are just to show my thanks to you. There were a total of 5 visitors, and the house was full of New Year gifts. Everyone in the Feng family was looking at Feng Yu, waiting for his explanations. They are just some dealers. I am also not sure how come they know I am here. Some of them are selling motorcycles, some are selling home appliances, animal feeds, and the local gloves and textiles factory. I did not expect them to find out Uncle's address, but the New Year gift they gave is good stuff. Later, I will arrange for someone to send some gifts to them. Grandpa Feng said, Danhua, bring Xiao Yu along to store these gifts. He was overjoyed to see people sending his grandson gifts. Only capable people will have others queuing up to send gifts to him. Grandfather Feng had spoken. Feng Danhua and Feng Yu immediate carry the gifts to the store. The fresh vegetables and fruits were kept outside. Brother, I think you should stop working at that factory. Your salary is not high, and they keep delaying your salary. Feng Xingtai said. Feng Yu added, That's right. Uncle, this place is facing a junior high school. Why not build a row of houses and set up some shops, like stationery stores, snacks, etc.? You can surely make some money. If you do not want to manage the shops, you can rent it to others. Feng Xinghua's house was directly opposite the junior high school in that district. This was an excellent location, and with such a big piece of land, why not make full use of it? Zhang Muhua said, Brother, you are the one who had given us the money for the tractor. Now, Xingtai and Xiao Yu's business is good and had made some money. Listen to me. In spring, we will build a 3-stories building here, and we will install an elevator and escalators in the building. This way, Father will not be tired from climbing stairs. Feng Xinghua looked at his wife, and his wife also does not know how to react. His younger brother had been sending them money every month, and the amount was increasing every month. They could not even finish spending the money. The last time Feng Xingtai visited them, he was driving a small Soviet Union car, and this time, he drove a bigger car. Also, many people came to send gifts today. It seems that Feng Xingtai's business was indeed very successful. Feng Xingsha had asked his brother to move over to his district, but he does not want. He was used to this area. Fine. Just listen to Muhua. The two of you are brothers, and there's no need to be embarrassed about this. Come, drink with me. Grandfather Feng knocked on the table and said. Feng Yu turned to his cousin, Feng Danhua. Brother Danhua, you should be graduating from university next year. Have you heard where you will be assigned to? This was something Feng Xingtai instructed. Feng Xingtai had spoken to his nephew, but Feng Danhua does not want to do business. He just wanted to have a stable income by working in a government agency. But even if working for others, it must be a good unit. Feng Xingtai does not know a lot of people. Feng Yu is different. Feng Yu had lots of connections, and he had always boasted that there was nothing he could not achieve. This was why Feng Xingtai asked Feng Yu to arrange for his cousin to work in a good unit. I'm not sure. I should be assigned to this area, the countryside. If only I can be assigned to the city. The city's living conditions were much better than in the countryside. Do you want to go to Bing City? I have some connections there, and you can work in Bing City's government agencies. Assigned to Bing City? Is this possible? Feng Danhua was tempted. This means that you agree. Later, pass me your details. I promise you that you will be assigned to work in a government agency in Bing City. Oh, do you have any departments that you wanted to enter? Feng Danhua's eyes widen. Not only he can be assigned to Bing City, but he can also choose the department? Can I work in the city government? Feng Danhua asked. I cannot promise you a job in the city committee, but it will not be a problem with the city government. With Feng Yu's relationship with Zhang Ruiqiang, this was not a problem. Zhang Ruiqiang would not reject Feng Yu. If this does not work out, Feng Yu could use his special move donations to arrange a job for his cousin. Grandfather Feng was in a good mood when he saw Feng Danhua and Feng Yu chatting happily together. Harmony in the family made him smile. This younger son's family is not simple. A few days later, Feng Yu and his family drove back to the district, and on the 9th day of the new year, Feng Yu returned to Bing City to settle some of his company's matters. High school year 3 students start school earlier, and on the 11th day of the Lunar New Year, February 25th, his classes started. Feng Yu skipped school on the first day. This time, the teachers do not care, and even his form teacher approved his leave readily. Feng Yu is already admitted into Beijing University, and he does not even need to take the high school exams. It was okay for him to skip lessons. Feng Yu's form teacher was also pleased that Feng Yu got a place at Beijing University. This meant that his performance was outstanding and could even be promoted. If Feng Yu was in class, he might affect the other students. Feng Yu had skipped school because Kirilenko had sent something which Ho Haitao wanted. Large aircraft engines technologies. This time, there were no engineers that came. Those military engineers were wealthy and do not need to work overseas. Furthermore, the KGB was watching them. Kirilenko dared not to send them to China. He was already taking a significant risk for sending these technologies over. Secretary Su, I had told you so many times that you must prepare tea for guests. Feng Yu sat on the sofa in Ho Haitao's office. His legs were crossed, and he was ordering Ho Haitao's secretary. Ho Haitao's office desk had a stack of blueprints. He and the engineers of aviation factory were going through the blueprints carefully. Secretary Su helplessly replied, Manager Feng, it is not that I do not want to serve you tea. Director Ho and the rest are looking at the documents, and I do not want those documents to get wet. What should I say about all of you? Get someone to photocopy those documents for each of them. Look at your chief engineer Wang. He is drooling, and if the blueprints get smudged, I will not get a replacement for you. Chief engineer Wang wiped his mouth, but there were no drools. This Feng Yu was talking nonsense. But he was someone with a mild temper. He only rolled his eyes at Feng Yu and shouted to Secretary Su, Xiao Su, get someone to make a few copies of the blueprints and make sure no one peeps at the documents. These documents are confidential. If someone peeps, get the security to arrest them. Feng Yu was looking around the room, and he noticed Chief Engineer Wang staring at him. Damn, I had helped your factory get these blueprints, and are you going to arrest me? Manager Feng, Other than the few of us, have you shown other people these blueprints? Deputy Chief Engineer Li asked. Feng Yu bowed his head in thoughts. Suddenly he raised his head and said, Ah, I remember. Other than the few of you, Secretary Su had seen the documents. Secretary Su, who was stacking the blueprints, jumped up. He gave Feng Yu an angry look and continued stacking the plans. He piled the blueprints in order and kept it in his briefcase. He will photocopy the plans personally. No other people can touch these blueprints. There were only less than 10 people in the aviation factory who can touch these blueprints. How is it? Director Ho, these are the blueprints for Ilyushin series aircraft engines. Later, the blueprints for Antonov series aircraft engines and the sample engines will be sent over together with the next batch of aircraft. You must be glad that you had worked with me, right? Feng Yu asked proudly. Ho Haitao and the rest of the engineers' hands were trembling. They were too excited. The aviation factory only have the technologies for small aircraft, and they were also researching on automobile engines. With these blueprints, the aviation factory will be China's top aircraft manufacturer. They had already informed their higher-ups about this. They wanted to get credits for these. After they had studied the technologies and can build these engines, Ho Haitao and the whole aviation factory will be in the limelight. They can't send over the aircraft engineer over first? Chief Engineer Wang asked disappointedly. Chief Engineer Wang, I am giving these to you free. Stop being picky. I had also discussed with Director Ho. If I am able to get the technologies of other aircraft models, I will sell them to aviation factory at a low rate or use it to exchange for some other technologies. Exchange technologies? What technologies do you want to exchange? Chief Engineer Wang was on alert. The core technologies in Bing City Aviation Factory needed the approval of Director Ho and him before anyone can access them. Chief Engineer Wang, you are saying as if I am taking advantage of the aviation factory. All this while, it is the aviation factory taking advantage of me. But I could tell that all of you wants to contribute to the nation, so I will not be so calculative. Feng Yu said, recently, I am thinking of researching automobiles. All of you should know that now there are competitors for my motorcycles. I am thinking of extending the product range of the machinery company. You want to manufacture automobiles? Automobiles are not as simple as motorcycles. Don't think that your machinery company can manufacture tractors. You can manufacture automobiles. Ho Haitao looked at Feng Yu. That's why I want to exchange your automobile technologies. Didn't your factory start researching on this 2 years ago? But the minivans your factory produces is not good. You all only focus on being fuel efficient, but it was not comfortable to drive. Feng Yu was targeting their technologies, but he was also picking faults with them. You want to manufacture automobiles? Will the city allow? The city will surely allow. I am building a new factory, and I will provide employment and taxes in the future. You think the city is going to reject me? With the profits of the machinery company, the city knows that I am able to pay the workers' salaries, and they will not create trouble for the government. Feng Yu knew that there was a state-owned enterprise, First Automobile Works, in Lin Province. First Automobile Works had given the province lots of income from their trucks and cars. Recently, First Automobile Works wanted to set up a branch factory in Bing City to manufacture some parts. The Lin Province's machinery company was also bought over by First Automobile Works. Feng Yu felt that First Automobile Works' development was poor. They had lacked foresight. Feng Yu was confident that the cars produced by his machinery company would be more suitable for the consumers. Furthermore, Audi also started with joint collaboration of a bicycle factory, a motorcycle factory, and a small automobile manufacturer. Audi was so successful in the future. Why Audi could succeed, but not the machinery company? Even if it was throwing money, Feng Yu also wanted to build a top automobile brand in China. The future automobile market in China is enormous, and almost every major automobile brands wanted a piece of the market. Toyota and Volkswagen had occupied most of China's market share, and because of this, they overtook General Motors as the world's top and second automobile companies. Director Ho, Chief Engineer Wang, and other leaders, please take time to consider aircraft technologies and automobile technologies, which is more important. If you do not agree, it's fine. At most, I do not manufacture automobiles. Manager Feng, don't be anxious. Let us consider. We can always discuss this slowly. Deputy Chief Engineer Li said. That's it for today. I still have something on. I hope you can give me a definite answer the next time I come. Feng Yu stood up and left. He knew that the aviation factory will be tempted by his offer. As the political situation in the Soviet Union worsens, Kirilenko had more chances. Now, it was only half the price of the previous year for a motorcycle production line. It was easier to get technologies too. If it was last year, it was impossible to get the technologies for aircraft. Now, it was not a problem for Kirilenko. There were many technologies which Fengyu had no use, and it was not worth selling as the selling prices were not high. So, Fengyu intended to use these technologies to exchange for the technologies he needed, and the rest will be given away in exchange for favors. Many times, favors were worth much more than money. March. The first batch of modified Ilyushin 76 planes arrived at Bing City Airport, and all the 5 airline companies got 1 plane each. Together with the aircraft, there were 2 aircraft engines of 2 different models. They were taken away by Bing City Aviation Factory. They were placed separately in 2 different workshops. Other than a few designated engineers, no one could get near the engines. Once again, Fengyu came to Ho Haitao's office. This time, he arrived empty-handed. Manager Feng, where is the information for the Antonov aircraft technologies? Ho Haitao asked anxiously. Director Ho, why are you so anxious? Has your factory finished researching on the Ilyushin engine? You cannot be too greedy. You must do things step by step. I had already promised you. When did I go back on my words? Fengyu said slowly. Then why are you here? Fengyu was pissed. Are you saying that I cannot come here if I don't have anything for you? Director Ho, although I did not bring the technologies for the aircraft engine with me, I am able to get the blueprints for MiL helicopters and some related technologies. The technologies include the double rotors and coaxial rotors. Although these technologies are not the most advanced, I think it will be useful for your factory. However, it seems that I am not welcome here, and I will let my Soviet friend know that I do not want these technologies. Fengyu stood up and was prepared to leave. Manager Feng, don't be like this. Xiaosu, what are you doing? Where is the tea for Manager Feng? Go and get the tea leaves from that metal container. Brew a cup of tea with those tea leaves. Ho Haitao held Fengyu back. He did not expect Fengyu to be able to get the MiL helicopters technologies and blueprint. These were technologies for one of the best helicopters in the world. Currently, the world's largest helicopter is the MiL-26, and the technologies used in this helicopter is very advanced. Ho Haitao was still feeling vexed these few days. His higher-ups had ordered him to give a copy of the aircraft technologies to Shun City's aviation factory, saying that factory was also researching aircraft engines and could use the Soviet Union technologies as a reference. Ho Haitao was furious. He had worked so hard for these technologies, but Shin City Aviation Factory could also get a copy of it. His higher-ups knew that he could get the technologies for other models of aircraft, and he even got the latest aircraft engine sample. Now, he was regretting to try to claim credit so early. All his efforts benefited others. Today, Fengyu came over and told him that he could get the MiL helicopters technologies, and this made him very happy. This time, he will not report to his superiors. He will only report after his factory had finished learning the technologies and produced the helicopters. It will also be a great achievement. Although aircraft engines technologies might be more valuable, in Bing City Aviation Factory, helicopters technologies were the most important. This tea tastes so good. How come I had never drank before? Fengyu turned to Ho Haitao. Ho Haitao gritted his teeth and said, If Manager Feng does not mind that the box had only half remaining, you can bring it back. These tea leaves were given to him by a high-ranking military leader. He does not even bear to drink it himself. How can I do this? Secretary Su, bring those tea leaves here. Later I will bring the tea leaves along with me when I leave. Don't even think of changing the leaves in the box. I remembered the smell of those leaves. Cough. Manager Feng, how are you going to sell those helicopters technologies? Ho Haitao anxiously asked. He was not concerned with those tea leaves. Sell? I am not selling. I only want to exchange. Exchange for all of your factory's automobile technologies, especially the turbocharged engine technologies. I know your factory have completed the research for this. All the technologies. This. Why? You think MiL helicopter technologies is not worth all your automobile technologies? Director Ho, if you hesitate any longer, I will not exchange with you. Anyway, I will be buying the Volga automobile production line, and it comes along with their technologies. I have also hired a number of their engineers. Worst come to worst, I will spend more money and get them to research for me. Feng Yu said slowly. When will they be able to finish researching the engine? It is not an easy task. Ho Haitao sneered. I can wait. Feng Yu crossed his arms. Let's see who is more anxious. Manager Feng, I remember you mentioned that you can get the technologies of other models of aircraft. Those are useless to you. Why not exchange those with me too? Ho Haitao said. You are wrong. It is not I can get those technologies. The technologies are already with me. Do you want the Antonov aircraft building techniques? Feng Yu asked. Yes. Why not? Ho Haitao was overjoyed. This was one more technology. Fine. Then use your humidifiers and bladeless fans shares to exchange for it. Feng Yu said and smiled. Manager Feng, are you joking with me? Ho Haitao was shocked. Those dividends from those shares was a lot every year. What do you think? This is contributing to the nation. You can't even bear to let go of those shares. Feng Yu purposely said. Ho Haitao was cursing in his heart. You do not need that money, but the aviation factory needed it. Ho Haitao thought for a while and said, Manager Feng, can you get the McCoy and MiG fighter jets technologies? Feng Yu replied with a dark face. No. Damn. McCoy and MiG fighter jets were the Soviet Union's top fighter jets, and it was one of the best fighter jets in the world. Kirilenko was not powerful enough to get those. Manager Feng, I do need the most advanced technologies. I will be happy with the technologies of the old models, which the Soviet Union sold to other countries. For instances, the engine technology. You must help me. With this technology, our country's aviation technology will be more advanced. China had bought the old models of McCoy and MiG jets and had disassembled it before. Later, China's own fighter jets were imitated from the McCoy and MiG jets. But China's fighter jet could barely break the sound barrier. With these technologies, China's R&D will save a lot of time. I can't promise you anything, but I can try. Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Yu in shocked. You want to manufacture automobiles? Xiao Yu, cars are not as simple as motorcycles. I don't think it is too complex either. Isn't it just an engine with 4 wheels? Feng Yu casually said. Zhang Ruiqiang shook his head. If it were so simple, there would be cars all over China. Xiao Yu, we are just next to Xin Province, and First Automobile Works is just located there. First Automobile Works is China's biggest automobile manufacturer. You want to build an automobile factory in Bing City. Are you trying to compete with First Automobile Works? Zhang Ruiqiang reminded Feng Yu. Feng Yu should know about this. What's wrong with competing with them? My technologies are better, the exterior will be more beautiful, the interior will be more comfortable, and my cars will be cheaper. Why can't I compete with them? Feng Yu was confident that he would be able to build a national automobile brand, which will not be an imitation. Your technologies are better? Your cars will be more beautiful and comfortable? Your cars will be cheaper? Where did you get your confidence? Zhang Ruiqiang was at a loss for words. Talk is cheap. You must be able to manufacture the cars first. I had bought Volga's production lines and technologies. I had also get someone to design the exterior and interior of the cars. I guaranteed that my cars will be top-rated. As for the prices, it will be affordable, and the performance will also be good. You really want to manufacture automobiles? Yes. That's why I need the support of the city government. Give me a plot of land. I want to build a factory. You must consider carefully. The investment for an automobile factory is a big sum of money. Zhang Ruiqiang tried to persuade Feng Yu again. There were not many people who could afford cars in China. This was different from motorcycles. The investment was high, and there might not even have 10,000 vehicles sold in a year. There was a high possibility for Feng Yu to make losses. Of course, Zhang Ruiqiang tried to stop Feng Yu also because this factory will be built under the machinery company. If the city approved, then the city government got to inject more funds into the machinery company to prevent their shares from diluting further. The amount to be injected into the machinery company will not be a small amount. Now the machinery company cannot stop Feng Yu. After all, it will be the shareholders that will decide. But the city government can still stop this project by not giving the approval. I will discuss with the leaders. But the city might not give you the approval. Zhang Ruiqiang felt that this might be worth a try, but the other leaders in the city might not want their machinery company's shares to be diluted. If Feng Yu wanted to build an automobile factory on his own, the city would not stop him, and the government will still support him. Zhang Ruiqiang was also suspecting if Feng Yu really wanted to manufacture automobiles, or he just wanted to use this as an excuse to dilute the city's machinery company's shares. After all, The machinery company was making lots of profits from their agriculture machinery and motorcycles. Last year, there were 140,000 motorcycles sold. At first, everybody thought that the motorcycle market was small and there were too many competitors. Fengyu's motorcycles were expensive also. Even if 100,000 units were sold, it would be considered an achievement. However, 140,000 units were sold, and Songjiang motorcycle brand was number 3 last year in China. This figure will increase further this year. It seems that Fengyu had walked on the right path, but automobiles were different. Wealthy people prefer imported cars as the quality were better. Those that were not so rich would not buy cars. Motorcycles suit them better. Even the second-hand automobile market, imported cars were selling much better than domestic brands. Bing City's location was not ideal too. It was just beside China's largest automobile manufacturer, First Automobile Works. Mayor Zhang, why not you tell the city that I guaranteed that within 3 years, the annual sales will exceed 50,000 units? How much taxes do you think the city will get from me? Furthermore, I heard that the city had planned to invest a lot in education this year, but there was the insufficient budget. I can donate 3 new school buildings. Zhang Ruiqiang's eyes shined. This was good news. A school building will cost at least over 100,000 renminbi. If it was a better building, it could cost over 1 million. The city can do more upgrading of the old schools with their existing budget. Fine. I will discuss with the leaders. I will give you an answer in 2 days' time. 2 days later, Fengyu came to Zhang Ruiqiang's office, but when he saw the smile on Zhang Ruiqiang's face, he knows that he will be dealing with a cunning fox. Fengyu immediately knows that the city had agreed, but they must be thinking of getting more money from him. Damn, taking advantage of me? If I am going to other areas to build this factory, the officials there will be treating me like a god. Mayor Zhang, from your expression, the city has agreed? Yes, you can consider it that way, but there are some conditions. Sigh. What are the conditions? I will see if I am able to accept it. Fengyu sighed. First, you must build 10 school buildings within 3 years for the city, and the school buildings must be like the school buildings built by your father in your districts. Damn, 10 buildings? That will cost over 10 million renminbi. Fengyu was able to accept it. He was also using education to boost his reputations. In the future years, many undergrads felt proud for having attended class in school buildings donated by Sir Shah. If Sir Shah set up a company in China, there will be many talents queuing up to join that company, even if the wages were lower than average. Including the universities? Universities? No, mainly the high schools. China provides the fundings for their universities, and the city does not need to care about it. Fengyu felt regretful. If it were the universities, it would be the best. But high schools are not bad either. But Fengyu wants to include a condition as well. Fine, but the school building must be named by me. You want to name it as Wind and Rain Building? It does not sound auspicious. Fengyu was speechless. Your name is not auspicious. Your whole damn family is not auspicious. Calling it Taihua Building should be not a problem. Zhang Ruiqiang rolled his eyes. You think I don't know Taihua from your parents' names? Fine. I can agree with this. So, you agree to the first condition. Let's talk about the next condition. The machinery company cannot move away from Bing City, and no matter how diluted the shares are, the city must get at least 10% of the shares. I can agree to not move the machinery company away from Bing City, but at least leave 10% share for the city. Well, depends on whether the city would be able to inject your proportions of funds. If the city is able to inject the funds, the shares will not be diluted. Stay in Bing City? This was not a problem. Fengyu could always set up a shareholding company and transfer the machinery company's shares to that company, and he will still be able to manage the machinery company from there. The city was only worried about the taxes. He could always pay the taxes from other places. Fine. Then I will say the third condition. Zhang Ruiqiang also knows that Fengyu would never agree to let the city hold on to 10% shares without them injecting funds into the company. Wait, Mayor Zhang, how many conditions do you have? 100. Fengyu was not happy. There were too many conditions. Zhang Ruiqiang smiled. This is the last condition. You must hire Bing City's residents first for your workers. This is also not a problem. This is the last condition? Then it's settled then. Fengyu quickly stopped Zhang Ruiqiang before he keeps adding on more conditions. Those were the only conditions set by the city. Here is the city's map. Pick the location you wanted for your factory, and we can discuss the land usage fees. Damn, I knew it was not so simple. The city wants to use the land as a replacement for their proportion of funds. Feng Yu could agree to all those conditions was because he wanted his automobile project to start as soon as possible. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.